Welcome to the Practical Guide to Ableton Live. In this video series, we're going to learn Ableton Live by creating our own song. Live is a single window interface used to process MIDI data and audio signals. There are two separate workstations and a plethora of tools for completing several different audio and MIDI related tasks. In this course, we will start by setting the optimal preference options for your specific computer. Then we will take a look at the file management system inside of Live to gain an understanding of how Live references and processes imported resources. After getting our files in order, we will spend some time getting familiar with the different sections of Live's interface, starting with the device view and then moving on to the arrangement and session views. We will finally finish up in the clip view. After familiarizing ourselves with the Live layout, we will spend some time working with audio and MIDI individually and going over some advanced editing features of each. Then we will spend some time recording some live instruments and talking about the different recording techniques available to us. Next, we will work with Ableton's built-in rack features that allow us to group effects and devices together to accomplish some pretty advanced processing. Finally, we will finish the series by automating and modulating our track and exporting the final result. While we go through each of these different sections, we will be utilizing different techniques and tools that we learn to improve and add to our song. I hope you're as excited about this series as I am, and I really look forward to working with you to create a track in Ableton Live. I recommend following along with the techniques, but creating your own individual track to your own preference. I look forward to hearing what you come up with, so please share your finished result with me via email in the form of a link or an actual MP3 file. Without further ado, let's jump into some production with Ableton Live. Alright, so let's spend some time getting a bit more familiar with our preferences. So you can pull up the preferences in a few different ways. One of them is going to be the keyboard shortcuts shown on the screen now. Alternatively, you can navigate through the menus and find your preferences. So here we are, and let's start with the first tab, the Look and Feel tab. So here we have a few different options pertaining to the way that Ableton Live looks. So here we can change the language, we can restore some warnings that maybe we have previously told Live to hide, and so I'll do that now for the sake of these tutorials. Here we have the follow behavior, and this will determine how Live displays the currently playing clips. So when we're zoomed in a bit into our session and the cursor becomes off of the screen, it will determine whether Live scrolls along with it, keeping the playhead in the center, or rather, when it exits the page, we just are shifted over to a new page to view the cursor. So below that, we have hide labels, and you'll see when I decide to hide these, a few of the labels here in the background go and hide. So we'll just leave those to show for now. Permanent scrub areas refer to a function in the arrangement view. So let's go ahead and exit the preferences for a moment. And here you'll see we have this little speaker icon. Now this means we can scrub to any point in our session very quickly. So if we stop playback, let's go ahead and go back into preferences and turn this option off. You'll see that when we come back into our arrangement, that is no longer there. However, not all is lost. If you decide that you would like to hide the permanent scrub areas, you can always re-engage them by holding Shift. And you'll see just pressing Shift gives me access to that again. So let's go ahead and stop this and jump back into the preferences. So I prefer to leave mine off and then just use the Shift key, but that's a personal preference. Beneath that, we have something called pen tablet mode, and this refers to if you have like a drawing tablet that you would like to sync up with Ableton Live, you can do so here. Beneath that, we have a zoom display, which will proportionately zoom in all aspects of Live. So find a setting that works for you. Just be careful that the bottom here is showing, because oftentimes you will zoom in a bit too much. So we'll leave ours at, let's do 140. That seems to work for me. Okay, now we have some options pertaining to the colors of tracks and clips within the session. Here you can have Live automatically assign some track colors for you, which will disable the option below to set a default track color. Now you have all these palettes to choose from, and just select one that you like, and then that color will always be the default color when a new track is added. Now beneath the track color we have a clip color, and you can either choose to have that clip color match the color of your track, or you can have it set to random. I choose to match the track color just to keep things a little more organized. So beneath the track and clip colors, we have colors pertaining to the live interface as a whole. Here we have a few different themes that we can choose from. I know a popular one is dark, but I prefer the default Live 10 theme. So beneath that we have some controls to adjust how that live theme responds, such as the brightness. We can also adjust the color intensity, which will give us access to adjust the hue and optionally change the color of our entire live set. So let's just set back to the default values, and now we can move on to the audio tab. So here in the audio tab we have a few different options for how audio travels in and out of live. Starting with this audio device section, we have an option to choose our driver. If you're running Mac, I would suggest using Core Audio, and if you are using Windows, I would highly recommend downloading a third-party driver known as ASIO, and this will help with latency, and it's widely used, it's free to download. Go ahead and check that out. So beneath that we can choose our audio input device, and this would be the device that you are connecting your microphone to or plugging your guitars into. So an audio interface. Right now I'm using a Scarlett interface made by the company Focusrite. Beneath that we have options for our audio output device. Now ideally this would be the same as your audio input device, and you would be plugging your speakers into the outputs of your audio device, but here for the sake of these tutorials I'm going to be using this multi-output device, so just don't really pay attention to that. That's just so that I can get sound into my recording software. So below your input and output devices, you can actually decide to configure those devices, and you have the option to turn on ins and outs as well as rename them. For the sake of this course, I'm just going to be using a guitar and a microphone, so that looks good for me. We'll click OK. Below the audio device section, we have a section known as sample rate. And you can think of sample rate as like frames per second in a movie, but here we're talking about audio. So it's how many samples per second your audio is taken. And a higher sample rate will obviously be higher quality, but 48,000 is kind of a good standard for recording digital audio. The default sample rate and pitch conversion option determines the algorithm that Live is using to sample your recordings. So I would always recommend leaving this at high quality, and if you find you're having problems with that, then I would head over to the latency section over here and adjust your buffer size. Now, when Live is converting sample rates from analog to digital and sampling your digital audio, it will need some time to process this information, and that's known as the buffer size. So when you're recording, you want a really low buffer size, and this will in turn affect the amount of latency you have while recording. Now when you're not recording, you're going to want to raise that buffer size so that you have some extra processing headroom to apply effects and devices. So beneath that we can see our input latency and our output latency, and if you know specific problems that you're having maybe with your audio interface and you know a specific amount of compensation in the terms of milliseconds that you can add or even samples by clicking this button, you can do so here, and that will kind of offset Live so that it can make up for the error that your driver might be having. So beneath the latency section, we have a test section, and this will actually give us some helpful tools to determine what buffer size is right for our computer. Now, all computers are not made equally, so some rigs can run lower buffer sizes, while others just cannot handle the amount of processing power necessary to get that job done. So we'll come back to this test tone in a later video. Let's go ahead and move on to the link and MIDI section. So here in the link and MIDI section of Live, we have a few different options for our MIDI controllers and something called Link. Now, Link in Ableton Live is a special feature that allows you to sync Ableton up with some kind of third-party application. Now, there are a few Link products on the App Store that will actually allow you to start and stop playback along with Live, as well as do a few other things like be an actual MIDI instrument. So you can toggle to show the link option here in the control bar, and then you can turn it on and off. Personally, I hide mine because I don't find myself using link all that often. Now, beneath that is a start and stop sync related to the link function, and this will just allow you to start and stop playback within Ableton Live from that third-party application. Now let's move down to the MIDI section. First of all, we have this control surface area right here. And what this means is that there are certain MIDI controllers that the developers of Ableton have actually worked with. And these MIDI controllers actually have template settings and parameters that have already been custom mapped to Ableton. So as you can see here, I have a push to, and I'm using both the input and the output. Now, you want to use the input to actually send messages, and you want to use the output to receive messages. So if your control surface has things like motorized faders or LED lights that actually give some kind of signal feedback, then you're also going to want to map the output. Now the next section here is just for the regular MIDI controllers. So if your MIDI controller doesn't actually have a control surface template, as you can see there's a big list of them here, but if your MIDI controller does not have this, once you plug your MIDI controller into your computer and turn it on, you should see some ports here available to you. Now again, we have the input and the output, and it is the same thing. Input will send messages and output will receive messages. So beneath our control surface settings, we have an option for takeover mode. And the takeover mode will actually determine how Live responds to parameter changes from your MIDI controller. So say you have an encoder, for example, and we're simply turning the encoder. Whatever takeover mode you have enabled, Live will basically change the parameter in a specified way. So the first option here is none, and this will actually cause abrupt changes to happen. So imagine that as we change an encoder, we have 0 to 127 options, and wherever our MIDI controller is, the parameter that we're changing will simply jump to that number. The next option we have here is pickup mode, and what this will do is actually cause Live to wait until you turn the encoder to such an extent that you reach the current value of the parameter you're trying to change. Once you reach the current value, you will have full control over how you change said parameter. Now, the last option, and this is personally my favorite and the one that I tend to use the most, is value scaling. And this means that there will be no abrupt changes and no waiting for you to reach that specified parameter setting. Once you turn a knob, Live will proportionately adjust the parameter that you're affecting. Beneath the takeover mode, we have options related to kind of more basic MIDI controllers. Now, here you have additional options to sync up the actual MIDI clock, but we won't really be worrying about that. For now, let's just talk about track, sync, and remote. Now, what track allows us to do is actually send MIDI notes and parameter changes. So imagine if we have a knob or an encoder, or we have pads that display specific MIDI notes. This is going to allow us to send that information into Ableton. Sync is best used for tempo syncing different devices. So this is like if you have a drum machine or a synthesizer capable of MIDI, or even an entire other software. You can actually sync the tempo between the two software and send messages throughout one another. Now, the last option here, remote, that's actually going to allow us to map specific parameters in Ableton to our MIDI controller here. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the File Folder tab. So here we are in the File Folder tab. Now this this tab gives us a few options related to things such as third-party applications like the sample editor and the Max application, as well as where some of our default Ableton Live folders go to. So let's take a look. First, we have Save Current Set as default. And what this means is that you can go in and design your own Ableton Live set with a specific amount of tracks, or however you like to have a default live set, so that when you open Ableton Live, it will load with those settings. You can save that here, or you can clear it. If you decide to save a new default live set, you will have to overwrite the previous one, so keep that in mind. Our next option here pertains to analysis files, and anytime you load a sample into Ableton Live, if this box is checked, it will save an accompaniment file along with the sample, and it will store important information. So anytime you save that clip, the analysis file is actually updated along with the clip, and this allows Live to remember certain parameters that you have set pertaining to that clip. So I would recommend leaving this on, as I find it a helpful function. Our next option here is to connect a third-party sample editor to Ableton Live, and here if you click this browse function, you'll be able to go through your programs and select the specific sample editor that you would like to use. Beneath the sample editor, we have an option for a temporary folder. So anytime that you haven't saved an Ableton set, or you haven't collected the files of an Ableton set, Ableton will store all the samples you are using within that set in this folder allocated here, and you can choose to browse and change the location of that. Here we have options for Max for Live, and Max for Live is something that comes bundled with Ableton, but alternatively you can use an external version, say if you use an older Max for Live that you're more used to. So here we have options for our decoding cache, and in Ableton, anytime you try to import a compressed file, such as an MP3 file, Live does not want to work with compressed files, so it will actually decode that file into an uncompressed format, such as WAV or AIFF. And here we have different options for where that folder lies on the computer, as well as allocating a certain amount of space for that. And you can additionally choose to clean up that folder if you so desire. So now let's take a look at the Library tab. So here in our Library tab, there are a few important options. One of the most important, in my opinion, is this Collect Files on Export. Now I have mine set to Always, and what this means is that, as we talked about, when you are saving projects, there are certain files that need to be added to the project. Now Live will add references of those files when you decide to save your project. However, if you want to have the files within the project contents itself, you'll need to collect all files. And so with this option, anytime you decide to export a live set, either as an Ableton pack or as some kind of music file, it will automatically collect all the files used within that project. So I recommend always having this set. It's pretty important, and we'll come back to this in our file management section. Beneath our Collect Files option, we have a Show Downloadable Packs option, and anytime you purchase Ableton Live, it comes with some free packs for you to use, including samples and different devices and presets within those packs. So if you want to see all the packs that you have available to your account that is linked with Live, you can set this onto here. I choose to leave it on just so that if I ever need some inspiration, I can go ahead and quickly download a pack. And here we have content locations, and the last option here is the installation folder for packs, as we just talked about, so you can set that here. And above that is a location of the user library. Now, the user library in Live is a place where you can store your own samples or your own presets and save them for use in future projects. And now let's go ahead and move on to the Plugins tab. Here in the Plugins tab, we have different options related to audio units, VST2 files, and VST3 files. And what plugins are special made devices by third-party companies that allow you to process audio just as if it was a native live device. So these are just audio effects, MIDI instruments, and things of that nature. So our first option here is to rescan for plugins, and if you find that you've downloaded a plugin and you're not seeing it in your browser, you can just come to rescan, and hopefully that will resolve your problem. So beneath our rescan plugins option, we have the option to use audio units, and that's just a specific type of file that these plugins can come in. So beneath that option for audio units, we have a few similar options for VST2 plugins and VST3 plugins. So here we can choose to set a custom folder for either VST2 or VST3 plugin file types, or we can choose to use the system folders, which will be found under program files, Steinberg. And what this means is that when you download any of these plugins from the internet and you just click all the next buttons without allocating a specific place that you would like the plugin to install, it should 99% of the time install into your default plugin folder. So just use this if you don't really want to worry about it. Otherwise, sometimes people have big sample libraries of plugins that they like to link using a custom folder. So that's what those options are for. You have identical options for VST2 and VST3 plugins. So beneath your plugin setup, you have a few options for how the plugin windows respond in live. The first option is to have multiple plugin windows open at the same time. You can choose to have that on or off so that when opening a new plugin while one is already open, either the window of the original will close or both can be open at the same time. Now, auto hide plugin windows refers to when you click out of the plugin window, say you're working on a plugin here, and then you click into the arrangement or the session view, it will determine whether or not the plugin windows hide automatically or you have to do that yourself to get them out of the way. Our last option here in the plugins section is to auto open plugin windows. And what this means is that when a new plugin is loaded to a track, it will determine whether the window of the plugin is opened automatically or not. So now let's talk about the record, warp, and launch section. So here we are in the record, warp, and launch tab, and let's start in this record section where we have a few different options for the type of files that we record as well as how live responds to the recording process. So first off, we can select a specific file type that we'd like to use. Below that, we can select a bit depth that we would like to use for our recordings, which kind of references the dynamic range of our recordings, which means the difference between the quietest signal versus the loudest signal recorded. Beneath our bit depth controls, we have an option to set the count in. The exclusive option beneath the count in allows us to arm and solo multiple tracks at a single time. Now you can do this regardless by holding the command key, but if you have exclusive turned on for both arm and solo, then only one track can be armed and only one track can be soloed at a time. So alternatively, if this exclusive option was turned off, then we would be able to exclusively arm tracks by holding the command button. So what that means is that if you wanted to only arm one track and another track was already armed, you hold the command button, click the new track, and it will automatically de-arm the original track. So play around with how you like to set up your exclusive settings, but this is all based on user preference, and usually within a few sessions, you'll know which one is right for you. Beneath our exclusive options, we have some options related to the clip update rate, and what that means is how visually the clip will be updated as you are recording. So if you want to see all 32 steps of the recording process, you can go ahead and select that here. However, it won't really make a difference on the quality of your recording. Beneath the clip update rate, we have an option to record session automation. Now what this means is that when you want to record some automation, in other words, the changing of a parameter over time in the session view, you can choose it so that the tracks do not need to be armed to record the automation in, or that they do need to be armed. The start playback with record option is pretty self-explanatory. It just means that when we hit this record button here in the control bar, Live will either start playback or wait for you to initiate playback with the play button. So beneath the record section, we have a few different options for the warps and fades available to us in Ableton Live. So our first option here will work with short samples, and our second option here will work with long samples. In the short sample selector, we have a few different options for how Live will respond to those shorter samples. When they are imported into a project, I choose to leave mine to unwarped one shot and then warp as I see fit. For the auto warp long samples, anytime you import a sample longer than say 1 minute, Live will either auto warp or just leave it as an unwarped clip depending on what this setting is set to here. Here we have our default warp mode, which will determine any time that you turn warp on within a clip, which mode it is set to by default. So our last option here within the warp and fade section is to create fades on clip edges. Now, even if you turn this off, Live will still create just a very subtle fade within all of your clips, and that is just to reduce the amount of clicks and pops. So rather than be redundant, I choose to just leave this setting on and then adjust the fades as needed, as oftentimes I find myself applying fades to most, if not all, the clips within a session. So our second to last section here is the launch section, and this refers to how playback occurs in the session view. So let's go ahead and tab over to the session view and then bring up our preferences once again. So here we can set a default launch mode, and we will be covering what each of these modes does in depth. For now, just know that you can adjust the default mode here in the launch section. Our default launch quantization is similar to the default launch mode in that it simply sets the defaults, and at any time you can change these settings within the clip view of the specific clip you are working in. Now, beneath these default settings, we have a few options for selection of clips. So anytime you launch a clip, if you would like that clip to be automatically selected, here you can turn that option to on. Beneath that, we can select the next scene on launch, which corresponds to these little numbers right here. If we were to launch scene 1 and we had a scene 2, if this section were on, then scene 2 would be automatically selected once we launch scene 1. So the start recording on scene launch option refers to any tracks that are armed at the time of your scene launch, and if it has an empty clip that is ready to be recorded, then that clip will start recording on scene launch as long as this option is set to on. I actually like to leave this one off and designate recordings as I see fit. So our last section here refers to the tap tempo option found in the control bar here. We can tap this to the beat, and Live will automatically come up with the tempo that we are tapping at. Now, if you want to start playback with your taps, then you can set this to on. I find it to be a little bit distracting when I'm doing that, so I leave mine off. Our last tab here in the preferences is the licenses and maintenance tab, and here you can choose to authorize Ableton either online or offline with a serial number. And in the maintenance section, you can set automatic updates as well as send usage data. So I'll go ahead and turn that on to help out the developers, and always keep automatic updates on so that you can get the latest version of Live running on your computer automatically. So that has been the preferences. Now we're going to go ahead and go back into the audio section and look at the test tone here for how to get the best settings for your computer setup, whatever that may be. So while we were speeding through our preferences here, we briefly touched on this test tone as well as this latency section here, and we talked about how Live processes the incoming and outgoing data using the buffer size. So I explained that you want a very low buffer size when you are recording to negate the effects of latency. And the opposite is true for when you are doing anything other than recording, so that you can allocate extra processing power to those plugins and devices you would like to use to process the signal that you have already recorded. So in order to see what is a good buffer size to work with your rig, Live has given us this amazing test tone. And you see here we have a few options, of the first one being turning the actual test tone on. We can select the volume at which it plays back at, and we can select the frequency at which it plays back. Now, The last option here, the CPU usage simulator, is kind of the most important option. And what this means is that when we turn our test tone on, Live will emulate the usage of whatever you have set. So 80% represents a computer that is under a lot of stress of processing power. And so this will be a good test to see whether our rig can handle the current buffer size settings that we have. So we turn this on and we hear that little tone that we have set up. Now, if you don't hear distortion in the form of pops or clicks or any audible distortion, then you will know that this setting for your buffer size is good. You're good to go. You're good to start recording. And once you know that you're good to go, you can alternatively try an even lower buffer size and see if that works. So we'll go ahead and test 64 samples. You'll hear no distortion. That sounds good to go. We'll push it to 32 samples. And I hear some audible clicks and pops. So now we know that for my rig, I don't want to go to 32 samples. I want to stay around 64 and 128 samples. Now, always check your overall latency, and you want to be somewhere between 6 milliseconds and 10 milliseconds. Now, 10 milliseconds is getting a bit up there for the recording process, but keep in mind that excellent performances can be recorded on any type of rig, and it doesn't matter the hardware that you have, just as long as you're spending the time and giving the best environment to record in. So that is how you determine what settings work best for your rig while recording. And alternatively, I said that you're going to want to raise the sample rate anytime that you are not recording. So I find a good maximum to be 1024 samples, but anything above this 1024 samples for your buffer size, you can start to have some kind of weird issues, is what I've found. So I'd recommend a range of 64 to 1024. 64 being when you're recording, and 1024 or even 512 when you are not recording. So that is how you use the test tone in conjunction with the buffer size to set the best latency settings for your rig while recording and while not recording. So as a rule of thumb, you're going to want to keep it above 256 when you're not recording and below 256 when you are recording. And this should just kind of keep you out of danger, keep your recording sounding crisp and on time, and all the while avoiding distortion. I would highly recommend doing that now and even jotting down your preferred preferences on a piece of paper so that you don't forget. And depending on whether you'll be recording or mixing, you can set these preferences accordingly. So now that we've set up Live preferences and optimized the latency within Live, let's go ahead and look at the control bar here to see the different functions that we will have universally to us, whether we are in the session or the arrangement view. So our first option here that we discussed is the tap tempo option. Again, you can tap this and Live will set a tempo based on the speed of your taps. Alternatively, you can type in the tempo or drag up and down on this slider, and you can set a tempo that way as well. So next to the tempo slider, we have these two nudge options, nudge down and nudge up. And this will nudge the speed or tempo of your session to match external music. Now this is like live music or matching to a DJ setting or anything that you would like to match to. If you've got a ballpark estimate of where your tempo is, you can use these nudge options to refine that setting. Next to the nudge options here, we can set the time signature that Live is currently in. So most standard Western music is in 4/4, but you can choose to change this to any time signature that you see fit. Next to the time signature option, we have the metronome function, which will play a click track as you play back your track. So alternatively, you can click on this drop down within the metronome option, and you'll get a few more options such as setting the length of a count in, which we saw how to do within our preferences, but you can also choose to do that here. You can also change the sound that the metronome plays back, and the rhythm. Now, I find the rhythm to be an awesome feature here within the metronome because you can actually dictate how fast the metronome clicks. Say that we're playing a complicated eighth note pattern, we can set the metronome's rhythm to eighth notes, and then it becomes much easier to follow along and play your piece in time. So here it's clicking at an interval of eighth notes. We'll set this back to auto. And our last option here is to enable only while recording. And this means that if you have this set, when you decide to play back just regular, the metronome will not play unless you toggle the recording function, which is kind of nice if you're going in and out of recording and you don't want to hear that metronome playing while you're just listening to the playback. So next to the metronome, we have our global quantization option, and this is mostly helpful in the session view when we are launching clips, and it will determine the rate at which clips change when an alternative clip is launched. So we will definitely be coming back to this option quite a bit here. Moving on to the middle section of our control panel, we have a follow option, which we set the follow behavior within our preferences as being either scroll or page. And you'll remember we talked about as the cursor moves along the session, at times it will be out of view. And this follow option will determine whether or not live will actually follow the cursor as it moves off the screen. So next to our follow option, we have an actual click and draggable setting for our insert marker. And you'll see as we click about here, it automatically changes and is a good reference point to see where our insert marker is at any given time. So in the very middle of our control bar, we have the three most popular controls of Ableton: the play, the stop, and the record function. Now, double-click stop to go back to the beginning, and remember that we optimized our preferences so that when we click the record button, live does not start playback. I believe that by default, this option is set up so that when you click the record button, live initiates playback. And that will actually bring you to your count-in here. If you have a count-in set up, this count-in will play however many beats or bars you have set before actually starting the recording to prepare your musician or yourself to get in time with the tempo. So next to our three main transport controls, we have our MIDI overdub option, which means that when you're in the arrangement view and you are recording, if you're recording over an already established clip of MIDI, usually it will overwrite that MIDI with the new clip you are recording. However, if this plus button is initiated, you can actually add notes onto that MIDI clip. So this enables you to do cool things like loop recording, where you set up a loop and you can record one piece of the instrument at a time, whether that be notes or drum hits. It's a very useful function. So next to the MIDI arrangement overdub option, we have an automation arm button. And the automation arm button prepares your entire session to record automation, whether it's in the session view or the arrangement view. If you would like to record automation, you need to enable this automation arm button. Then, once the button is enabled, depending on your preferences, Live will either be set up to record automation within all tracks or only those tracks that you have actually record armed. Now keep in mind that if you do have automation on the clips within your session view, when you decide to record from the session view to the arrangement view, the automation will be recorded along with the clips, regardless of whether the automation arm button is active or not. So next to our automation arm button, we have the re-enable automation, and if you have disabled any automation, say by moving an automated parameter, it will cancel out that automation, but it is not lost and can be re-enabled via this re-enable automation button. Next to the re-enable automation button, we have a special feature new to Live 10 known as the Capture MIDI option. So if any time you're just jamming around and you come up with a cool pattern that you were not recording, you can quickly click this button, this Capture MIDI button, and Live will actually do its best to capture everything that you just played. Now, depending on whether there are already clips loaded into the session or not, Live will actually change the tempo to match the tempo that you were playing at. However, if there are clips already loaded into the session, Live will try to match up your playing with the current tempo selected. So next to the Capture MIDI button, we actually have the Session Record button, and we talked about the Main Record button, but I guess I did not mention that this is actually used for the Arrangement view. And if you want to record in the Session view, it has its own recording button right here. So moving over to these three options, we have kind of a more common option known as the Loop button, and if we jump back over to our Arrangement view, we can see that if we toggle playback, Live will actually loop within these bars here. So that's all great, but what are these buttons next to the loop option? Well, these are known as punch in and punch out buttons respectively, and this relates to recording. Anytime you're doing a technique called punch recording, it means that you are designating only a specific portion of Live to record your clip in. You can set up your loop brace, and it doesn't matter if the loop is on or off. You can still move around this loop brace to designate the specific portion of the clip you would like to record or re-record. This track actually isn't recording at all because I don't have it set up to record, but if we were to turn on this arm button here and do that one more time, you will see that the recording actually starts within the loop brace. And so you'll see that Live will only record within the loop brace. Let's go ahead and delete that clip. So those are the punch in and punch out, and punch in will just start recording, and punch out will actually stop the recording after the loop brace. So it's all relative to the loop brace when you punch in recording and punch out. So our last set of options here kind of relates to MIDI devices and receiving signals. So this option right here will actually toggle draw mode, and in the MIDI editor it will actually bring up a pencil that we can use to draw notes with a single click, rather than if this was not enabled we would have to double click to insert a note. This keyboard looking option right next to the MIDI draw option will actually turn our computer keyboard into a playable MIDI controller. So as you can see, this little flashing light is going crazy, and that is because I am actually sending a MIDI signal to Live. So these indicators right here, this receives MIDI input and this represents MIDI output here at the bottom. So additionally, these indicators will also receive MIDI signal. So you see as I hit my actual controller that these are being toggled. So the top is input and the bottom is output. Now here we have the key mapping and MIDI mapping modes respectively. And key mapping allows you to map specific parameters to buttons on your computer keyboard. So you can see that I just mapped the record option to R, and I can toggle recordings just by hitting the R key on my computer keyboard. Now alternatively, you can come over here to a MIDI mapping option, and if you have any MIDI controllers set up, you can do the same thing simply by clicking on the parameter you would like to map and then moving the specific control that you would like to map to that parameter. So let's go ahead and turn that off. Next to the key and MIDI mapping modes, we have a CPU load meter. So this CPU load meter will actually indicate how hard your computer is working to process the current session in Ableton. Now before, when we were using our test tone, we had it at a full 80% just so that we could determine what settings were right for us. And it is important to keep an eye on this because remember, once we got to 80% and we were at a 32 sample buffer size, we started to experience distortion. So any CPU that is working too hard may experience distortion, and it's important to keep an eye on this number here. Now, our last option over here is the hard disk overload indicator, and this refers to if you are pulling a lot of information from your hard drive. If ever it is under too much pressure and not performing fast enough, you will see a little indication here that you're having problems with it, and that may be why you're experiencing clicks or pops or even distortion at times. So if you're having that problem and your CPU load meter is reading just fine, then it might be your hard disk. So you're going to want to keep an eye over here just to see how your computer is responding to the projects that you are working with. So those are all the preferences in the control bar. Now additionally, some extra options come up when you enter the key and MIDI mapping modes, but we will be sure to discuss that in a later video. For now, just become familiar with this transport bar and know that these are universal functions throughout the session and arrangement view. An important distinction to make is between the session record button and the arrangement record button. And the reason why we have two record buttons is because you can actually record clip launching performances from the session view into the arrangement view. And we'll be taking a look at how to do that. But for now, just consider that there is a separate record button for each view. So do your best to get familiar with each of the buttons in the control bar and their functions. We will just be coming continuously back to them throughout the course. Alright, so now let's take a look at the browser and start getting some actual clips into our project. So the browser can be accessed here with this little triangle at the top left. So we can click that to expand the browser, and then we can adjust each pane as necessary. So before we start talking about the different kind of resources that can be found within our browser, let's take a look at the tools that we have available to us down here at the bottom. So I'm just going to navigate to our samples folder, or our samples section, just to make it a little bit easier to see what the tools do. So if we click on this clip, you'll see immediately that a waveform appears in the bottom of the browser. Now this waveform is an actual visual representation of the currently selected clip. So you'll see if I select another clip, the waveform will actually change. So as we select a clip, or sample in this case, it will actually start playback of the selected sample automatically. And if we didn't want to hear this or it was too loud, we have a few options. First of all, we can disable the audition button by clicking this little headphone icon here. Or if we decide that we wanted to hear it but it was a little too loud, we can adjust the cue volume found over here on the master track. Now again, that is the dark blue slider found on the master track. So if we come to our clip section here, we have a bit more options when it comes to viewing and hearing our samples. So clicking on the sample again starts playback. However, we have an additional raw option here. The raw option plays the clip back at its original tempo. Otherwise, the clip would be automatically warped or time stretched to match the current set's tempo. Now, as we'll see, any time that we save an Ableton Live clip to our browser, special information such as tempo and warping information is actually saved along with the clip. Now, in addition to this raw option, we also have the feature to scrub through the track, and this will actually play back the audio at different points wherever we decide to click. The last browser tool that we are going to take a look at is the search bar. So we can access the search bar using the keyboard shortcut Command F or Control F, depending on whether you are on a Mac or a PC respectively. Alternatively, we can come to the top of the browser and click in the search bar to begin a search. So the search bar allows us to quickly find specific resources based on keywords that we type in, and each tab in the browser will actually display its search results when clicked. So we have piano typed in, and we can toggle through the different sounds. I don't think there will be any piano drums, but we have all these tabs available to us with specific presets matching the keyword that we have typed in. In addition to being able to search through each individual tab, anytime that we are commencing an actual search, we have a new tab you can see here called All Results. And this will show us all the results throughout each of the different tabs. So here we have some clips, and here we have some different instruments, and basically anything that you would find when toggling through each of these categories will be available to you in the All Results tab. So those are kind of the different tools that we have available to us in our browser when it comes to viewing and hearing our selected clips and samples. Now let's take a look at the different sections in the browser. So we have kind of three sections here. We have a collections section, a categories section, and a places section. Let's start with the collections. So collections are user-created libraries of your most used samples, clips, effects, and instruments. So basically any resource in Live that you use so often, you can put it in a collection and have quick access to it. So you can see here there are 7 different colors of collections, and you can rename them as you see fit with the keyboard shortcut shown on the screen now. And in order to add a resource to your collection, remember that there's 7 different colors, and so keys 1 through 7 on your computer keyboard will actually add that to the corresponding color. So 1 is red, 2 is orange, and so on. So all you have to do is click on the resource you want to add, and then click that corresponding number, and it will be added and taken away from the set. As you can see here, this little red icon is disappearing and showing every time that I hit the number 1. So those are user collections. Alternatively, you can choose to hide specific colors if you are not utilizing them. However, I recommend going in and organizing your samples so that you can have quick access to the things that you use most often. So now let's talk about the categories section. Now in the categories section, we have all these different tabs that are related to sounds, drums, and instruments of Ableton. Now this includes audio and MIDI effects as well. So basically any stock resource that Ableton comes with, or any resource that you download in an Ableton Live pack, will show up and be usable from these tabs here. So the sounds and instruments tabs are very similar. They are just organizing your resources in different ways. So in the Instruments tab, we have all the different instrument devices, and dropping them down will give you the different sounds that each instrument has to offer. Now alternatively, if you want to look at your Sounds tab, you have all the instruments organized by their specific sound. So it really depends on whether you're picky about which instrument that you want to use. That will dictate whether you use the Sounds tab or the Instruments tab. The Drums tab just has all the drum kits and drum samples that Ableton Live comes with. Here you can see in our drum hits section, we have different one-shot samples. And outside of our drum hits, we have all the different kits that we have downloaded and that Ableton comes with as stock. So moving on to our audio and MIDI effects, these are just the stock effects that Ableton comes with. And when we talk about effects that are native to Ableton Live, we will refer to them as devices. So these instruments are devices, these audio effects are devices, and these MIDI effects are devices. So if you ever wanted to load a stock device with no parameters set by the Ableton developers, you can simply drag and drop this empty preset. Alternatively, you can browse through the pre-made presets to find something that might work a little bit more for your application. So moving on to the Max for Live tab, we briefly discussed what Max for Live is, but in essence it lets you build your own effects and instruments to use directly from Ableton, and it honestly comes with quite a few made by the developers and users like yourself. So there's plenty of useful stuff in here. I would recommend browsing and finding the ones that you will use most often, and perhaps even saving them to your own collections folder. So here you'll see we have audio effects, instruments, and MIDI effects. Moving on to our plugins folder, these are third-party effects and instruments that we linked up in our preferences to show in Ableton, and they are actually usable within Ableton. So if we were to load one up, say this tremolo effect, you'll see that this is a third-party device. So let's go ahead and delete that. Our last two sections in the Categories tab are clips and samples. Now, clips and samples are very similar, however, they do have minute differences. So clips can store audio and MIDI alike, and they actually reference different instruments and different parameters that have already been set. So you'll see if we drag this clip right here, it will load a track, and on this track, it looks like we have an entire drum kit and a MIDI clip here. So on the other hand, when we refer to samples, we're referring to strictly audio clips. Now these audio clips will just be blank and load as default. So there will be no devices linked to it and so forth. So anytime if we were to save this audio clip, it would actually be saved with its current track settings as a new Ableton Live clip. So if I was, say, to drag this into my user library here, you'll see that we have created a clip icon and we are prompted to rename. So I'll just leave that with the default name. Now, clips can store MIDI and audio as we discussed, and they have linked devices and parameters to them. Whatever you have set up in the clip view will be retained anytime you save a sample as its own clip. So just like we have audio samples in Ableton, we are also able to import MIDI clips, and their icon will look a little something like this right here. Now I have this MIDI clip in my downloads folder because it was a bit hard for me to find any empty MIDI clips in Live. Usually they will be saved as actual Ableton Live clips and have parameters and devices already set up and connected to them. So the benefit to creating a new Ableton Live clip rather than just using the samples is that you can actually store multiple versions of the same sample. And what this means is that when we decide to save a new Ableton Live clip, say for example the one we just stored in our user library, the original sample that we used is still available to us, so we can create as many different versions and store them as Ableton Live clips as we want. So moving on to our places section, we already briefly discussed the user library, but let's start with packs. Packs in Ableton is something that I've already alluded to, and basically these are downloadable resources from the Ableton Live website that contain different samples and effects presets. So if we look in this breakbeats pack, you'll see that we have a ton of new Ableton Live clips available to us, as well as some samples and some drum kits. So these are just some of the different resources. And alternatively, if we look in this M for L Big 3, which stands for Max for Live, you'll see that we have new Max for Live presets available to us. So all the packs that I currently have downloaded are automatically organized into all of these categories folders, and I don't even have to worry about it, which means that I do not have to consistently come back to a specific pack in order to use that resource. So in the preferences, we took a look at how to enable available packs in the browser, and this means that we can simply download them as long as we have an internet connection directly from our browser, and all available packs that are linked to your account will be downloadable here. So let's move on to our user library. Now I already showed you that you can simply drag and drop things into this user library, and mainly what it's used for is for storing any kind of resource that you want to use in a future set. So basically you can store your own presets in here, and Ableton Live actually has a folder called presets. For all the different devices, you can simply save a preset. Now you can add new folders for organization and also choose to show specific files in the Finder if you're not sure where they are on your computer. So let's move on to the current project folder. Now the current project folder is empty right now because, as you can see, our set has not been saved yet. Anytime that you save a set, actual files will be stored within that set, and more so the project. So we haven't really discussed the difference between projects and sets because that is coming up in our file management video. However, for now, just consider that there is a difference. So sets in Ableton is what we're working in right now. This is a live set, and so it's kind of like a singular song. And a project in Ableton can store multiple sets within it, and it also stores different data related to each set. So you can think of a project as like an album and a set as a song within that album. It's recommended that you store similar sets in the same project because you'll actually be able to access them within any set within that project using this current project folder here. Now I know that was a mouthful, and we'll go in depth in the next video about file management. However, for now, just consider that the current project folder stores different information related to the sets within that project. So moving on to our next option here, it's actually to add a folder. And the reason I'm skipping over my downloads folder is because I actually used this add folder button to add my downloads in order to show you an example of a MIDI clip. So alternatively, if you have sample libraries that you would like to connect to Ableton, you can do that here simply by clicking the add folder button and navigating to that specific folder and then opening that folder. So to give a brief recap of the different resources that are available to you in the Ableton Live browser, we have different devices in terms of instruments, audio effects, and MIDI effects. We also have our third-party effects and instruments known as plugins, and we have Max for Live devices. Our next type of resource comes in the form of clips and samples. And remember that clips are just samples or MIDI clips that have been stored with certain data and devices linked to them, so that anytime we are to grab a new clip and load it in, it will have whatever was saved on that track available to us to use. So one other file that we have not discussed yet in Ableton is a groove file. And these groove files are actually like adding swing to clips, and they can be loaded into audio and MIDI clips alike, and they will affect the timing and volume information related to that clip. Alternatively, we can access our groove pool with this button here, and once a groove is loaded into our session, we can affect different things that relate to the timing as well as the velocity of the notes or audio clips that are currently playing. So we'll come back to grooves and I'll show you how to utilize them in a later video. For now, just consider that their file icon is this little wave inside of a box. So the final type of resources that we have available to us in our browser are actually the current sets or the current project files. Now, in the next section, we'll be discussing everything that occurs and everything that is saved when we happen to save a set. However, for now, consider that you can actually access individual tracks of any set that is stored within the current project. So if we were to have another set or song, as I like to think of them, within this project, we can actually navigate through the specific tracks that it has and decide to load one into our new project. So those are the different resources available to you within Ableton Live's browser. I highly recommend organizing them and utilizing your collections folders so that you can get quick access, because it is easy to download a lot of resources. However, once you have that massive library, it's very difficult to find and locate specific things that you want to use. So the more time you spend organizing your library, the more efficient you'll be in your productions. So now that we've discussed how the browser works and the different resources we can find within, let's actually load up some clips and explore the file management system within Ableton Live. So I'm going to go ahead and load up some stems here that I have. Okay. And just to quickly get all these in, I'm going to select all of them and just simply drag them to a new track. Now you'll see by default, all of these clips want to go on the same track. However, we can put them on their own tracks by holding the command button and releasing our click. So in the browser video, we briefly talked about the different file structures within Ableton, being projects and sets. And I told you to think of projects like an album and sets like the songs within each album. So to follow on that note, all sets in Ableton must be saved into their own project. If you decide to save a set where there is no project, Live will automatically create one with the same name as your set. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we can save a set by using the keyboard shortcut shown on the screen now, or alternatively going to File and then Save Live Set As. So here we'll be prompted to rename, and I'll just store this on my desktop as test. Looks good to me. We'll hit save. And so now you'll see up at the top here, our set is labeled as test, and then this bracketed option here also has the word test in it. Now this refers to the project that the current set is stored in. So let's go ahead and go back to our actual current project folder. Now I mentioned that you can browse through your sets and actually load up each individual track. So as we expand this test.als file, we'll see all the different tracks that are available to us, and alternatively a groove here that we had used in this session. We can confirm that by opening the groove pool, as I mentioned before. So this is actually a very useful feature. However, there's some problems with it. Now, the problems that rely with just saving your set is that all of these files that we actually imported are only referenced by the set. They aren't actually stored within the project itself. Now, this is a problem for a few reasons. The first of which is that if we were to move these files from their original location, remember I imported this DTR stems folder, if we were to move or rename any of these files, the files within our project would actually go missing. So let's go ahead and do that now just to give you an example, and we'll show you how to repair them. So I'm going to hit the save button, and now I'm actually going to exit out of this live set. So now that I've closed down the live set, let's actually navigate to the folder that we pulled those clips from. So here are all the clips that we are currently using in that set, and what I'm going to do right now is actually move one of them to the desktop. Let's move the bass to the desktop. So by clicking and dragging, I'll simply drop that on the desktop. And now what we have done is a big problem for Ableton. We have actually disconnected the linked clip. So let's go ahead and open Ableton back up and navigate to the project that, remember, we just saved with all of our new clips. So here we are in the set, and you'll immediately see that our bass file is offline, and we have this warning saying media files are missing. And we can click here to learn more. Now, if we were to click here, it would actually open up something called the File Manager, but I don't want to do that right now. So let's actually access the File Manager now from the File Manage Files option. Here we have a bit of a different screen where we can choose to manage our set, manage our project, or manage our user library independent of one another. So let's start with managing our set and actually repairing this missing file. So starting from the bottom, we'll actually talk about the external files pane. So as you can see here, our live set is actually referencing 10 files that are outside the project. And here at the bottom, we have the option to collect into the project. Now, this is the best practice, and we'll be coming back to collecting and saving our files, but just know we should probably repair our set before doing so. So here we have an option to locate our missing files and alternatively view all of the files within the project. So let's start with the view files option. So at the top of our view files, we have one of the referenced files are missing. Now remember that I said Ableton is only referencing the files from the specific folder that we pulled them from. So if we wanted to repair our missing file, what we would have to do is set up a search to search the correct folder that our file might be in. Now this can be quite tricky if you have completely lost track of the files. So if you remember, I simply just moved the bass stem into the desktop folder. So I'm actually going to set the folder to our desktop. We'll click open, and now if we click go, our files should automatically repair. So here we get this indicator that said one new candidate was found. One missing sample was replaced automatically. And so we'll go ahead and click OK, and now you'll see that our set is back to normal and our bass stem is actually repaired. Now this is simply because Ableton was able to find one replacement file. If it found 0 or multiple replacement files, then the file would actually not be replaced. And that's because only one can replace the original missing file. So if there were multiple files that Ableton Live found, you would actually have to go and select the specific one that you wanted Ableton to replace with. So you'll see here, now that our set is repaired, we actually have the option to replace files. And so all of the files listed here are all of the files within our set. You'll see DTR bass, DTR cuckoo add, DTR cuckoo double, and so on and so forth. Now this edit button here will actually open any external sample editor that you have linked in your preferences. Alternatively, this triangle drop-down will show you all the references of the actual clip being referenced. So as I clicked on this reference right here, you'll see that this track was actually highlighted. Alternatively, if I click on this track is highlighted, and so on and so forth. So a little bit more information can come from this location option here, and it says that all of these files are stored externally, which means that we are simply referencing the original sample. Now before we get into collecting and saving our project, we have one more option here, and this is actually known as a hot swap button. So if we were to click this, our browser would automatically open, and we can actually select a new clip to replace our base file with. So this is helpful if you wanted to simply replace the files in a set. And once we hit that hot swap button, we can simply select a sample to replace it with by double clicking on that specific resource. Now I don't want to do that right now, so I'm just going to exit out of the hot swap mode. Just consider that it can be done, and it's very efficient to use the file manager for this application. So one more parameter that might be available to you if you have missing files would be a magnifying glass right next to the hot swap button. And this will just prompt you again to locate the missing file. However, it would open the browser, and if you knew you could navigate to that file within the browser, it's recommended to use the magnifying glass option rather than the locate missing files from the automatic search. And that would be kind of more of a manual search where you're searching through the browser yourself, through the folders that you know, to find the clip that you need to repair. So that's kind of how you manage the files within a set. Now let's go back and check out how we manage the files in an actual project. You'll see that before we go back to the Manage Project option, our missing files are repaired and there are no current missing files. However, 11 files are still referenced from external folders. So we'll need to repair that. So let's take a look at the Manage Project option. So in our project test, you can see tons of different information related to all the files within the sets within the project. So think of that hierarchy. We start in the project and then we go to each set, and you'll see we have one live set within the project, and it's referencing 0 clips, 0 preset files. So you'll see under the missing files that we can actually view all of the missing files in all of the sets within a project from the project pane of the file manager. Just like we saw in managing our set, that we still have 11 files from elsewhere, and this is simply because we only have one set in our project, and as you saw before, we're referencing 11 files from external folders. Again, we have the option to collect these files into our project, so let's go ahead and do that now. So we'll click yes on this button, and then we'll click collect and save. So now that we've actually collected our files into our project, if we were to go back to our project folder, which is on the desktop, and we open this, you'll see that we have a few new folders to us. We have this samples folder, which contains all of our imported samples. And these are actual copies of the original samples that we used to import into our project. Now, alternatively, we have this backup folder, which means that every time you save the project by hitting your save keyboard shortcut or using the file option save, Live will actually create a new backup. And once this fills up with 10 different backups, it will start sending your oldest backup to the recycle bin. So our last folder here is actually all to do with Ableton project info, and this actually references any device settings that we currently have on our tracks, the number of tracks, and kind of things like that, just so that it can configure the project correctly once we load it up. So we took a look at missing files and external files. Alternatively, there are unused files, and so anytime you import a clip, collect and save that project, and then later decide that you don't need that clip in your current session and you delete it, Live will still hold the reference to that clip within the project. And if it sees that no sessions within the project are actually referencing that clip, it will give you an option to remove unused files here, but currently we're using all the files that are in our project. So an option that we kind of skimmed over is our project location, and this will actually tell you the directory that your project is currently in. So now we can close that. And finally, we have this packing option. Now selecting to create a pack will actually compress your entire project into a very small file that is helpful for sharing. So anyone that has Ableton Live, you can send them a compressed pack version of your project, and they can double click it to unzip it, and Ableton Live will automatically open it with all your current settings. So we've discussed the project file manager and the set file manager, and our last option here is to manage the user library. So if we click on that, you'll see a very similar layout to our project file manager. You'll see that we have the location. We can also check out the contents of the user library and all the different kind of files and resources within it. We can look at any missing files that maybe our user library has and any external files. So you'll see one file from a factory pack. We can choose to show that, and then the browser will bring this up. Now, if you remember in the browser video, this is the sample we actually saved as a new live clip in our user library. So it makes sense that that would be an external file. Now, alternatively, we can choose to collect this and save our user library just like an actual set. Now you'll see in our unused files tab that we have about 2 gigabytes in our entire user library that are not used by live sets within the user library. Now this makes sense because I personally do not store my projects and sessions within my user library. So we get this warning here that says, however, other projects or applications might use files from this project/folder. So this means that simply because there are no sets that reference our files that are in our user library within our user library, it does not mean that projects outside of this folder reference those clips. So this is important to consider also when you're managing your project, that sometimes you'll import clips from another project and then they will still be referencing the original project. However, within the original project file manager, the clips will be claimed as unused files. So be careful when you're deleting unused files that they aren't referenced by any other sessions. I know that sometimes I've been rearranging my projects folders, creating new ones, and adding different sets to them, and these sets will still be referencing old files within old projects. So before you go deleting unused files, just make sure that everything has been collected and saved into its current project. So this has been an overview of the file manager here in Ableton and kind of the hierarchy of file management as a whole. Remember that projects are like albums and sets are like songs within albums. The projects store important information related to each song. Also consider that when you are simply saving a project, it's not actually saving the clips into the current directory. What you have to do to copy those clips that Ableton is referencing is either go directly to the file manager or go to File, Collect All, and Save. And this will do the same thing but give you a few options. So all of these options pertain to the different types of files that Live might be referencing. You can see here we have files from other projects, the user library, factory packs, and of course other folders. So I recommend leaving all of these set to on. I know it might be a bit duplicitous, especially with factory packs, but you never know when you won't have a factory pack available to you and therefore will have missing files within your set. So I just choose to leave all these on, and it may add a bit of space to your projects depending on how many clips and tracks you have imported. However, I find it very worth it in the long run, as it will just eliminate the missing files error from ever occurring. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. I know that we've already done this in this video. However, Ableton will not copy duplicates when collecting and saving. So do this as many times as you feel comfortable, just to ensure that your imported clips are within the current project. So that is file management and how we get all of our clips within the current project so that we never have file management issues or missing files. Remember that organizing your sample library and doing things as simple as renaming your clips can affect the referenced tracks by Ableton. So it's important to always collect and save into the project so that you can go and freely manage your user library, renaming things as you wish without ever having to worry about reference errors. So now that you've suffered through the preferences and file management sections of Ableton, I think it's time we start making some music. So let's go ahead and open up a new live set. And we'll go ahead and save this in the current project on the desktop that we have already been working in. And we'll title this Drum Loop. So now that our set has been saved into a project, we can actually access again the current projects here, and you'll see our original test set that we were doing some file management business with earlier. So now let's start importing some drum hits and let's make a drum loop. So I'll navigate to my user library, and I have already set up a folder called tutorial samples with some of the different sounds I would like to use to create this drum loop. Now once we have some samples that we want to work with, I'm going to go ahead and import all of these at the same time. And remember, clicking and dragging will make them go on the same track. However, holding the command button will place them all on separate tracks. So we'll just make a 4-bar loop for now, and then we'll duplicate it at the end to make it a total of 8 bars. So now let's start rearranging these clips along the grid. Now in Ableton, all clips snap to the grid by default. We can temporarily disable the grid by holding the command key, or we can adjust the grid settings by right-clicking in open space. So here you'll see I have adaptive grid set up, and what that means is as I zoom in to the grid, new grid lines will appear. So the farther zoomed in I am, the more options I have in terms of the grid. Alternatively, there are fixed grid settings that you can set to always have a fixed grid. Here you'll see I set it to 4 bars, so actually we will only see our grid here on the end of the 4th bar. So I tend to prefer the adaptive grid on its narrow setting. I find that works quite well for me. So now what we can do is actually start dragging our clips along the grid to set them up just as we like them. We can duplicate clips using the command shown on the screen now, and that will just give us a copy of the currently selected clip. Now you have to be careful in what you select, because if we select this time portion as well as the clip, we're actually duplicating the time as well. So say our clip was off the grid a little bit and we decided to copy this whole portion here, the clip would still stay off the grid because we are copying in that time as well. So be careful to see what you have selected, and you can always tell by these little triangles at the beginning and end of a selection. You'll see they will move to whatever is actually selected. So here we actually cut off our clip a little bit because we're on the grid and the clip is off the grid. So you'll see that that part of the clip actually got cut off from our duplication. So always be aware of what you are actually selecting. Now, alternatively to duplicating clips, we can actually hold the Alt command, and that will give us a duplication that is click and draggable. So we click on a clip, hold Alt, and then we have a duplicated version of the clip to drag and drop wherever we want on the grid. So one last option we have is actually copying and pasting. So here I've copied this clip with the command shown on the screen now, and now I can paste it wherever my insert marker is. So now I can hit the paste command, which is shown on the screen now, and it will paste it to wherever my current insert marker is. Alright. So now let's go ahead and copy all of our clips here and arrange them in such a way that we have a fancy little drum loop for ourselves. Alright, so I've spent some time here arranging this little loop I have. I'll let you give it a listen. And then it just loops over. So what I'll do now is, by selecting the loop brace, actually, we have selected everything within our loop brace, and we can hit our duplicate function, and now we have an 8-bar loop. Now, I highly recommend that you be following along and making your own 8-bar loop right beside me. And the reason for this is it's simply proven that you learn more from doing an action rather than just watching someone else do it. So go ahead and create your own 8-bar loop now. Now remember that once you're done creating your drum loop, to collect all and save. And what that's going to do is put all of the files that we just loaded into our current project. So now that we've done that, we again don't have to worry about our sample library being organized or files being renamed and losing the references that we already have set up, because now our files are being referenced directly from our current project. And here in the project folder, we have a new folder called tutorial samples, and these are all the samples that we just loaded into our current set. So always be sure to collect all and save. That way we never have to worry about missing media files. Alright, so in the last video we left off after making our sweet drum loop. Now before we move on and discuss devices in this video, I'd actually like to clean up our session here. So we have a few different options when it comes to organizing tracks. The first of which is that we can recolor each individual track. So we can right click and select any color we want. And now if we want all of the clips on the track to match the track color, we can actually right click again and select this option to assign track color to clips. And that will actually color all the clips the same as the track. So let's go ahead and color our sets now. So now that we've got our tracks all colored the way that we want them, we can actually click and drag each track to reorganize them on the set. So I'm going to put like sounds next to each other. So now that that's done, we can actually start renaming. So to rename a track, use the keyboard shortcut shown on the screen now. So instead of actually hitting enter once we've finished renaming a track, we can actually use the tab key to cycle on to the next track and automatically prepare that track to be renamed. Now alternatively, if you wanted to go backwards to the previous track, you can hold the shift key and then press tab, and that will take you backwards. So now that our session is a bit more organized, let's discuss the different devices in Ableton Live. So in the previous browser video, we already touched on devices as being different instruments, audio effects, and MIDI effects. Now each of these effects and instruments actually have a drop down of presets that you can select from. If you were to drag this top preset here, that is actually the default preset. Now, in addition to having default presets, you can also save specific devices to load onto tracks automatically. So you'll see here, as I load in a new audio track, this audio track already has the utility device loaded onto it. In order to do this, you simply set up the audio or MIDI track exactly the way you like it, and then you click on that track and select Save as Default Audio Track. Now this actually works the same way for devices as well. We can save the current state of parameters as the default preset for whatever device we have selected. Now when it comes to devices on a track, all devices are actually loaded into the device view, and you can toggle that by using the Shift Tab key, and that will actually take you between the clip view and the device view. So if we have this clip selected here, we can now view that in the clip view. And if we press Shift Tab again, we are looking at the track's device view. So currently I just have a utility device on this track, and we can actually determine that this is the kick track in another way by looking down at the bottom right here. You can see that our tracks are actually labeled within the device view. So when it comes to the device view, we are going to be working from left to right. When you add more devices, you're creating a device chain. And let me grab another device just for an example. We'll actually just load another utility to use. So now we have two devices in our device chain, and if we take a look at the left and right of each device, we'll see different meters. Now these meters indicate input and output. So as I said before, the device view moves from left to right, which means that signal flows in through this first utility device, and the output of this utility device is actually the input of our second utility device. And you'll see here we also have an output for that second utility device. So each time we add a new device, the output of the last device in our chain becomes the input of the new device. I hope that's making sense. So let's actually rename this utility 2. Now, if we wanted to change the order of our devices, we can simply click and drag to a new spot, and you'll see this bar indicating that we would be dropping our second utility device before our first. So whenever I have a utility device loaded onto a track, I actually drag all my other devices before the utility. And what this means is that the final stage of processing in the device view will be this utility device. And so whatever changes I make here will be sent straight to the output of the track rather than to the input of a new processing unit such as an audio effect. So let's go ahead and delete utility device 2 right now. We can do this simply by selecting it and using the delete key on our keyboard. So all devices in Live, whether it be an instrument, an audio, or a MIDI effect, have some similar controls that they all share. The first control in the top left is the bypass function, and when we actually click that, it disables the device. So any audio will still flow through the track, but it will not be affected by this processing unit. So let's go ahead and turn that back on to enable it. Our next option over here on the right is the hot swap button, and you saw a little bit of what the hot swap button did in the file manager, and it works basically the same for all devices in Live. If we were to click this, our browser would instantly open to the utility presets, and by double clicking on one of them, we can actually select to choose that preset. So let's go back to the stock version and exit out of the hot swap mode. Now, next to the hot swap mode, we actually have an option to save this preset. So we can save our own presets of whatever parameters we currently have set in the device. Say I wanted to use these at a different stage in my production, I would simply hit the save button, and then Live would automatically open my user library and prompt me to rename this device. Oftentimes, the device view can become quite cluttered. Keep in mind that you can collapse devices you aren't currently working in to save some space. This is done by double-clicking on the name of the actual device. Now, in addition to these three controls found at the top of our devices, we usually also have a dry-wet knob. Now, the utility does not have this dry-wet knob, but let me grab a device that actually does. So we'll go into our audio effects, and let's select just, say, our echo device. So here on the bottom right, we have the dry wet knob. And what the dry wet knob does is it actually mixes a portion of the bypassed signal and the affected signal. So right now we have the signal from our track going in through the utility and out from the utility and then directly into this echo device. Now, when it enters the echo device, because we have a dry wet of 70%, we will be hearing 70% of the signal that is affected and 30% of the signal that is bypassed, actually, that does not pass through this echo effect whatsoever. So think of the dry wet knob just like a bypass parameter that lets you bypass a certain percentage of the signal going into that effect. Now, most effects in Ableton actually have this knob. As you can see here on the flanger, the dry wet is on the left side, so we can adjust that to taste as well. So all three of these parameters are always going to be on your devices, and most of the time you will also have a dry wet knob for your devices. So whether it be an instrument device, an audio effect device, or a MIDI effect device, almost all devices will have the bypass function, the hot swap, and the save function. So now let's move on and talk a bit more about audio effect devices. So now let's take a closer look at audio effect devices in Live. So we have a plethora of different audio effects here to choose from, and we'll start with, say, the drum bus. We'll click and drag an empty preset onto the kick track, and we'll drag this again before the utility device. So here we have a drum bus, and this device is actually meant to process, hopefully you guessed it by the name, drum tracks. So we have a master section here on the left, a section to process the highs in the middle, and a section to process the lows on the right hand side. Now on the right side we also have two different meters that will give us a bit more information and actually let us change the output level. In addition to these meters, we also have a dry wet slider here at the bottom. So let's go ahead and start processing this kick drum that we have. Let's go ahead and solo it so we can really hear the changes that we're making. So this drive knob here actually adds a little bit of distortion to our channel. Now let's actually process some of the high end of this kick drum. I always recommend pushing the parameters to the extreme level so that you can really hear what's going on and make decisions of whether or not you want to actually add in that setting. So remember that if we decide to bypass this device, we'll actually hear the completely dry signal. So let's go ahead and do that now and do a bit of a comparison to what we've come up with so far. Okay, let's add a little boom to the low end. So as you can hear, we have really crafted a different sound in a matter of seconds with this drum bus effect alone. So what I'm actually going to do is save this preset, and I'm going to call this Fat Kick Drum, or just Fat Kick for short. And now that's in my user library, and I can actually go back and pull this out anytime that I wanted in future sets and future projects alike. So in addition to just having these effects straight on the track, we can actually go ahead and use the dry-wet slider to blend the dry and wet signals so that the effects aren't so overbearing, but we still have that thickness that we're looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this down while I'm listening to playback. I think a setting of around 60 is what I'm going for. So now let's hear that back in context with the other parts of our drum kit. So I really like the texture that adds. Now let's take a look at maybe processing these two snare drums. So I think what we'll actually do here is go into our audio effects and use the EQ8 on both of these. Now, if you're not familiar with an equalizer, this effects unit is used to actually refine the timbre of whatever sound you have it set on. So here we have a frequency spectrum from around 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, and we can decide which frequencies are let through, which ones we cut, and which ones we boost. So we really have a lot of options with this parametric EQ. And the reason it's called a parametric EQ is because we have all these different parameters. We can choose different bands to use, which come in different styles and shapes. We can also choose the resonance or the Q, however you like to call it. We can also adjust the gain. Obviously, we would need to select a band pass. And now we can adjust the gain parameter, and most importantly, we can affect what frequency we're making these changes to. So let's go ahead and load up another EQ8 on this snare 2 channel. And my idea is kind of that we'll separate the frequencies between these two channels so that each snare drum kind of has its own job. So let's start with snare 1. So what I've actually decided to do here is kind of separate snare 2 and snare 1 right around the 1K mark here. Now remember, that's 1 kilohertz. And I've actually decided to take the mids of snare 1 and run with that, and then take the highs of snare 2 and kind of combine them in that way so that they're really working together to produce one sound rather than clashing their frequencies and fighting for space in the frequency spectrum. So I think that sounds much cleaner and much more crisp. Now let's take a look and see what we could do with these hi-hats. Now I think I'm going to add a flanger to these hi-hats. So this flanger on the hat is really adding some movement and a nice texture that I personally like. We can even tame the dry-wet just a little bit more to favor the dry signal. I kind of like that. Again, without the flanger, the hats just sound very dull, and the flanger kind of makes them sparkle a little bit more. So now that our hi-hats are kind of mixing in with the groove, let's see what we can do here with this percussion channel. So let's actually test out this amp plugin or device and see what it does. We have this on the percussion channel, and so let's go ahead and start by soloing that. So what I'm actually going to do is press the hot swap button, and I'm going to check out the different kind of presets that we have. Let's start with metallic. And just by double clicking, I can quickly toggle through all these presets. And then once I found one I like, I can hit the X button. So let's keep on searching here. Okay, I kind of like that key crunch one. So we'll hit the X, and now we have that choice locked in. Let's unsolo and see how that sounds in context. Alright, so I'm really liking what that does to it. Let's actually go ahead and add a little bit more movement to this percussion, and we'll use a delay plugin. So again, the order that we add these devices actually matters a lot. The fact that we added this delay after this amp device means that we're sending it through the amp first, and then we're delaying that signal. If we were to put the delay device before the amp device, then we would actually be sending each delayed signal to this amp. So really be methodical about how you place your devices in a chain, and consider what you are doing and what you are trying to accomplish with each position of that chain. So here I have my dry and wet set quite low on this delay channel, and I've actually initiated the ping pong parameter. Now this will actually send different delays between the left and right channels, so you hear a lot of movement. Now here you'll see I also lowered the feedback control, and that kind of controls how many delays there are. So if I were to set this up really high, you'll see we would keep delaying for quite a long time. But see, with a lower feedback, the delays die off much more quickly. So I'm kind of liking these settings that we have here. I'm going to move the percussion up underneath the hats, just so that we separate the tracks we have affected with the tracks that we actually haven't. So this crow effects track right here is really getting in the way of my other sounds now. With all the movement we already have, I think it's a bit overkill. So I'm just going to select this track and hit the delete button. And now let's listen to our loop. Alright, so I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out so far. So this was a pretty brief look at how to use audio effects. Now, there are so many audio effects in here. I believe there's 38 different ones to choose from. So just select a few, put them on a track, and start playing around with the different sounds that you can create. So go ahead and start applying some different audio effects to your drum loop and see what you can come up with. So before we move on to talking about MIDI and instrument devices, let's actually spend some time discussing different routing options that we have available to us in Ableton Live. So we'll head over to the mixer here just for a bit better view, and you can see if we toggle this input and output button, this section right here will appear and disappear. And this actually relates to inputs and outputs for each individual track. So here you can see audio from. If we were to change this to our external input device, you'll see that channel 1 right now is labeled guitar, but that's actually the channel that I'm using to record this voiceover with my microphone. So basically, if we want to record microphones or instruments, we would use audio coming from an external input device. Now, alternatively, we already have the signal on our kick track here coming from these clips, so we don't need any input. The input is already on the track. Now our second option here per track is actually audio too, and you'll see right now all of these tracks are sending their audio to the master bus. So this is where all the tracks are being combined and actually coming out of. Now alternatively, we can choose to send audio to any track that we actually have in our session. So you'll see here is snare 1, snare 2, and all the tracks that we are using right now. So each track kind of has its own individual controls for selecting the input and output. Now, how does signal flow from the mixer, the device view, and the clip view? Well, we actually start in the clip view. Now, the clip view pertains to whatever you have in your arrangement or whatever clips that you have in your session view. And by clicking on a specific clip, it will bring it up. So from the clip view, we have a few different parameters here that we will get into talking about during the clip view section. So for now, just consider that the signal starts from the clip view, from the actual clip. From the clip view, it actually goes directly to the device view. So this clip will play and then it will go through these devices. Remember that signal flows in the device view from left to right, and that the output of this drum bus, for instance, is the input of this utility device. So after running through all the devices in the device view, the signal is then sent to the mixer. And here on the mixer, you also have different controls for panning and volume of the track. And after running through these controls, the signal actually refers to the audio 2 setting. And so right now it's set to go to the master. So this track will go directly from the master. So again, the clip starts in the clip view, then it goes through the devices in the device view. And then from the device view, we end up at the mixer where the track is actually told where to send signal next via this audio 2 selector. Now when tracks are set to receive input from one another, we get some additional options. So let's set our kick to receive input from, let's just say, the snare channel. Here you can see we have a pre-effects, post-effects, and post-mixer option, and by default, post-mixer is always chosen. These options allow us to specify when in the routing process our signal is actually sent to the track. So when we choose pre-effects, we're designating the track to be sent signal before it is sent through the device view. So on this snare 1 channel, we will be bypassing the device view and sending the snare directly to the kick channel. Now post effects is the opposite of pre-effects. Instead, the signal is sent through the actual device view, however it is sent before actually reaching the mixer. Now our last option, post mixer, and the default option send signal after the device view and after the mixer. So remember how routing works? We start in the clip view, then we move through the devices in the device view, and finally we end up in the mixer. So these three options basically let you choose a specific place in that routing structure that we can send our signal from. Let's go ahead and set the input back to no input. So this is kind of the basic routing diagram that Ableton Live follows. Now, in addition to this basic concept of signal flow, there are a few different routing options that we have available to us. The first one is actually creating a new track and setting that up as an effects bus. Now, what this means is that we can send all these signals. So let's go ahead and select all of these drums, and we will expand this. Again, we can see the inputs and outputs from the arrangement view, and we'll actually decide to send all these tracks to the audio track that we just created. So now if you'll take a look, we don't hear anything, and that's actually because of our monitor options here, which we will discuss more in the mixer section. But for now, let's just arm this track and set it to auto. So now all of our signals are going directly to this audio track. And what we can do now is actually add our own devices to this audio track, and it will actually affect all the incoming signal. So all of these tracks will be affected by whatever device that we add to this bus that we just created. So let's go ahead and rename this effects bus. So another thing that we could actually do is record the signal coming in from this effects bus. So if we were to start recording right now, So what we actually just did was record the signal coming from all of these tracks going into this effects bus. Now this may seem like a kind of tedious process of adding an entire audio channel and then having to route each individual track to the necessary effects bus. So Live actually has a built-in feature called groups. And what we can do is we can select all of the tracks that we want in a group, and then we can press either Control or Command G, depending if you're on a PC or a Mac respectively. And what that will do is place all of these tracks in a group. So now that we've put all of these tracks in our group, it's just like having an effects bus, except it's a little bit better. So as you can see, all of these tracks are now sending audio to the group that we just created. And additionally, the group provides a little bit of organizational features for us in Ableton. So we can actually collapse the group, and there we have all our drums in a much more compact format. And we can open this group up anytime and start affecting the tracks within. So let's go ahead and rename this group to drums. And we'll also recolor it, let's say green. So now we have a drum group, and just like an effects bus, we can start applying different devices to this channel, and it will affect all the signals within the group. So this is a really quick and easy way to get an effects bus going without opening up a new audio track and routing all those signals to the said audio track. Now another cool routing feature in Ableton Live is a special type of track called a return track. So just like an audio and a MIDI track, we can right click where there's empty space and insert a new return track. And if we toggle this on to show, we can actually see that we've just created return A. Now this is kind of like having an effects bus track. However, you get independent control of which tracks you send. So not only do you get independent control, but you can choose how much of each track you decide to actually send to your return track. So let's go ahead and put a reverb on this return track. So right now, you'll see that no signal is coming into our return. And that's because we actually have to send signals to our return track. So you'll see here we have this little slider that is now an option to us in each individual track. If we open up this kick track, it has its own slider, and so on and so forth. So what we can go ahead and do is select specific tracks we'd like to send signal. And now these hi-hats are sending some signal to this reverb channel. So just to show you, I'm going to go ahead and send this whole drum track to the reverb channel. So now we're sending the entire drum group to the reverb signal. And you'll see if we disable this, we just lose some of that texture that we had previously. So what we're actually doing right now is processing in parallel. So not only are these dry tracks going straight to the master as is from this group channel, you can see we're sending it directly to the master, but we're also sending a portion of our group signal to this actual return track, and that is called processing in parallel. So we have one signal going to the master track, and then one signal going to this return track, and then from the return track, it's automatically being sent to the master track, and there, both of the signals are kind of mixing back together. So return tracks, again, are really helpful for saving CPU power in the sense that we only have to apply one effect, and we can go in and select any track to send a certain amount of signal. And that's the second reason why return tracks are so powerful, because you get to determine how much of that signal you want to send to be processed by the return track. Alright, so our last interesting routing technique that we have available to us is actually called resampling. So you'll see here I just loaded up a new audio track, and if we drop down this input chooser, we have a very special option called resampling. Now, what resampling does is it actually receives a signal from the master track. So what we can go ahead and do is solo and mute tracks as we see fit, and then determine what is being sent to this resampling track. So resampling is really meant for recording new clips. So let's go ahead and record a new clip that is actually receiving audio from this reverb return track and from all these drum tracks with their devices already baked in. So let's go ahead and record now. So you can see that we've actually gone ahead and recorded a brand new signal that has all of the drums, all of the reverb already baked into this one single track. So what I'm going to go ahead now and do is drag this clip into our user library, and we'll actually save it for another time. We'll go ahead and rename this drum clip. So resampling is really handy because all of these devices that we're currently using within these drum tracks, they all cost CPU processing power. And eventually, when we load up so many devices, we'll actually run out of CPU processing power, and our computer will likely crash or freeze, or something bad will happen. It will negatively affect the performance of our computer. So by using this technique of resampling, we're actually saving the sound that we have created with the different devices baked into it. So now if we wanted to, we can go ahead and delete this entire drum track or just turn it off completely, and we'll still have the same exact sound that we created. So keep in mind that each time we add a separate device to our session, that individual device is taking a part of the CPU pie. And basically what this means is that your CPU is having to work harder, and the more devices that we add, eventually we're going to run out of slices of pie for our computer to give. And that's when we'll really start to experience problems while producing. So in addition to the resampling technique, we actually have another technique called freezing and flattening tracks. Now, freezing and flattening tracks is a bit different from resampling. So what I'm going to do is delete this resampling track, and let's go ahead and check out our drums. Now, on this kick track, we have this fat kick preset for our drum bus. Now, if we were to right click, we have this option to freeze the track. And when we click on that, what that will do is actually render our track in real time. However, it will still give us the option to unfreeze the track to go back. So while our track is frozen, we actually can't adjust any of the parameters within the clip view. We can still adjust parameters on the mixer, but we cannot change parameters of the devices. And that's because the devices are actually rendered by Ableton when we freeze a track. So when we decide to actually render our devices, this means that Ableton is no longer processing that effect real time. So it actually saves a considerable amount of CPU usage, and we can always go back and unfreeze the track. Now, once a track is frozen, we have a separate option seen here as flatten. Now, if we were to flatten that track, we would actually lose all the processing data that we originally have. So I'm going to click this now, for example, and you'll see that now our devices within the track are actually gone. So this has taken the freeze track and actually rendered it into audio, and now we can adjust the audio that is a result of rendering that frozen track. So freezing a track and flattening a track are two different things, but they're kind of one and the same. Personally, I prefer to only freeze my tracks, and wait to flatten until the very end, or even not flatten them at all. And this allows me to always be able to unfreeze the track and go back and adjust those device parameters. You'll see because we've flattened this track, we cannot go back. We cannot unfreeze it. We cannot do anything of the sort. Instead, we're locked into the decisions that we made when we decided to flatten the track. So limiting your CPU usage with these techniques is highly recommended because this will keep your computer happy and running strongly throughout all phases of the production. I highly recommend experimenting with freezing tracks and always be cautious when flattening them because you can never go back once they are flattened. So this has been the different routing options available to us in Ableton Live and a few techniques on how to save your computer's most valuable resource. So now let's head over to the session view and talk a bit about Ableton Live's mixer. Let's set all of these options to show for now, and we'll go over each individually. Starting from the top of each individual track, we have the input and output sections, as we already discussed in the routing chapter. If we take a look at group tracks, which is like the master effects bus, we can see that we do not have any audio from option. This is because this is automatically determined by Ableton to be whatever tracks are within the group. And the same thing goes for any return tracks. We do not have any audio from option because that is already baked into the sends that we have here. So moving on to the sends. Every time we decide to insert a new return track, you'll see that we get a new send knob. And this allows us to send portions of each track to the actual return track. Let's go ahead and delete that, what we just added. So below our send knobs, we actually have a fader for each track, a pan knob, a mute button, and a solo button. So the fader will adjust the track's level, and remember signal routing, that after the device chain, this is actually the level of signal we will be sending to the master or wherever our audio to option says that this track will be sending audio to. The pan knob on the mixer is self-explanatory and will just move the track to either the left or the right side of the stereo field. The mute option will bypass the entire track and essentially mute that entire track. This is called the track activator, but it is essentially just a mute button. The solo button on each track simply solos that track and mutes all the others. Beneath the main mixer controls, we have this track delay option. If you currently can't see your track delay, simply go over to the far right and click this D button, and this will actually enable and disable the view for the track delay. Now the track delay offsets the timing of this track relative to the other tracks in the session. So not only is this a great tool for setting up multi-mic recordings and making sure that you're in phase, but you can also use this track delay option creatively to adjust the timing of entire tracks in your session all in one go. This means that you will not have to slide clips along the grid manually, and you can simply select an either negative or positive millisecond value. Now beneath the track delay, we actually have options for a crossfader, and each track can either be set to channel A, channel B, or no channel. Tracks that are not set to a specific channel will actually just play regardless of which one is selected. So we can select either channel A or channel B after setting up all our individual tracks over here on the master channel. You'll see that as we drag to the left, this is crossfading to the A channel, and this is using the B channel here on the right. So essentially you can fade between different mixes of both channels that you have set up. This is just a really traditional and basic DJ style crossfader, and it is actually not available to you in the arrangement view like all the other parameters are. As we can see here, we have track delay, the solo switch, the mute or activator button. Here we have our sends. They're a little bit less appealing as they're not a knob and simply a slider box. We also have our panning function, and we have our volume control. Now, going back to the session view, if we were to actually set up an input, say external input, we have these different options available to us known as the monitor controls. Now, the monitor options determine how a track will respond when an active input is actually set to record. So right now I'm set up to record the first channel of my audio interface, which is where my microphone signal is going. So that is why we have our monitor options available to us on this track. As you can see on all of our other tracks, we have audio coming from no input, so we do not have any monitor controls. However, if we were to set up an input, these monitor controls would immediately become available to us. So there are 3 different monitor controls, and they are actually strongly related to the record arm button. You'll see also, because I set up an input on this track, we now have the option to record, and that's why we have this record arm option available to us. So as long as the record arm option is actually set to on, Ableton will record. However, these monitor options are simply related to what we will hear while there is an active input. So right now our monitor is set to off, so we won't hear anything. If we were to set it to auto and we were to turn the record arm button on, we would actually be able to hear ourselves talking through the microphone in Ableton Live. And so if we had an instrument, for example, plugged into our audio interface, and we set monitor to auto, and then we turned on the record arm button, we would be able to hear ourselves playing that instrument. Now, for the in option, the record arm button actually doesn't matter, and you will be able to hear yourself regardless. So auto mode strongly relates to the record arm option, and you'll see that once we hit the record arm button, it reacts like the in function. Now, the last thing that I want to talk about in regards to the mixer is actually the Q channel. So we've briefly discussed the Q channel as setting the level for what we hear when we're toggling clips within our browser, but it can actually do much more than this. So by default, the Q channel is set up to receive signal from the browser as well as the metronome. So any click track that we decide to play will actually go through this Q channel. And if you look here on the master channel, we have an additional routing option specifically for this Q channel. So if we were to go ahead and set the Q output to a different output than the master output, we would actually have another option available to us with this Q channel. What we could do is we can toggle this solo button. When we click it and turn it to Q on the master channel, we actually have a Q option available to us for all individual tracks. So now we can actually click on specific tracks and decide what we want to send to our Q channel. And this is most helpful in a DJ setting if, say, we were sending output of our master channel to a separate output than what we were actually listening to. And so this would actually give us the option to preview sounds before actually entering them into the mix. Any channel that you set to Q will actually be sent to the Q output. Now, it doesn't matter if this track is muted or not, the result will still be the same. You will still be receiving signal to the Q output. This mute option is mainly for the master channel. So if we were to mute this and still have the Q option on, we would still receive this snare 1 channel in the Q channel, but we would not receive it in the master channel. And so this would actually allow us to preview the sound and then fade it into our mix nice and easily. Another useful application for this cue channel would be to set up any musicians that you are recording with a separate cue channel. And so basically, you as the engineer would be listening to the master channel, and then you would just simply send specific tracks to this cue channel, and they would also have the metronome available to them if you were to toggle that on. So again, the cue channel kind of acts like a separate master channel. Now, in order to access these additional options, you have to send the cue output to a different output than the master. You'll see as I set them back to regular, we no longer have the cue channel option, and this simply just becomes a volume fader for our metronome and our browser. So this has been an overview of the mixer in Ableton Live, and alternatively from the session view, remember that you also have all these controls available to you within the arrangement view, other than the crossfader. The crossfader is not available to you in the arrangement view. So although the arrangement view is a bit less inviting than the session view's traditional mixer layout, you can still accomplish all the same tasks from the arrangement view. Now let's talk about the different MIDI devices that we actually have available to us in Live. Now back in the browser, you'll remember that we have MIDI instruments and MIDI effects. So let's start with MIDI instruments. So MIDI instruments take incoming MIDI data in the form of notes and velocity, and it actually transforms this note and velocity data into actual audio. So if we were to actually load up an empty MIDI track here, if we go to the device view here, you can see that it's asking us to drop an instrument here. Now remember that I like to put a utility device on every single one of my tracks, so this does not exclude MIDI tracks, and the reason that I have an actual audio effect on a MIDI track is because once we pass MIDI data through an instrument, the instrument actually transforms this MIDI data into audio signal. And so because signal flows from left to right in the device view, once a MIDI device actually converts the MIDI data to audio, we are free to put as many audio effects as we want after the device. However, if we were to go to our audio effects and try to put one before the device, we simply couldn't. We would have to put an instrument there first. So MIDI effects actually manipulate the MIDI data. They have nothing to do with audio, and for that reason, we actually cannot put them on audio tracks because they simply would not do anything. These MIDI effects are meant to manipulate the MIDI notes and perhaps the MIDI velocities that are sent to our instruments before they are converted into audio. So if we were to take this chord MIDI effect, for example, we could not put it after an audio effect because we have to put it before an actual instrument. So if you remember signal flowing from left to right, we have MIDI data coming in through the left, and then we're waiting for an instrument here, and once we get that instrument, our MIDI data will be turned into audio. So you may notice also that the MIDI meters also look a bit different. You can see here that we have dots instead of the regular left and right meter channels as we're used to. So if I were to go ahead and actually arm this track and start playing my computer keyboard, you can see that these dots are lighting up. However, no audio is coming out because we don't have anything to convert this incoming MIDI data to audio yet. So that is where MIDI instrument devices come into play. They are the converters. They take this incoming MIDI data and turn it into audio that we can hear. And another thing is the reason I'm able to actually play MIDI notes from my computer keyboard is because up here at the control bar, I have enabled my computer keyboard to be used as a MIDI keyboard. So let's go ahead and actually find a good MIDI instrument to use. I'm just going to type in piano and we'll see what's under the wavetable. That'll do. So now I can drag this into this instrument slot here. And you'll see that if I collapse the instrument, so now our actual instrument is converting MIDI data into audio. And so you'll see that the output of this instrument is audio and that the input is a MIDI signal. So let's go ahead and add a few more MIDI effects to this instrument. So there are not as many MIDI effects as there are audio effects, but the MIDI effects within Live are quite powerful. I'm actually going to hot swap this chord preset for something like, let's try this major chord. And in addition to having this major chord MIDI effect, I'm also going to use a scale effect. And we'll use like a C minor scale, and then we'll turn the bass to G. So now we have these G minor scale. So if we actually take a look at this device chain, we can break down exactly what is going on here. We're starting with an incoming MIDI note, and right now you can see that we are receiving input from our computer keyboard. So basically the MIDI notes are coming from the computer keyboard. So our MIDI input comes in through this major chord, and I'm only playing one note on my computer keyboard. However, it's shifting the note up 4 steps and then up 7 more steps. So this is actually creating a chord from the one note we played. Basically, we're giving this MIDI effect one note and it's outputting 3 notes. So from this major chord, the 3 notes are sent directly to this C minor scale effect. And this effect basically only allows you to play certain notes that you have selected, and you can toggle them on or off. So this ensures that we're always playing in a specific key. No matter what note we hit, it's going to default to one of the selected notes and leave out all the rest. And so this MIDI instrument is actually taking in MIDI data. You can see its input right here is the shared output of the C minor MIDI effect, and it's outputting an audio signal. You can see that here. So it's actually real time converting the signal to audio. Now, as you can see, this is super intensive on our CPU usage, and our CPU is super unhappy. So keep in mind that MIDI effects and MIDI devices are pretty heavy on your CPU and your processing power. So our computer is actually struggling pretty bad to keep up with this MIDI effect. As you can see, we're getting a lot of clipping and a little bit of distortion. So I'm going to hot swap this wavetable effect for maybe something more simple. We'll see what we have here. So our computer is a bit more happy not having to use that huge wavetable device. So you can see that some MIDI devices in Live are very intense. There are a lot of parameters and options available to you to design your own custom sounds. So now that our computer is a bit more happy, let's try recording a little chord progression to add to our composition so far. So let's go ahead and duplicate what we just recorded, and if we double click on this clip, we can see the exact notes that we actually recorded. So you can see here that I'm only pressing one key, however Ableton is outputting a chord, and that is, remember, if we go back to our chain right here, we have this major chord preset. So let's go ahead and toggle these on and off as we go. So this just goes to show you how MIDI effects work. This MIDI effect is taking the incoming MIDI data and actually shifting its notes and duplicating its notes and then sending it off to this instrument effect. So now that we're actually converting MIDI data to audio using this instrument device here, let's actually add another audio effect to the chain. So let's try out a chorus and see how that works. And let's go ahead and rename this chords track. And we will also send some of this to our reverb send. So now we have a basic chord progression to follow along with our drums. And we only had to use one note to play this entire progression. Now remember that we already had to switch out the instrument that we're using because we were running into processor limitations. So always be watching this indicator here at the top right to see exactly how much CPU processing power you're actually using. You can see as we started to jump into the 50 and 60%, we really started to encounter some heavy distortion and clipping within our tracks, and we definitely don't want that. So remember the different techniques that we've actually gone over, such as resampling and freezing a track. Now we also have these options available to us on MIDI tracks, so I'm actually going to go ahead and freeze this track just so that we're saving a bit of processing power. And see, we're still getting the same sound, but now we have additional processing power to perhaps add more instruments. So let's add a bass line actually to this composition because it feels a bit empty in the low end. Now because MIDI is actually just a compilation of data, we can actually copy MIDI clips onto different MIDI tracks so that different instruments can play the same notes at the same velocity. So what I've done is actually just copied our composition from the piano track onto this bass track, and we'll actually double click it and we can make some changes here in the MIDI editor. Now we'll be coming back to the MIDI editor to see exactly how to use it, but for now I'm just going to transpose this a little bit. So I'm pretty happy with how the bass is sounding right now. Maybe we'll actually go ahead and add an audio effect here, and let's add an amp maybe. Let's see if there's any presets. Here we go, bass roundup. We'll try that out and see how it sounds. Alright, so I kind of like how that's sounding. Let's go ahead and actually freeze this bass track as well, just to save some processing power. So we've taken a look at some of the different MIDI devices and effects that Ableton Live has to offer, and we've made a pretty sweet chord progression and a nice little bass progression with basically very little effort. Like I said, we were only playing one note, and then we left it to our MIDI effects to actually do the hard work of converting that singular note into different chords and making sure that they were in a specific scale. So that's pretty much all there is to MIDI devices. Now, like I said, remember that MIDI instruments convert this MIDI data into audio data, and so that after an instrument, we can add actual audio effects to manipulate the outcoming signal. So also remember that MIDI effects simply manipulate MIDI data. And that's pretty much all there is to it. You cannot put MIDI effects on audio tracks because there is no MIDI data on an audio track for that MIDI effect to manipulate. So we've implemented some new chords and a new bass line into our track. Now let's go ahead and actually collect all and save. And I will see you guys in the next one. Thank you for joining me. Alright, so now let's take a more in-depth look at the arrangement view. Now, the arrangement view is most commonly known for its original, or should I say, classic timeline layout. Here we have a timeline up at the top, and we place clips along that timeline to play back over time. So it's a more traditional layout, and this is where we'll actually be exporting our tracks from. So if you're working in the session view, which we're going to take a look at in the next series of videos, you would actually record your clip launching performance into the arrangement view and then export from the actual arrangement view. So the arrangement view is actually meant to organize your tracks and clips over a timeline. Now we've already seen how to rename our tracks and recolor them, and we've been dragging them around a bit to different positions. Now not only can we color code and rename each individual track, but we can actually do this for each individual clip within the track. So just like a track, use the keyboard shortcut command shown on the screen now, and we will actually be able to rename this clip entirely. So you can see I just renamed this little kick clip kick. Now it's kind of tedious having all these small clips. If we wanted to say duplicate this selection, we would have to highlight all of these and drag them over. It would be much more easy if we could just consolidate all of these clips into their own selection. And in Ableton, we actually can do this. So what you do is you highlight the clips that you want to consolidate, and then you use the keyboard shortcut shown on the screen now. And so now we have one entire clip with all the information that we had highlighted. So I'm going to go ahead and do this for all the tracks in our drum rack here so that it's much easier to click and drag these around. So you can see I highlighted multiple clips at the same time, and they were all able to consolidate. So now let's go ahead and rename all of our clips. So I'm actually going to do the same thing and consolidate these piano and bass tracks. And we'll rename these as well. And alternatively, we can actually go ahead and recolor these tracks as well because we did not get the chance to do that. So now that our clips are all laid out and consolidated, they're a bit easier to work with. So now we can start planning our arrangement exactly how we want it. Now Live gives us a few different tools, and the one that I find most useful is the locator tool. So locators in Ableton Live are very useful, and if we come up here in between the grid and the start of the timeline, we can actually right click and choose to add a locator. So when we do this, we're prompted to rename, and we'll call this chorus. So locators in Ableton Live just act as a helpful guide, and they work in tandem with the grid so that we know that different sections come in different times. And now alternatively, we can double click our locators to start playback from a specific locator. Now once you have a locator set, it's not anchored to this position, meaning that we can actually drag it along the timeline. And remember that if you're using the adaptive grid setting, you'll have more options to click and drag as you zoom in, or more subdivisions of beats. Now, if there are multiple locators, we can utilize the locator navigation tools found above the tracks right here. The Set button will create a new locator at the location of the cursor, and the arrow keys will actually cycle through the different locators that we have, selecting them and placing the actual cursor accordingly. Not only will the arrow keys allow you to cycle through the different locators, but it will also take you to the beginning and the end of your track respectively. In addition to being able to set locators, when you have a locator selected, the Set button will actually turn into a Delete button and allow you to delete the selected locator. So in addition to locators, we also have a time signature change. Now, if you wanted to actually automate your time signature to change throughout your song, then you could do this here by simply inserting that change exactly where you wanted it. And by right-clicking, we can edit this time signature and put in a very specific time signature that we want, say like 5/8. Now, in Ableton, impossible time signatures are made possible, and the software actually uses a tool known as fragmentary bars to do this. So if you are using a quote-unquote impossible time signature change, then you'll actually have a hash region here, and that will indicate that you have a fragmentary bar going on. And Ableton Live, without getting into too much theory, will just do some things to make that illegal bar legal in the sense of music theory. So navigation in the arrangement view is pretty straightforward. On your computer keyboard, you can use the plus and minus keys to zoom in and out respectively. Now, a bit quicker way that I've found is coming up here to this time ruler and clicking and dragging. And we actually have something right here called the clip overview. So we can turn it off and on using the keyboard shortcut shown on the screen, and it's quite useful actually. It gives you pretty much a layout of your clips, so you can see all the different colored clips we have here and their arrangement on the grid. Now, because they're all following kind of the same structure, just one little clip along this line of 8 bars, you can see we don't have much variation going on. Drag down to zoom in and drag up to zoom out, and we can also move from left to right to move along the grid from left to right. In addition to the clip overview, to the right over here we have some helpful commands. The height and width command. Now what these will actually do is show all your tracks in a specific way. So if you wanted to see all of them expanded, you would use the height command, and it would do its best to show you all the tracks on one screen. Now if you have many tracks, obviously you're not going to be able to fit them all, but Live will do its best. The width command, on the other hand, actually zooms into the clips to fit them from left to right on your screen. So these are pretty helpful, and they're very quick to access and click. Now, as you can see, we do have all of these tracks grouped into our drum group, and once we have that closed off, we can no longer access individual clips. However, we can still use commands to say duplicate our selection. So right there, I just selected all the clips within the drum rack and pressed the duplicate command to duplicate them to the next section. Alternatively, we could delete portions of the clips, and so on and so forth. So keep in mind that when groups are not expanded, you're actually affecting all of the clips within the group. Now, alternatively, when the group is expanded, we can simply select up here in that group track, and we will be doing the same thing. We will be selecting all of the tracks within that group. So if you ever get lost and don't know what you have selected, it's easy to refer down here to this bottom pane, and you'll see that it tells us a bit about our actual time selection. It tells us the start and end bars and also the length in bars. And it's also good because it tells us the duration in seconds and minutes. So if we were to select this whole loop, we could see that we have a duration of about 17.5 seconds for this entire loop to play. It's 8 bars. We start at beat 1 and end at beat 9. So it just gives you some helpful information if you're lost and you don't really know what you have selected. Now, alternatively, in the right-hand side, this drums indicator will tell us that we're working in the drums group. If I were to click the snare, you'd see it would change the snare, and we can also toggle this to open the device view and clip view respectively. So now that we know how to use locators, we can really start to lay out our track. So I'm going to start putting different locators in different positions, and then we'll start moving our clips around to actually make some sort of composition here with some variations and change. So let's go ahead and do that now. Alright, so I've created a pretty simple arrangement here, and what I've done is I've actually omitted some clips from parts, and I've actually brought them back in other parts, as you can see here. And by using the locators, it's really easy to jump around our selection and play different parts of our actual composition, and it's very easy to identify what I want that composition to later become. So here I have guitar solo, so I know that I need to add a guitar solo into this part, this ending part of my composition. So here's what I was able to come up with so far in just a matter of seconds. Now, what really made it easy was that we actually consolidated our smaller clips into larger clips, and that makes it much easier to duplicate them and manipulate them as so. So we've laid out a pretty simple composition here, and in the next video we're going to take a look at different clip editing tools that we can use to add even more variation into our composition. So now that we've laid out our composition in the arrangement view, let's take a look at some different clip editing functions that are available to us within the actual arrangement view. So we'll start off with something called time commands. And with time commands, we can actually select a portion of time. Now, it doesn't matter if that time has clips within it. Live will edit it as time alone. So basically, this is like a global arrangement editing function. And so if we come up here to the create option, we have an option to insert silence, and that will actually insert empty space wherever we have our cursor set up or our selection set up. And so in addition to inserting silence, we can make another selection, come up to the edit page this time, and select duplicate time. And you'll see that these clips over here to the right have shifted and maintained that silence that we added in between. So we can think of time commands like ripple editing. Basically, whatever you do will affect the other clips relatively to your time selection. So our last option here is to delete time, and you'll see we deleted that silence that we added previously. Now, in addition to these timeline edits, we also have individual clip edits that we can accomplish. So the first that I'll be going over is warping. And if you hover over the side of your clip, you'll see this little rectangle. If you additionally hold shift, you'll see a triangle within that rectangle selector. And what this means is that we can now warp our clip along the grid, or basically time stretch it. Now we'll be going over advanced warping functions in the future, but for now just consider that this is a possibility from the arrangement view, and it will actually snap to the grid. So remember, if you're using an adaptive grid, the more you zoom in, the more options or subdivisions you will actually have. So that's warping in the arrangement view. Remember to hover over the side of a clip, hold shift until you see the triangle, and then you can simply click and drag to time stretch that clip. Now, if warping isn't enabled on that clip, obviously you will not have the option to warp it in the arrangement view, or in any view whatsoever. You would first need to enable warping on a clip per clip basis. So in addition to warping or time stretching, if we were not to hold shift and simply click and drag, you'll see that we are affecting the length of the clip. So let's go ahead and make that half the size here. Another tool that we have available to us in the arrangement view is actually slipping clips, and this allows you to actually change the contents within a clip. So by holding down the key command shown on the screen now, we can actually turn our cursor into this little hand here, and this will allow us to click and drag the inner contents of the clip to have different portions of the clip playing. So now let's actually go ahead and rename this Kick Pattern 2, because now we have an entirely different pattern playing. So this is a really quick and dirty way to get variations throughout your clips. And we'll actually go ahead and consolidate these two after duplicating them. So now we have an entirely new pattern, this kick 2 pattern. And I think I'm actually going to click and drag this pattern just to a few different parts within the grid so that we have a bit of variation. I think this will be my chorus kick. So that is actually referred to as slipping clips, because if you think about it, we're slipping the contents within a clip either to the left or the right. So the last kind of clip editing function that we have available to us today is actually splitting clips, and there's a few ways to do this. The first is that we can line up our insert marker and use the keyboard shortcut shown on the screen, and this will actually split the clip for us. Now there's an even quicker way to do this, and that is to take the selection that we want to split and simply click and drag, and this will automatically cut the clip where we have selected it and allow us a new clip to click and drag wherever we want. And so this is always available to us, and it's just really easy and quick to navigate in this kind of way. We can also choose a selection to split the in point and out point of our selection. So you'll see using that keyboard shortcut gives us a nice new clip within our original. But personally, I find the quickest way is just to make a selection and then click and drag that selection. So let's go ahead and put this clip back together using the consolidate function shown on the screen now. And let's go ahead and split up this kick pattern and start adjusting its contents. Alright, now let's consolidate this clip that we've just split up and duplicate it to the next region. So now we've kind of made a kick 3 pattern, and we can again consolidate and now rename this kick 3. So in Ableton, clip editing can become really fast, and we can actually create many different variations of a singular clip in a very timely manner. So let's actually go ahead and drag our kick 3 to the start of our verses. And now we have a new pattern of kicks playing, and that's going to add a lot of diversity and variation to the composition that we previously had as a very stagnant one. So what we can actually do is go into each individual track and select a specific clip on there and start making different variations. So use the editing commands that we've gone over, including the time commands to adjust your composition, and then edit individual clips and see how many variations that you can come up with. Alright, so now that we've spent some time in the arrangement view, seeing the different things that we can accomplish here, it's only fair that we go on over to the session view and talk about that now. So in order to access the session view, you have two options. You can either use the tab keyboard shortcut by just hitting the tab key, or you can use these three little lines right here. And as you can see, horizontal lines mean the arrangement, and vertical lines refer to the session and kind of our mixer view. So the session is really a creative workspace, and it's meant for creating quick compositions and even doing live performances of clip launching. Now to start it off, I'm just going to create an entirely new set. Now alternatively to this, you can simply drag in the clips you have created here directly into the session view, and then they'll be loaded in there. Now the reason why our tracks are empty right now in the session view is because the clips in the arrangement and the clips in the session view are independent from one another. That means that even if they're duplicate clips, they are still independent from one another and they are not the same thing. So here we are in our new live set, and I'm actually going to save this set into the current project that we've been working in. So I believe that's on the desktop as test project, and we'll title this session view. So now that I've saved the set into the same project as the previous project that we were actually working in, I can actually come into the browser now, and under the current project folder, I will have access to all those clips that we've been working with so far. So I'm going to go ahead and select these 3 tracks and drag and drop them straight into the session view. And now we have all those clips available to us that we were previously working with. So like I said, clips in the arrangement and the session view are independent from one another. So what we're actually going to have to do to get some clips into our session is drag them from the arrangement view. So I'm going to go to this spot where everything is playing at once, and I'm just going to click and drag these straight to the session view. And you can see that they automatically line up onto their specific tracks. Now alternatively, we could put them on different tracks, but let's just keep it simple for now. Now when we have a row of clips like this that we have here, we actually have something called a scene. And over on this master fader, or this master mixer, you can see we have different options for controlling our scenes. You can see right here it's labeled 1, and we have this little play icon. If we were to play this, then all the clips within the scene would be launched at the same time. So let's go ahead and launch this scene now. Now if we ever wanted to stop a scene entirely, we can stop the entire scene on, again, the master fader using this stop all button. Now you can see as I click this stop all button, it triggers the independent stop buttons on each track. So each track in our session can be playing one clip at a time. And if you just wanted to stop that track's clip from playing, you can use this stop button located on each individual track. Now additionally, you have clip launch buttons for singular groups, and you have clip stop buttons for singular groups. That means that multiple tracks within the group can be launched and stopped together. So scenes can actually be duplicated, and they can also be clicked and dragged to new locations. So if we were to rename this to number 2, you can see that we're dragging it up and down. Now alternatively to this, we can also duplicate clips and drag them into an empty scene, and that will again create a whole new scene on itself. Now one more way to create a scene would actually be if we were launching a specific pattern of clips, and we like that pattern, we can right click on the master and select capture and insert scene. And this will actually capture a new scene with all of the currently playing clips. Now scenes can be renamed in pretty interesting and useful ways. So if we were to include the tempo and the time signature information into the name of our scene, that would actually change the tempo and time signature when that specific scene is launched. So let me give you an example of that now. Let's rename this third scene to 3-4, and then we have to separate it with like a comma or a period or really any key. And then we can insert, let's say, 95, and then once you have the beats per minute, you have to follow it with either a capitalized BPM or a lowercase BPM letters. So now let's hit enter, and if we were to launch this clip, you'll see already it has a little blue indicator, meaning that it's kind of a more special scene. So let's go ahead and launch it now. Now if we take a look up at our control bar, we're now in 3/4 time with a tempo of 95 instead of our original 110 beats per minute that we were at. Now it's important to keep in mind that if your other scenes don't have tempo and time signature information, they will keep on playing whatever the previous tempo and time signature was. So right now I'm locked into this 3/4 95 beats per minute setting. So let's go ahead and delete this scene with the special name, and let's reset our global parameters. So clips in the session view are just like clips in the arrangement view. They store MIDI and audio data that can be played back. Now like I said, only one clip per track can be playing at any given time. So if I were to launch this tambourine clip and I tried to launch this other one, it would stop launching the first in order to launch the second. Now when we decide to actually launch and stop clips, they follow a certain quantization setting. Now each clip has its own quantization setting, but by default they are set to follow the master quantization setting, which can be changed here in the control bar. So right now we have it set to 1 bar. So I can actually choose to launch this clip and it will start on the closest bar, and then when I choose to stop this clip, it will stop on the closest bar relative to when I actually clicked the stop or launch buttons. So anytime we launch a clip, we are actually able to see a progress bar related to the specific clip that we launched. And this progress bar gives us a bit of information. Right now, because the clip is not set to loop, it will tell us how long we have until the clip actually ends its cycle. So you'll see now the clip is over. Now alternatively, if we were to double click this clip, we could set it to loop. And we'll be coming back to the clip view for an in-depth explanation. But for now, just consider we can set each clip to loop. And once we do that, if we were to go ahead and launch the clip once more, we now are introduced to kind of like a pie chart. On the left side, we have information about how many times this clip has looped over. And on the right side, we have information about how long the actual clip is. So you can see as we're approaching the loop, our clip is going to keep on playing. And so now we have looped it 2 times since launching the actual clip. And as we decide to stop the clip, the launching is actually reset. So if I were to launch this again, we would have a number 1 here. So these numbers about how many times the clip has looped over are relative to when you have actually launched the clip. So looping clips will actually continue to play until we decide to stop them with either the master stop button or the individual clip stop button for that track. Now pay attention to your quantization setting because like I said, clips will only be launched on those relative quantization settings. So you'll see here that Hat's track was a bit delayed to launch. And that's because we have a quantization setting of 1 bar. So every bar, we're able to basically do something. And if I stop these clips, you'll see they're a little delayed until the next bar that we reach. So it's important to pay attention to the quantization setting so that our clips can actually sync up properly. Now, just like in the arrangement view, we can actually rename clips and we can color them. So this provides a great organization tactic, again, if we're creating variations of similar clips on the same track. And it just helps to keep us organized throughout the session view. So another thing that I want to talk about is group channels. You can see here that when we close off our group channel, we actually have these hashed regions. Now group channels, like the master channel of the group, cannot hold specific clips. But within them, all of their tracks can hold specific clips. And when they do have clips within them, you'll see this little hashed pattern based on the color of the first clip. And alternatively, we can actually launch and stop all the tracks within a group simultaneously just from that group channel, as I've already showed you before. So just remember that group channels can only hold clips within the actual group and not on the actual group track. So alternatively to scenes being a row of clips, we have columns of clips that make up groups. So clip groups can be identified by consecutive clips on the same track. If we were to drag this tambourine and create a space between tambourine 1 and tambourine 2, you can see that now we have 2 groups on this track. The first group is made up of these 2 clips, and the second group is made up of this clip. In order to create new groups, we simply just need to separate them with an empty cell. Now we'll be coming back to groups because you can really do some quite interesting things and even automate launching patterns within groups, and clips within groups can actually interact with each other. So we'll be coming back to that in a future video. For now, just consider that groups are made up of consecutive clips on the same track. So the last thing I want to talk about as kind of an introduction to the session view would be that session view is the priority view in Ableton Live. And what I mean by this is, as I've explained before, The clips in the session view and the clips in the arrangement view are absolutely separate clips. So we've been working in the session view right now, and if we were actually to go back to the arrangement view, you'd see that all these clips are grayed out. And even though our insert marker is playing along the arrangement view, nothing is playing. And that is because we are in the session mode. So anytime a clip is actually launched in the session view, it will deactivate that track in the arrangement view. And this makes sense because you can't have a clip playing in the arrangement view and in the session view for a single track. So because session view is the priority, in order to start working in session view, all you have to do is launch a clip or a scene. And this will actually enable us the back to arrangement button. So if we click this master back to arrangement button here, you'll see that all our clips light up again. And if we were to play it from the arrangement view, now we're working within the arrangement view. So let's go ahead and go back to the session view, trigger this scene, and stop all. Now if we come back to the arrangement view, you'll see that we again have disabled all these clips. Now, an alternative to using this master back to arrangement button would be to use individual tracks back to arrangement buttons. You'll see these little playhead icons to the right of each individual track. And this means that we can actually re-enable specific tracks from the arrangement view. And this gives us the opportunity to use the session view and arrangement view at the same time. However, it's important to remember that each track has to be either using the session view clips or the arrangement view clips. It cannot be using both. So if I were to actually re-enable this hats track, you'll see that only these hats clips are re-enabled into arrangement mode. All the other clips are still in session mode, and we can still play them together. You see we have these hats playing right now, and as long as we don't launch any clips from this hats track, we can use both the session view and the arrangement view in tandem. So remember that session view is the priority view in Ableton, and anytime you decide to launch a clip or a scene, in order to go back to working within the arrangement view, you will actually need to use either individual back to arrangement buttons or the master back to arrangement button. And the master back to arrangement button in arrangement view can be found at the top of the timeline, and in the session view, it can be found actually here on the master track channel. So this will light up orange once we decide to launch something in the session view, and we can re-enable the arrangement view here. So the most important thing to remember is that the session and the arrangement view are separate workspaces with separate clips. So in the previous video, we took a look at what makes up a clip group. Remember that it's consecutive clips on the same track. Within the clip view, there is a special section that is dedicated to the session view. So we can see this little L icon here, and we'll close everything else. And this is actually the launch box. So we're going to be talking about this today and how it relates to the different clip groups that we have created. Remember that only one clip per track can be playing at any given time, and consecutive clips on a track make up an actual clip group. So if we select a specific clip, you'll see that they all have their own clip view, and they all have inherently their own launch box. So let's start by talking about the different launch modes available to us. So our first option here, the launch mode, will actually dictate the clip's behavior when that clip is launched. So our first option, trigger, is actually the default launch mode, and this simply means that launching a clip will trigger it to play back. Our next option, gate, is a little bit different. When we launch a clip, we will actually have to hold down the launch button with the gate function. And anytime we actually release the launch button, the clip will stop playback. The toggle button allows us to launch the clip exactly like the trigger mode, so launching the clip will start playback. However, we have the option to launch the clip a second time, and this will actually stop playback. Rather than going to the individual stop buttons, we can just hit the clip one more time to stop it. The repeat mode is a bit different from all of the previous modes. We can actually hold down the launch button to continuously trigger the start of a clip. Now, depending on your quantization within that clip, we can actually make a little bit of a stutter effect. So as we hold down the launch button, the clip is continuously launching from the beginning. Another launch option that we have here is the legato mode. When a clip is launched with legato mode, the clip will actually pick up where the previous clip left off. So it won't start playback from the beginning of the clip, it will start playback from wherever the previous clip was, based on its actual quantization, which is set here. Now, consider that we have a quantization setting of none. And when we have a quantization setting of none and we're using the legato mode, this means that the clip is kind of playing in the background at all times, and simply launching that clip will actually start its playback in perfect time. So this is pretty taxing on the CPU, and if you find that you're actually having problems, what you can do is go into this sample box and use the RAM option. And this will actually temporarily store whatever clip you have within the RAM on your computer, and it will just make it run a little bit faster. Now, I only do this when I'm actually having problems with the clip launching. So definitely don't abuse that RAM function, as your CPU can easily get overloaded. Now, we already alluded to the quantization quite a few times in this section, and by default all clips are set to follow the global quantization, which we can set up here. And so the quantization actually determines when our clips will actually launch. So right now we have it set to 1 bar, and as we launch one clip and then we decide to launch another, the second clip that we decide to launch will actually only be launched at the closest bar. So because each clip has its own launch box, you can actually set different quantization levels for each individual clip. The next option is known as the velocity option, and this actually allows MIDI controllers to influence the volume at which a clip is played back. So at 0% right now, this velocity parameter has no effect on the playback of our clips. However, if we were to bump this up to 100%, the softest taps of velocity to trigger clips will actually play the clip very quietly. And so the harder we actually press on our MIDI controller to trigger a clip, the louder that clip will actually play. Our last options in the clip box actually all relate to follow actions, and this is where things kind of get interesting. Follow actions let you actually automate the behavior of clip launching within the groups. So remember, a clip group is a group of consecutive clips on a single track. So right here, all of these 3 clips make up their own group, and follow actions actually pertain to clips within the group. By default, there are no actions set, which means that the user actually does all the clip launching by hand. The first option is actually a time setting, and this determines the amount of time that it takes for an actual follow action to be initiated after the clip has been initially launched. So right now we have it set to 1 bar. So exactly 1 bar after we decide to launch a clip, our follow action will take effect. And right now we have a follow action of nothing, so nothing will happen. However, if we expand this option here, we have several different follow actions to choose from. And actually we can set 2 different follow actions to choose from, and then we have a ratio here which will determine the probability that one follow action will take effect over another. So a ratio of 1 to 1 will give us a 50% chance that either follow action can take effect. So the different actions that we have available to us, remember, they all relate to the time setting that we have already set. Ours is set to 1 bar, as you can see right here. However, you can increase this or decrease it as you please. So our follow actions range from stopping the clip entirely to launching different clips within our clip groups. So we can choose to stop the clip, we can choose to play it again from the start, we can choose to launch the previous clip in a group, and if there is no previous clip, Live will cycle back to the last clip in the group. So for instance, if we were to launch this kick 3 and we had it on the previous setting, you'll see that there is no clip above kick 3. Instead, we would actually be launching this bottom clip right here. So these follow actions work in a continuous manner. Now, alternative to previous, we have the next option, which will launch the next clip in a group. The first option will launch the very first clip within a group, and the last option will launch the very last clip within a group. Our last two follow actions here incorporate some randomness. So the any function will launch any clip within the group. And when this is set, it can actually launch the same clip 2 times in a row because that clip is within the group. Now, if you didn't want to launch the same clip 2 times in a row, but you still wanted some random capabilities, you would select this other option. So this would never select the same clip to launch twice in a row. However, it would still launch a random clip within that group. So let's go ahead and experiment a bit. We'll use the any function here, and we'll use the stop function here, and we'll set a ratio of 1:1. So the way we have this set up is that after we launch the clip and 1 bar has passed, the clip is either going to stop or it's going to launch any clip within the group. Now remember that this any option does not exclude the current clip from being launched again. So let's go ahead and launch this clip now and see what happens. So as you saw there, the clip actually launched itself again after 1 bar, and then after another bar, it stopped itself. So this ability to create different follow actions and incorporate randomness into your clip launching is very powerful. And we can actually set up an entire clip launching performance just using these follow actions. And then all we would have to do is simply launch one clip, and then the clips would continue launching based on whatever follow actions that they have. So the last thing I want to touch on in this video actually relates to the clip stop buttons. You'll see here that each empty clip in the grid has its own stop button. So to demonstrate the effect that this has on playing clips, let's go ahead and launch this scene. And then once we launch scene 4, pay attention to these 2 clips. So hopefully you were able to see that these stop buttons were actually launched when we launched scene 4. Now when these stop buttons were launched, the clips playing on the actual track were prompted to stop. So what we can actually do is right click on any empty grid space and select remove stop button. And now we can launch scene 3. And when we launch scene 4, nothing has told this clip to actually stop. So these stop buttons actually dictate whether or not the previously playing clip will continue to play or be stopped by that stop button. So this is pretty helpful if you're going to be launching scenes repetitively and you don't just want to simply duplicate the same clip over and over again. All you would have to do is just remove the stop buttons from those grid spaces within the scenes that you're just going to be continuously launching. So as you can see, the session view is a very dynamic workspace, and it allows just infinite possibilities and an abundance of creativity to quickly create compositions. Alright, so now that we've seen what clips and scenes are capable of in the actual session view, let's take a look at recording in the session view. Now before we do that, I actually want to see if there is another clip that we can incorporate, like maybe some kind of percussion clip. So I kind of like this percussion loop, and I'm going to see how it sits in our mix so far. So I'm going to click and drag it to an entirely new track, and let's just launch this scene here. Alright, so I really like how this percussion loop sounds, especially when it's paired with this chord track right here. So we just put it on the same scenes as our chord track. So now let's actually talk about recording clips within the session view. Now, when you're recording MIDI clips, by default, the session view is always set to MIDI over dub. And what this means is that as you continuously record over a clip, the clip will not be deleted, meaning the notes that you play will be retained. And as the clip loops over and over, new notes can be added in each additional cycle. So to show you what I'm talking about when it comes to MIDI overdub, I've gone ahead and I've imported a new drum kit, and as you can see, we have a bunch of different hits. Now this is called a drum rack, and we will be coming back to talk about this in depth in the rack section, exactly what racks are in Ableton, so don't worry about that now. For now, just pay attention to the recording techniques. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is double click in an empty grid slot, and this will create an empty MIDI clip. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is make sure that this is set to loop, and the clip is set to loop, so it looks like we're good to go there. And now what I'm going to do is enable session recording. So this is actually the session record button. And the reason why we have a different button from our main recording button is because this main recording button is actually the arrangement recording button. And so when we're going to record a clip launching performance, Live needs to know that we want these tracks to be recorded into the arrangement view. And so because the arrangement and the session view are different workspaces, it makes sense that they have their own recording buttons. So now that I've enabled the session record button, what I can go ahead and do is launch this clip. And if we take a look here, we'll see that the clip is record armed. So that means I'm ready to start recording information into that clip. So if I press play here, you can see that we're simply looping over this bar and recording. So now let's put some hits in. So I'm going to start adding a kick drum first. And now we'll add a snare drum. And now we'll add some hi-hats. So obviously my finger drumming is a little bit out of time, but you get the idea. In the session view, we have the opportunity to record one element at a time and just continuously looping and adding ideas to that single clip. So that is called MIDI overdub. And if you wanted to accomplish this in the arrangement view, you would actually have to make sure that this plus button is enabled. This is the arrangement MIDI overdub feature. However, in the session view, we have that available to us as default. So this was just for example purposes. I'm going to go ahead and delete this track now. So let's talk about actually recording audio into the session view. Now, audio in nature is not set up to record in overdub settings. And this is simply because MIDI is made up of data. So we can add data as we go along in the loop. However, audio is an actual recording. So it makes sense that if we were to record over audio, it would simply be overridden. So to record audio in the session view, it's just like the arrangement view. And whenever we decide to stop recording audio, the clip will actually stop based on our global quantization setting. So right now it's set to 1 bar, meaning that the clip will stop at the closest bar. So let's go ahead and set up our inputs, and we'll make sure we're monitoring. And so now we can hear my voice duplicated. So we don't need to do that. We'll just turn this off for now. And so depending on your settings in the preferences, we will actually be able to launch the master scene and then start recording. However, my preferences aren't set up to do that. So each individual clip has this little recording icon, and if we click that, it will automatically start launching. And right now we are just recording me talking. So let's go ahead and stop that. And if we open it up, you'll see that it stopped us at the nearest bar. Now, some of our recording is actually lost, and that's because our global quantization setting is set to 1 bar. And because we stopped at maybe around 3.2 and then some, Ableton has defaulted to the closest bar. Now, the reason Ableton does this is so that all the clips are cut off at a clean time, meaning that they can properly sync up with the other clips and be launched along with them. So the session view actually provides some pretty useful tools for recording both audio and MIDI. We'll come back and record some audio of the guitar when we're back in the arrangement view, but for now let's just delete this clip of us talking. So the last thing I actually want to do here is record a clip launching performance into the actual arrangement view. So let's go ahead and hit the back to arrangement button and clear out our actual clips that we have in here so far. So we'll just go ahead and delete everything. And remember that we still have all of those clips and the arrangement that we set up in the previous set, because this is an entirely new set that we created. You can see here our old one, I believe it was named Drum Loop, and this one is named Session View, and they both are within the test project. So here in the session view, you can get pretty fancy with your follow controls. However, I personally just like to launch by hand. So as we discussed before in this video, the arrangement and session view actually have their own recording options. And from the session view, what we can actually do is record a clip launching performance into the actual arrangement view. And as you can see, every clip that we launch is actually being recorded into the arrangement view. So now let's hit the stop button to stop our recording in time. Alright, and so now if we hit the back to arrangement button, you can see exactly what we just recorded. Now again, the follow actions make this a bit more of a fun experience. If you were to set those up and choose some of the random options, you can really get some interesting recordings from the session to the arrangement view. So this is a really quick way to actually convert ideas into a song structure or a more regular format over a timeline. And it's also a great way to save your ideas. Like if you're not sure of how you actually want your arrangement or your composition to be laid out, experiment in the session view until you find a good clip launching performance that works for you, and then simply record that into the arrangement view. Now, some additional options you have for recording from the actual session to the arrangement view is recording automation. So basically, while you're in the session view, you have all of these options on the mixer, and alternatively, all of the devices that are connected to clips. All of those parameters can be changed real time while you're recording, and depending on your settings, Live will record those changes back to you in the arrangement view. So it's really quite easy to record a launching performance into the arrangement view and get your ideas laid out. So far, we've spent a majority of our time within the session view and the arrangement view. And these workspaces are actually great for recording and arranging and experimenting with our clips. But if we actually want to edit our clips, we're going to have to refer to the clip view. So in order to access the clip view, we first need to select a clip, and then we need to use either the Shift Tab shortcut and toggle until we see the actual waveforms or MIDI notes, or we can simply just double click on a clip like so. So every single clip in Live, whether it's a MIDI or an audio clip, has its own individual clip view that is independent from the other clips. Now, hopefully, as you know by now, there are only two different types of clips. There are MIDI clips, which store MIDI data in the form of notes and velocity information, and there are audio clips, which store actual waveforms or actual recordings. Now, in the clip view, there are subtle differences between MIDI and audio clips, and they actually share some of the same controls. So to access the entirety of the clip view, we actually need to expand the other boxes and other parts of the clip view. So down here, just like the mixer, we have these icons that we can click and open different sections. So MIDI and audio clips in Ableton actually share some of the same controls within the clip view, and those can be found here in the clip box and in this other tab, the envelope box. Now we won't be going over the envelopes box until we actually get to automation, so just don't worry about that for now. Let's go ahead and close it. Now, where audio and MIDI clips differ is in the sample and the notes box. So for audio clips, as you can see here, we have an audio waveform, we have this sample box. And for MIDI clips, we actually have a different box known as the notes box where we can control the different MIDI notes. So let's actually go ahead and unfreeze this track so that we can work with it a little bit more here. Now, in addition to these two main boxes, any clips within the session view also have a launch box, and we actually went over that in the last section, and we set different follow actions that actually determined how the clip responded once it was launched. So unfortunately, we do not have a launch section within the arrangement view, but this makes sense because we have a regular timeline and we're not going to be launching clips in kind of an open timeline. So starting with the clip box, like I said, all audio and MIDI clips have the same controls in each clip box. And the first control here actually allows you to rename each clip. So if we rename this 2, you'll see that the clip in the arrangement view is actually updated real time. Now below this naming option, we can also choose to change the color of individual clips. So now we have turned this clip pink. The next option available to us actually allows us to change the time signature for each individual clip, and we can do that here either by entering values into each box or by clicking and dragging up or down. The last section in the clip box has controls that are all related to the different grooves that we can apply to clips. Now remember, grooves can be applied to both MIDI and audio clips, and they affect the timing and velocity of those notes within those clips. So here we can hot swap a groove, and if we actually had a groove active, we can quickly drop this selector down and choose between the different grooves that were loaded into the groove pool and audition them to see how they sounded on each individual clip. Now beneath the groove selector is actually a commit option, which would kind of bake the groove into the actual clip and adjust the timing and velocity where necessary so that the groove was no longer technically loaded into the clip. Instead, the clip had the groove information within it. Our last two options here kind of resemble the tempo nudge functions in the control bar up here. And what these allow us to do is actually change the place at which our clip plays back. So we can actually nudge it forward if there was a slight offset or nudge it backward. So as we previously discussed, MIDI clips have their own notes box and audio clips have their own sample box. So let's go ahead and start with the MIDI notes box. Now the notes box is meant for actually manipulating the MIDI data within a clip. So starting at the top, we can actually see the notes that we technically have selected for editing right now. Right now there are no notes selected, so it acts as though all the notes are selected. However, if we were to select a singular note, you'll see that only that singular note is shown in the focus box. And what we can actually do is click and drag the notes within the focus box to transpose them, and additionally we can enter values by typing in our keyboard. So if we go ahead and select a range of notes, you'll see that from D1 to E1 is the range that we have selected. And actually all these controls beneath the selector manipulate only the notes that have been selected within the focus box. So the first two controls beneath our note selector actually have the clip time and double the clip time respectively. So if we choose one of these options, all of the notes within the clip will actually be shrunk proportionally or expanded proportionally to fulfill our selection. So if we halve the clip will become half the size, and if we double it, it will become double the size. Our next two options are the reverse and invert note functions. So with the reverse function, we will actually take our last note here and make it our first note, and so on and so forth. With the invert function, we're actually making the highest note our lowest note, and so on and so forth. So I like to think of these functions as inverting the notes between either the X or Y axis. With the reverse function, we're switching up the X axis, and with the invert function, we're switching up the Y axis. The legato function within the MIDI clip view is quite different from the legato function in the actual clip launching tab. Now, the legato function here actually will expand or contract the notes so that no notes are overlapping. However, the end of one note goes all the way to the beginning of the next note. So if we click this here, we can see that all of our notes are expanded so that they can be touching each other. Now, additionally, if we were to expand all the notes so that they overlap each other, and again use the legato function, you'll see that they are contracted to the same exact spot. So as I said before, the note selector box determines how these functions interact with specific notes. And so if we were to only select a range of notes and choose to either reverse or invert those notes even, then only those notes would be affected. So make sure you're always referring to what notes you have selected with this note selector box here. Our last clip editing function here is the duplicate region. So what this will do is actually take the region that we have selected, copy it, and duplicate it over time. So here, all these selected notes are the notes that we have actually just duplicated by clicking this button here. So let's actually go ahead and delete those and recrop our clip. Our next options here, labeled Program Change, actually allow us to send MIDI messages to external MIDI devices. So this is helpful if you have something like a synthesizer with different presets on it. By simply clicking and dragging this, we can select different banks, sub-banks, and programs within those banks to actually select different sounds. Now, as I said before, MIDI and audio clips share some characteristics within the clip view, such as this clip box. In addition to the clip box, they also share the start and end parameters for both the clip and the loop. The start and end options allow us to manipulate the length of the clip, while the loop options allow us to select a portion of the clip to actually loop. So our first options here actually relate to the length of the clip. We can select where the clip decides to start from and where the clip actually ends. Within the clip view, the start and end of the clip are indicated by these single arrows here. We have a start arrow and an end arrow on the opposing side. You can see that as we move these arrows, the arrangement view is actually updated and the clip's length is manipulated real time. In addition to having start and end indicators within the clip view, we also have a loop brace. Here we can see that this brace represents the loop brace and it is found above the start and end markers. So now we can manipulate the size of the actual loop. Right now loop is disabled, so this function won't really do anything. However, if we were to turn it on, we can manipulate the size of the loop that will occur within the actual clip. So here we have loop on, and we have it set to an 8 bar length. Let's change that to say 3 bars, and you can see that within the clip view, the loop is updated, as well as the arrangement view. We now have an indent within the clip at the 3 bar mark, and if we continue to drag, we can create even more indents. So adjusting the length of a clip is as simple as manipulating the control boxes within the actual notes box, or by simply clicking and dragging the start and end markers within the clip view. Sometimes your clips can become pretty unpredictable in their size. For instance, we've changed the start of this clip to -1. However, we don't want that. We want it to start at 1, but now we still have this area showing. If you ever run into this problem and want to clean up your clip, you can simply right-click within the clip view and select to crop the clip. This will clean up the clip to only the selected area, so now it starts at the start marker and ends at the end marker. So keep in mind that the clip length parameters and the loop length parameters are independent, however they affect one another. If we change the length of our loop to say only loop this first bar here, you can see in the arrangement view that only the first bar is being looped. The length of the clip does not necessarily change, and we still have these 2 bars being unutilized. So this has been an explanation of the MIDI clip view. In the next video, we'll take a look at the audio clip view and how it differs from the actual MIDI clip view. So now that we've taken a look at the MIDI clip view, let's go ahead and jump over to the audio clip view. So here we have an audio clip, and you can see here that our clip view is much different from that of the MIDI clip view. Now we still have the same clip box options, and we still have these clip length and loop length options. However, the middle is a bit different. So starting from the top, we actually have a clickable link to show us where our sample is referencing. So if we click that, we can see in the current project folder, we have this clip that is actually being referenced by this clip here in the arrangement view. So alternatively, if we just hover over the clip, we can see in the bottom portion right here, it will give us an absolute path to the actual clip in our computer. Now below the clip references path, we have a little bit of information pertaining to the actual clip. You can see here we have the sample rate, we have the bit depth, and some information pertaining to whether the clip is a stereo clip or a mono clip. Our next option here, the edit box, will actually launch an external sample editor if you have that set up in your preferences. The save button here will actually allow you to save your clip with the current settings as a default clip. So if any time in the future you were to open up this same clip and you had saved some settings to it, those settings, such as warp markers or detuning information, would actually be saved along with the clip. Our next option here is to reverse the actual clip. So if we click that, our audio waveform is now reversed. So listen to this, it's pretty cool. So you can do some pretty cool things with the reverse function by just simply clicking this button. The high quality option here simply tells Live to play back our sample with a higher quality algorithm. Now this does cost a little bit more CPU processing power, but I think it's worth it. So I tend to always leave this high quality option set to on. Our next option here is the RAM option, and I already talked about this in the clip launching section where we were using the legato mode, and I said that the legato mode is a bit taxing on our CPU, and Live has to quickly reference clips that are set to legato so that it can keep on playing them in time. And so what the RAM function actually does is it allows us to store specific clips within our computer's RAM so that it can be quickly accessed. So I find this useful if my hard drive is ever having problems and maybe it's running a bit slow, to simply put some clips on the RAM so that they can quickly be accessed and I will no longer have any disk overload problems. Our next three options here actually relate to the waveform itself. So here we have a fader that we can drag up and increase the clip's volume, and you'll see that the waveforms get a bit bigger as we do that. Next to the fader, we have a transpose knob and a detune slider. Now, we can either choose to detune the clip slightly using sense, or we can choose to transpose it using steps. So, detuning is a much more subtle way to transpose your clip rather than using steps. But both will essentially accomplish the same thing. It takes 12 cents to equal 1 step, so just keep that in mind. Our next section here is all related to warping, and so we're actually going to skip over this for now and revisit in a later video. But for now, consider that warping allows you to make timing changes within audio clips, and you can see here, just like MIDI clips, we can halve and double our clip in time. So we will be coming back to discuss all the facets of warping and the different things that you can accomplish, including when to use specific warping engines or algorithms to get the best results. The last section here is again the exact same section as we went over in the MIDI clip view. It simply allows us to set the length of our clips and the length of our loops that are looping specific regions of that clip. So again, if loop is active, when we hover over the side of a clip and decide to drag it, it will actually loop the clip. So knowing that live is simply made up of MIDI and audio clips, we've pretty much covered the entire clip view here with respect to this warping section. So let's actually go ahead and use what we've learned here to create a nice little effect. I'm actually going to go into the drums and we are going to solo one of these snare drums. Let's see which one we like. So I like this snare. Let's go ahead and use it. And let's actually create a new audio track, and we'll set the input to resampling. And because we're resampling, we're taking only the information from the master track. So that means if we solo this snare track, we're only going to be resampling this snare track. So let's go ahead, record arm, and record a new version of this snare track. Awesome. So now let's go into the clip view, raise the volume so that we can hear it a bit better. Turn this down just to match the other clips. And then we'll actually go ahead and reverse this clip. So now we have a nice little transition effect that we can add to different parts of our composition. So with a few simple clicks, we were actually able to create a nice little transition clip here, and let's go ahead and duplicate this time to different sections. So it is a bit of a shorter clip, and just to preface the warping chapter, let's go ahead and warp this to make it a little bit longer. And now let's see how this sounds. Very cool. Alright, so now we've created a pretty cool little transition effect that we can use to indicate we're going into a new section of our track. So before we fully jump into the warping section, I want to give you a bit of an introduction to what warping actually is. So let's go ahead and open up a new live set, and we'll save this into the current project that we've been working in. And we'll go ahead and call this warping. So as I've previously alluded, warping allows us to change the timing of audio clips and actually retain timing when we change the tempo of our set. So in order to demonstrate this, let's go ahead and import a simple drum loop here. So here we've imported this drum loop, and judging by the name, it looks like the original tempo of this loop was 80 beats per minute. Now that's going to help us out quite a bit. Right now the clip is unwarped and it is currently not in time with our current set. So if we set up the metronome and we just loop this little clip here, we'll be able to hear just how out of time it actually is. So as you can hear, this clip is nowhere near being in time. However, Ableton Live's warping engines and warping techniques will allow us to put this clip in time with our current set, although it was not recorded at 85 beats per minute, which is our current set. So what we can actually do is go ahead and turn warp on. And you'll see here in the segment BPM, we can actually enter the tempo that the clip was recorded with. So let's go ahead and enter 80, and you'll see that Live automatically adjusts its warping to match these parameters. So now if we listen back to the clip, it's in perfect time. And it doesn't matter what we change our tempo to, it will always be in perfect time. So if we actually take a look into the clip view, we can better see what is going on here. Let's go ahead and collapse the sample box for now, and you'll see all of these little triangles around, and if we hover our mouse over, we're able to click and insert something called a warp marker. Now, the way that I like to think about warp markers are as though they are tacks, and we're actually tacking specific parts of our clip to the grid. So you'll see here, if we were to add a tack here at 1.3, we're locking this kick drum in at 1.3. So as we change the tempo, notice that the grid changes along with the tempo. And so actually, if we've tacked our clips to the grid, then they should change along with the tempo as well. So this is essentially what's going on. We are designating specific parts of the clip to play at specific times on the grid. So if you think about MIDI clips and how we are able to change the tempo, yet our MIDI clips stay in time, it's kind of the same thing here. MIDI clips are put on a grid at specific times, and when we change the grid, sure, the grid changes, but if our MIDI notes are actually on that grid, then they are adjusted as well. So we actually use warp markers to dictate what beat or what bar specific parts of our clip will play at. And actually, in addition to locking portions of our clip to the grid, we have the opportunity to move specific parts of audio. So these warp markers have very sticky properties, and we're actually allowed to drag them once they've been locked on to a specific part of the audio. So as you see here, we just moved this actual waveform within the audio clip. So now let's play it back and see how it sounds. So I simply move the snare drum off of its regular timing to a new section of the grid. And it doesn't matter what we change our tempo to, these warp markers will dictate that at any tempo, whatever is locked to the warp marker will play within that section of time. So obviously this allows us to do some pretty insane things when it comes to editing audio. Now, warping is not always perfect, but there are some things that you can do to achieve the best results. So as we move forward in this warping section, let's keep in mind how to successfully warp our clips. Now, the first step is going to be selecting the proper warping engine. All of these different warping engines work best for different types of signals, such as the Beats warping engine works best when we're using drums. The next thing that we're going to want to keep in mind is that oftentimes clips have empty space at the start. And consider that if your clip has empty space at the start and Live is counting that as the start of the clip, then your timing is inherently always going to be off. So if you consider things like full-length songs, oftentimes these songs either have a fade in or an intro, but most of the time they don't just start on the beat. So what we would actually need to do is go in and find the start of the beat, say it's right here, select that portion with a warp marker, and choose to set 1-1 here. And that will actually crop the clip so that we're only including important information that is part of the loop or the clip that we want to put in time. Now the last thing to keep in mind as we continue to discuss warping is that knowing the tempo can make this process very, very simple. Now, as you saw at the beginning of this video, when I imported the clip, in order to put it in time, all I had to do was turn warp on and enter the correct BPM that this clip was recorded at into the segment BPM. So oftentimes, if you're warping something like a complete song, A lot of the tempo information can actually be found online through a quick Google search. So take the extra few minutes to find the tempo of your source that you're actually going to be warping, as it will make the process a whole lot easier and you'll be able to automatically warp rather than inserting warp markers for every beat or so and dragging them to their correct place on the grid. So consider that when we warp in Ableton Live, we're simply locking portions of audio to the grid, so that when we change the tempo and the grid is either expanded or contracted, that our audio is actually expanded and contracted along with the grid, and it will always line up on time. So this has been just a quick example to help you conceptualize what is actually going on when we warp a clip. So without further ado, I will see you in the next section where we take a much more in-depth look at what can be achieved through the warping process. In the last video, I explained that warping is kind of like locking transients onto the grid. And so as we change the tempo and the grid expands and contracts, those transients will stay in their place relative to the grid. And therefore, we can have audio clips that act like MIDI clips and stay in time no matter what our tempo changes to. So now let's take a bit more of an in-depth look at warping and see the different things that are available to us and the different warp engines that can be used. So as I previously mentioned, any transients that Live detects will be indicated by these little triangles, and they are a quick way that we can actually make warp markers. So to make a warp marker at any triangle, simply double click, and now we have a movable warp marker. Alternatively, to delete a warp marker, simply double click again on the selected marker. Now we aren't actually only locked in to creating warp markers that are transients, and we can actually create them anywhere that we see fit. When it comes to transients, we have a few different ways of how we can manipulate where Live is choosing to place our transients. First of all, we can right-click on a specific transient and choose to delete it or reset it. So if we go ahead and delete it, now you'll see that that indicator has left. Another option that we have available to us is to actually hold down the Shift key and drag our transients to different places. So now I've just dragged our transient back to the place that it was. Now once a warp marker is actually made and we hold Shift to drag, we will actually be dragging the audio beneath the transient rather than the warp marker and the transient itself. Now the last kind of special command that we have with transients is actually going to be creating multiple transients in a single go. So if we hover over this transient here and we hold down the command key, you can see that these two transients, the adjacent ones to our selected one, will actually appear, and if we double click, we can add all three. And this is helpful because, as I mentioned before, transients have very sticky properties. So as we click and drag this warp marker here, you'll see that its end point here and its start point here will stay intact. Alternatively, if we were to delete those transients, everything would be moved. Now thus far, the act of creating our own warp markers out of transients and moving them as we see fit is referred to as manual warping. Now not only do we have this very accurate ability to manually warp, but we can also automatically warp. If we right click on any warp marker, we can see a few different warp from here options. So all of these options kind of relate to the different tempos and different variations of tempos that we may experience when trying to warp a single clip. So our first option, warp from here, will warp everything to the right of our currently selected transient, and it will base it off of the actual transients that Live detects. Our second option here, to start at the current BPM, will use the current tempo in the set to actually warp. So in this case, it's really helpful to use the tap tempo function and get your set already similar in tempo to the actual clip. And this setting is good for clips that may have tempo variations within them. So a lot of the time, live recordings will actually have slight tempo variations, as it's very hard for artists to play in time 100% of the time. Our next option, warp from here straight, is very similar to the warp from here start at 120 BPM option. However, it is meant for clips that have no tempo variations whatsoever, so really electronically based clips. Warp 120 BPM from here is best if you know the exact tempo that the clip was actually recorded with. And so this will make an interpretation and match the current tempo exactly to the clip you are trying to warp. So again, only use this if you actually know the exact tempo. The last option, where we can warp a sample as a 4-bar loop, is best used for actual loops. And so again, live will warp it to the current BPM within the set. However, it will account for extra noises and maybe reverb that might be on the clip itself, and try its best to make a seamless loop out of the clip you are choosing to warp. So those are the auto warping modes in a nutshell. I find it best to use manual warping and kind of go bar for bar and line up each individual transient to the bar yourself. I find that this gives me the most accurate results, and this is kind of the method that I would recommend. Now, in addition to these auto warp modes, we can actually choose to quantize audio clips. So if we right click within the clip view, we can open up our quantize settings, and here we have settings for the grid size that we'll be quantizing to and the amount that we will actually want to influence our clip by. So I'll keep it at 100% for full robotic quantization, and we'll click OK, and you'll see that instantly we have a bunch of warp markers, and they're actually clicking and dragging automatically to line up the transients to the beat. So a lot of times when we're quantizing, we really only think about quantizing MIDI clips, but because there is warping, which is basically a time stretching function, available to us in Ableton, we're actually able to quantize audio clips. So now that we've kind of taken a look at the different warping properties available to us, let's now jump back into our original session and check out the different warp engines and what they are all best used for. So here we are back in our original composition, and this is actually a great place to explain the different warping engines because we have so many different elements that we are combining to make our final product. So we saw the different controls that we can use while warping. However, one thing I didn't explain is the goal of warping. Now, the goal of warping in Ableton is to be able to time stretch your audio to any tempo that you want. Now, this comes with a few problems. The first being that, by nature, when audio is time stretched, the pitch is actually influenced by how you time stretch. So think of an old classic record player. If we were to speed up the record player, everything would seem really high in pitch. Now, alternatively, if we were to slow down the record player, everything would seem low in pitch. So in Ableton Live, we have different warping engines meant for different sounds, and they actually contain different algorithms that help us fight this effect of pitch alteration. So this actually means that we can have multiple clips recorded at actual different tempos, and we can combine them to make one single composition without really any loss of fidelity or quality of the original recording. So as I said before, there are different engines in Live, and each of these engines is meant for a specific type of sound or instrument. So let's start by taking a look at the Beats mode warp engine. Now we can adjust which warp engine we're using for every single individual clip in Live. So if we enter the clip view and we go back to our warping tab here, we can select the warp engine here. So as its name implies, the Beats warp engine is actually best suited for drums. And with every warp engine, there are a few extra controls that we see here. As you see, if we change this to the tones mode, our controls actually switch. So if we go back to the beats mode, let's look at these controls. We have a preserve function, and then some arrows to choose from, and an envelope slider. Now, as I said, the beats mode is meant for drums, and this is actually because drums have little sustain, and therefore we don't really need to be holding on to the notes for as long. We simply just need the initial transients or some initial beat value. So within the preserve function, we're actually choosing what we want Ableton to focus on preserving. So if we think of audio as little slices of samples, such as here in this stretch of audio, we have many slices of samples to choose from. So as we speed up the clip, we have less room to fit all these samples, and so something needs to be cut out. So in essence, with the preserve function, we're choosing what we do not want to be cut out. So we can choose a specific beat division, but most of the time it works best on transients. And again, we talked about transients as being these little triangles or pseudo warp markers. So with this setting, Live will be doing its best to preserve the transients, and it won't worry too much about cutting out the other samples. So as I said before, when we speed up the clip, Live has to choose what it chops out. However, when we slow down the clip, Live has to choose what it actually puts back into the clip to make up for that empty space. So beneath our preserve function here, we actually have these arrow controls. And what these arrow controls do is determine how Live will fill that empty space. So the first option, a single arrow here with a line at the end, actually means just play the sample, and when it gets to the end, stop. Don't put anything else in the space that needs to be filled. Just let the clip run until the next transient. The next option here is the double arrows, and what this option will do is actually repeat the transient again and again to fill the empty space. So once the cycle ends of the sample and there is space that needs to be filled, Live will jump back to the beginning of the transient and replay it again from the start. Our last option here is a forward and a backward arrow, and this works similar to the double arrow. However, once the sample reaches the end, it will actually play in reverse to get back to the beginning, and it will follow that pattern forward and backward again and again until it reaches the next transient. So again, these options will only really take effect if there's empty space in the clip that needs to be filled. Now our last option here is actually a slider, and this will control a fade that occurs between the different cycles of audio. So as we said before, we can choose how our cycles act or respond using these arrow controls. And in addition to these arrow controls, we actually can apply a fade in between each cycle. So at 100, there will be no fade between each cycle, and at 0, there will be the largest possible fade available to us in between each cycle. So if we take a listen to only using this fade control here, we can hear just how much of a fade it actually applies. So now we're really just getting the initial transient, and then it's fading out. So the next mode that we're going to take a look at is the tones mode. Now the tones mode works best for monophonic instruments. And what a monophonic instrument is an instrument that can only play one note at a time. So the monophonic instrument that we are going to be using today is actually this bass track here. And I've gone ahead and flattened both the bass and the chords because we're going to be coming back to the chords, which is our polyphonic instrument, but let's start at this bass here. So if we double click on this and go to the warp mode, again we can change the mode to tones. So like I said, the tones mode is great for single note instruments, and you'll see here we have a grain size control. So I like to think of grains as different slices of audio, kind of like we talked about in our drum example, where we need to either squeeze together these slices of audio and we need to exclude some of them, or we actually need to combine some of these grains to make up for the loss of time. So this grain size control actually lets us influence the size of the grains that we will be using. Now, something interesting to note about the tones mode is that this grain size is a bit misleading because actually we're using a very smart algorithm within the tones mode that will use grain sizes only relative to the incoming signal. Now, if that doesn't make sense, just consider that Ableton is referencing the actual signal coming in and making good decisions on what grain size is appropriate. So this setting is more like a percentage than actually affecting the real grain size. So this actually leads us to our next mode, which is the texture mode. Now the texture mode is kind of the opposite of the tones mode, meaning that it is meant for polyphonic instruments. So if we look at our composition, here we have some chords, and chords are always polyphonic because chords are made up of multiple notes playing at a single time. So let's go ahead and actually switch our mode over to the texture mode, and you can see again we have a grain size control and we have this new control known as flux. So the grain size control within the texture mode is actually similar to the tones mode. However, this sets the actual grain size. It is not relative to the incoming signal, and so therefore we don't really treat it like a percentage. It's like an actual size of the grain. Our additional flux option here actually adds some random elements into our grain size setting. So I find that if we're really going for a clear pitch and we want to retain as much as possible from the original audio that we captured, we're going to want a lower grain size. And alternatively, if we want to muddy up our sound and kind of get some interesting results, I would recommend raising the grain size. So we're just going to keep it at 65 here. So you can see as I raised the grain size, that kind of stuttering bell effect was actually lengthened in time. And that's because the initial transient has a higher grain size. And so that means it takes longer to complete a single cycle of a single grain. So it's pretty impressive how we're able to retain the tone. Now let's go ahead and try increasing the BPM. So here at a whole 90 beats faster, we're still retaining pretty much the same tone and the same sound that we started with. So that is the texture mode, and again, that is best used for instruments that are playing more than one note at a single time. Now the next two modes that we're actually going to talk about are the complex and the complex pro modes. We'll come back to this repitch mode at the very end and it will make sense why. But here in this complex mode you'll see we have no additional options. Well, the complex and complex pro modes are actually meant for entire songs. So this takes in mind polyphonic instruments, monophonic instruments, and drum transients and things of the sort. So within this mode, Live basically uses a very intelligent algorithm to process the incoming signal and do its best to retain sound as much as possible. So this complex mode is a bit more intensive on your CPU and costs a bit more power. However, if you're having trouble using the other modes, then I would recommend switching it to this complex mode and seeing how it does there. Now, in addition to complex, like I said, we have the complex pro mode, which is an even more CPU hungry mode. However, it is an even more advanced algorithm. In addition to an even more advanced algorithm, we actually have two more controls to us, the formants and the envelope. Now, the formants refers to its original pitch, and at 100, we're telling Live that we want to retain as much of the original pitch as possible. Now, the envelope option is a bit confusing. However, the manual describes it as a spectral characteristic that is added to our sound. And when I listen to it, oftentimes with the envelope raised pretty high, I can hear sort of a resonance within my original clip. So I tend to actually just leave this envelope setting alone and focus mainly on the formants. Now, usually you're going to want to retain as much of the original pitch as possible, so it kind of makes sense to leave the formants at 100. So here I'll give you an example of the complex pro mode, and we'll go ahead and play this. So as I've mentioned before, Live is fighting the natural pitch alterations that are an effect of time stretching while using the algorithms that we described before. So this means that we can choose to transpose and detune our actual clips no matter of what they're being time stretched to. Now this brings us to our repitch mode. So as you can see here, the transpose and detune are now no longer available to us in our repitch mode. And the repitch mode kind of acts like that original record player example that we talked about before. As we slow down the tempo, the pitch is also lowered. As we speed up the tempo, the pitch is raised. So again, there's no other options, and I'll give you an example of how this works now. So when we're considering the modes that we already talked about, the ones that fight against this effect, it's pretty impressive to see how much of a difference Live can make when we're using the proper warp engines to time stretch our clips. As you saw in this example and heard, I wouldn't dare go to 20 beats per minute because the clip would just be so low it might even be inaudible to our ears. However, when we're using the proper warp modes, such as texture or the complex modes for this polyphonic instrument, we can make it all the way down to 20 beats per minute and still have pretty much the same pitch that we started with. So really spend some time getting used to each of the individual warp modes, as you'll probably use all of them throughout your career in Ableton Live. Now the last warping option that I want to talk to you about today in this video would actually be this follower and leader toggle here. Now by default, all clips are followers, and what they are following is the global tempo. So right here we can see it's set to 110. Now as I switch this clip to the leader, we can see that our global tempo is actually grayed out, and that's because all of the follower clips are now following this leader. So if we had this set to a different segment BPM, all of the clips would be warping and trying to match the specific clip that is the leader. Now again, by default, the global tempo is the leader and all clips are followers of that leader. So I hope you enjoyed learning all about how to warp with Ableton Live. Now we are really starting to get into some advanced topics, and warping is probably one of Ableton's most powerful uses. It's very good at it, and as you saw, each mode is meant for a specific application, and they work very well at what they are meant to do. So experiment with warping your own clips, and I will see you in the next video. So we briefly touched on grooves in Ableton as we went through both the clip view and the browser, but now it's time to take a look at what grooves actually do. So grooves affect the timing and velocity of audio and MIDI clips alike. Applying a groove will actually manipulate warp markers in an audio clip and the timing of notes in a MIDI clip. So we can actually use them to apply different rhythm elements to each of our clips within Ableton, and we can actually extract grooves out of clips and apply them to other clips to get them to rhythmically match. So to see what I'm talking about here, let's actually open up the groove pool. Now, anytime a groove is loaded onto any clip in Ableton, the groove will appear in this groove pool and we'll be able to edit some of its parameters. So let's go ahead and go into this chords track and we will load a groove here in the clip view using the hot swap button. I'll just choose hip hop and we'll just choose the first one available to us. Now, alternatively, we'll drag another one in there just to show you that you can also click and drag grooves into the groove pool. So here in the groove pool, we can choose to save a groove once we have edited its parameters, and we can also swap this groove with another from the library. So let's go ahead and swap this for, let's say, hip hop 3. The bass option here will actually choose the main subdivision that our groove will be acting on. The quantize option will actually quantize our clip before initiating the actual groove on that clip. So set to 0, no prior quantization to the groove is occurring, and set to 100%, we are fully quantizing our clip before we send it off to be manipulated by the groove. The timing option determines how much timing will be affected by our specific groove. So if we turn that up to 100%, then all of the timing information from our groove will actually be incorporated to the clips that we apply the groove to. The random option will incorporate some random timing elements within the groove itself. The velocity option will determine how much the notes are affected and adjusted based on the groove's velocity information. Now this slider can also go into negative values, and when this happens, it will actually reverse the groove's velocity information, meaning that loud notes will become quiet and vice versa. Let's go ahead and reset that to 0. Our last option is the global amount, and when grooves are loaded into our set, this parameter will also be available to us in the control bar here next to the metronome and the time signature. The global amount sets the intensity for timing, random, and velocity changes that the grooves will apply to our clips. So this parameter affects all grooves within the groove pool, and notice that we can go to values over 100%. This means that we can make an even more exaggerated effect of our grooves on the clips that they are loaded to. Let's go ahead and reset that back to 100. Now, as you can see here, our first groove, Hip Hop 3, actually has blue sliders, and our second groove and last one in the groove pool, Hip Hop 1, has grayed out sliders. And that is because Hip Hop 1 is not actually an active groove in the set at the moment. So anytime a groove is not being used on any clips within the set, it will appear grayed out within the groove pool. Now, if we look at our groove options on a clip-per-clip basis, you'll see that we can hot swap the groove, or we can select the groove from the actual groove pool. And again, once we have selected a groove, its sliders will appear blue. The last option we have pertaining to grooves within the clip view is this commit option. Now, if I were to press this commit option, our groove would disappear from our selector here because it would actually be committed to the clip. And this means that warp markers would be set and timing variations would also be incorporated into our clip. And so our clip would actually have the groove baked into its actual warp and velocity settings. That way, if we were to save the actual clip, it would basically be like the groove is already on it as it has been rendered in a sense into the clip. So let's go ahead and commit this groove, and you'll see a whole bunch of warp markers just appeared indicating that our groove is now active on the clip. And now if we take a look at our groove pool, you'll see that both grooves are indicated as being inactive. So in addition to actually committing grooves, we can extract grooves from specific clips. So here I clicked on this bass clip, and I'm going to right click and choose to extract groove. And so now Ableton is processing the warping and velocity information needed to extract that specific groove, and we will actually see it in the groove pool once it is done processing. So here is our new groove in the groove pool, and we can actually choose to save that to our user library if we so desired. Now, this process of extracting and committing grooves is actually a very useful technique, especially for when we have multiple rhythm parts or multiple layers of a single source that we want to match together. So we can extract a groove from one of them and apply it to another in order to get their timing and velocity on the same page. Not only can grooves be extracted, but existing grooves can also be edited in empty MIDI tracks. So let's go ahead and drag this groove that we just extracted into an empty MIDI track. And you'll see here that we have timing and velocity information that we can now edit. Once you're happy with the edits that you've made, you can actually go ahead and extract the groove from the clip just like we did before. And now we have access to this custom groove within the groove pool. So definitely utilize grooves wherever possible, and don't be afraid to save custom-made grooves to your library for use in later projects. So we have already seen how to convert MIDI to audio using freezing, flattening, and resampling techniques, but now let's take a look at how we can convert audio into MIDI. So if we right click on any clip once it is selected, you'll see at the bottom here we have 4 different options for converting this audio clip into an actual MIDI clip. Our first option is to slice to new MIDI track, and this will actually allow us to chop up the clip based on subdivisions, transients, or warp markers. So right now we're going to slice this clip based on its transients. And you'll see here that we have a new drum rack opened up with all of the clips that we decided to slice. So now what we can actually do is trigger each individual transient that we had within our clip. And remember that we can set transients and warp markers by hand, so we can really get a precise determination of what will be sliced up in the end. So if you're wondering how this relates to MIDI, you can see that if we click on this track that we just created, there is a clip automatically loaded into our set. And if we go ahead and solo this, we can play it back. And you'll hear that that is the exact pattern that we actually started with. However, we have all these slices that we can play around with in MIDI form, and we can actually create our own new pattern based on the slices. So this option is a little bit different from all the other ones because we're still retaining some of the audio. Now, all of the other options for converting audio to MIDI that we have available to us will actually do its best to create MIDI notes out of the audio provided. So let's take a look now. We're going to go ahead and delete this drum rack we just created. Now, similar to our warp modes, the conversion options that we have available to us work best for either monophonic or polyphonic instruments. So when we're talking about harmony, we're referring to polyphonic instruments, and when we're talking about melody, we are referring to monophonic instruments. So I've just clicked on our chords track, and we're going to go ahead and convert this harmony to a new MIDI track. So again, when we're talking about harmony, we're referring to polyphonic instruments or instruments that play more than one note at a single time. And when we convert any element to MIDI using the harmony method, we're actually going to get a brand new piano instrument with a clip that is a MIDI interpretation of our original. So let's go ahead and solo this and see how close we got. So yeah, that's pretty close. That's pretty much the same pitch. Now, very easily, what we could do is actually go back to the device view and hot swap any instruments that we want, and then we can have any instrument that we wanted playing pretty much the same pattern that we had in audio form. Also, MIDI is a much more flexible medium to work in, meaning that we can drag notes up and down on the scale, we can easily delete individual notes, or even adjust the timing of notes. And if we were to do that with audio, we would have to do warping just to adjust the timing, but we really wouldn't be able to affect the pitch of each individual note within audio. So MIDI is much more flexible, and there are several benefits of why you might want to convert your audio to MIDI. So let's go ahead and delete the track we just made. Let's actually go ahead and try to convert this chords clip into a new melody instrument and see what happens. We have our synthesizer instrument and a MIDI representation of our audio. So that's pretty interesting. Again, it wasn't really what we expected, but just know that we have this option available to us if we're working with monophonic instruments. Let's go ahead and delete that melody, and I will go ahead and show you our last option. And our last option here is actually converting drums to a new MIDI track. And what Ableton will try to do is decipher what drum hits are happening at what time. And it will load a brand new drum track and a new clip that tries its best to determine what hits are happening where. So I already know that all we have is a kick drum on this track. So let's go ahead and delete all the other elements and we'll give it a listen. So it looks like it pretty much did perfectly. All of our kicks are matching up with our original kicks, and I just soloed both of them so that we can hear them in tandem. But yeah, Ableton did a great job there. Now, it doesn't matter if you have a full-on drum set playing at the same time. You can still convert that track to MIDI, and Live will again try to determine what drum hits are playing when. And it will load this default 606 kit with all of the different elements of a drum set and do its best to determine the timing and the element that is being played. So this is basically how you convert audio to MIDI. Now again, we can easily hot swap all of the instruments that are loaded by default into the instruments that we want, but the important thing is that we're getting that MIDI clip with the pitch, velocity, and timing information. Now again, there are best practices and best uses for monophonic and polyphonic clips as well as drum clips. So make sure you're using the right technique to get the right type of clip. Now that we've spent time looking at the different ways that we can edit actual audio clips, let's do the same thing for MIDI clips. So in order to create a new MIDI track, we have a few options. First, and the most easiest way, is that we can right-click in the track view and insert a new MIDI track. Now, alternative to this, we can use the Create menu and use either Insert Audio Track to insert an audio track or Insert a MIDI track to insert a MIDI track. So now that we have a new MIDI track, we can actually insert fresh MIDI clips with no information whatsoever. So in the arrangement view, there are a few ways to do this. First of all, we can double click anywhere, and this will automatically create an empty MIDI clip. If you want a bit more control over the size of the MIDI clip that you can create, you can highlight a portion of time, right click, and select to insert a MIDI clip. And this works the same for the create menu as we already saw. We can highlight a portion, go to create, and insert a new MIDI clip here. So there are many ways to get MIDI into your arrangement. Now alternatively, if we record armed this MIDI track with this button here, and we started a recording, a MIDI clip would also be created. Now in the session view, because there is no timeline, things are a bit different. So still we can double click in an empty grid slot to create a new MIDI clip. And we can also select a grid slot and use the create menu to insert a new MIDI clip. If you wanted to record a new MIDI clip in the session view, because we have this track record armed, we have these little recording icons, and once we click those, a recording will be initiated. So this is again another way to create a MIDI clip. Just keep in mind that portions of your recording might be cut off or added in order to fit the current global quantization setting. Now because we've bounced all of our original MIDI clips to audio, or freezed and flattened them, we need to create a new MIDI section. So in order to do this, I'm actually going to resample my drums here. So now that I have these resampled drums, let's actually right click on them and slice them to a new MIDI track so that we can start working with some MIDI. So we can delete our old resampled drum track, and now let's focus in on the new track that we've created. Now we have all of these different slices within our drum rack. We're not going to worry too much about what a drum rack is yet until we come back to that in the racks section. For now, just consider that each of these slices or drum pads represents a specific transient that we sliced out of our original clip. So I'm going to go ahead and rename some of these usable pads, and then we'll start taking a look at how we can use them within the MIDI editor. So if we double click on our MIDI clip here, it will bring up the MIDI editor, and you can see that we already have a bunch of MIDI notes within this track. And these MIDI notes actually represent the original pattern of the original clip that we decided to slice up. So if we listen to this here, let's actually solo this track. And if we listen to this clip here, you can hear it's just the original clip that we decided to slice. So let's actually go ahead and delete all of these. So there are really only 3 samples that I'd like to use here. I'd like to use this hats channel, I'd like to use this kick channel, and I'd like to use this snare channel. Now we do have a bunch of extra different slices, but we have this fold function up here, and what this fold function allows us to do is actually limit the amount of notes we can view only to those with actual data in them. So because I just put a simple note within each one of these channels, once I hit the fold button, only those will be available for us to see. So when it comes to creating MIDI notes, we actually have a few options. As you saw before, I could simply double click in any grid slot, and that will actually create a new MIDI note within it. Now alternatively to this method, there's actually a special mode in Ableton that we can use to quickly draw MIDI notes in, and that's actually called the draw mode. So we can either use the B key on our computer keyboard, or we can toggle this selector up here, and this will enable and disable the draw mode. So while draw mode is enabled, we only have to click once in any grid slot to create or delete a note. And in addition to creating and deleting notes, we can actually click and hold on the note to adjust the velocity by moving the mouse up and down while we continue to hold our click. Once the click is released, we no longer have the option to adjust the velocity. And the velocity can actually be edited down here in the velocity editor. This will determine how hard the notes are played. And if you actually have a touch-sensitive MIDI controller, anytime you record a clip, those velocities will be recorded along with the MIDI notes that you play. If we choose to exit the draw mode, you can see that the velocity editor actually has little circles at the top, and they are just click and draggable. So really, you can create MIDI notes and edit the velocity in either mode. However, the draw mode is a bit faster because you only have to use a single click. So outside of draw mode, the ability to actually change the velocity is not lost. Instead, we just have to hold Command or Control, click and drag up and down while selecting a specific note. Now, in addition to the fold function that we have here, there's one more option available indicated by this headphone marker, and this will actually allow us to hear the notes that we add as we add them. So you see now as I clicked and added this new note, we heard it being added. And actually, if we move around our insert marker, using the arrow keys on your computer keyboard, right to go right and left to go left, we can actually hear the different notes as we run over them. So this kind of brings us into the next available option that we have when creating MIDI. So the technique that I'm about to show you is called step recording. And with step recording, we can actually use our computer keyboard, no mouse involved, to create all the notes that we have available to us. So first, let's go ahead and clear out this MIDI editor. Now what we're going to do is actually enable the computer keyboard to be used as a MIDI keyboard. And this will allow us to actually play notes as though they were MIDI keys. So now that we've enabled the computer keyboard as a MIDI keyboard, we can actually play different notes within our drum rack. So the last step that we actually need to take when we're step recording is actually record arm the track, and it looks like it's already record armed. So whenever a track, a MIDI track, is record armed and we have the preview function enabled, we are set up to step record. Now you'll see as I trigger a note here, we have this little blue indicator indicating that a note is ready to be created, and wherever our insert marker is, that blue indicator will follow. So remember that we can move our insert marker using the right and left arrow keys, and as I hold down a note and move the right and left arrow keys, I can determine the length of the note that I want to add. So this is known as step recording, and if you're actually using a MIDI controller that is touch sensitive again, then the velocity at which you strike the note you're adding will also be added into the step recording. So this is a very quick and easy way to add MIDI notes to clips, and depending on your grid value, you can get really finite control over the notes that you add and the edits that you make. So you see here, now we can make a much smaller note on a smaller grid size. And alternatively, we can decide to delete notes by holding down that same key and going backwards. So we go to the end of the note, hold down the note key, and go backwards. And then once we get to the end, that note will be deleted. So let's go ahead and actually step record a little section here. Okay, so I've created a little loop here, and now what we can do is actually duplicate it along the regions. So I'll just highlight all these clips and use the duplicate function to delete this a few times. And we'll actually shorten the length of the clip so that we're not using such a long clip. So this was an extremely fast way to record some MIDI without actually having to record, and making it so that my notes are always on the grid no matter what. So now let's take a look at some of the different ways that MIDI can actually be recorded into our project. Alright, so now let's go ahead and record some new clips into our project. I'm going to go ahead and turn the metronome on and actually set up a count-in of 1 bar. It looks like we already have it, so that will just make it so that before we start recording, we will get 1 bar of the metronome so that we can sync up our timing. And one more thing I'll actually do is decide to enable the metronome only while recording. And this will make it so that when I'm not recording, we won't have to hear those annoying clicks. So the next thing I'll do is actually duplicate this drum track that we were just working on, and I'll set that to record arm and solo, and I'll delete the clip, and now we can start a brand new recording. Now we've actually spent some time in the session in a previous lecture where we loop recorded a clip, and we can actually do the same thing within the arrangement view. So what I'm going to do is set the loop brace on these 4 bars here, and what I'm actually going to do is enable the MIDI overdub function. Now what this will allow us to do is continuously record without losing any of our previously recorded notes. So basically, we are no longer overwriting our previous recordings as we loop over the clip. So this makes it really easy for us to just add one element at a time and wait for the next loop to add the second element. So let's go ahead and start the recording. So not the best finger drumming performance, but we got the point across. So our hi-hats are a bit out of time. Not to mention some of the other notes, but mainly our hi-hats. Now because we were loop recording, each additional time that we actually looped over our clip was a new recording, and the notes that were already in the original clip were simply re-recorded again. And I can prove this by coming over to Note Overview box. Now the Note Overview box is very similar to our Clip Overview box here in the arrangement view. What we can actually do is drag the sides to extend it, and we can actually drag up and down within the box to zoom in and zoom out. And additionally, we can drag right and left with our mouse to go right and left respectively. So let's go ahead and extend this out. You can see here that we started with a snare drum, and then we added some kick drums, and then eventually we added our hi-hats. And this last loop, which is actually the active amount of the clip, as you can see here in the notes box, the start of our clip is actually not at the beginning. The start is 17 bars into the actual recording. So a quick way to clean this up and get the unnecessary notes that were previously recorded out of the way is to simply right click and crop the clip. And now you'll see that our start position is at 1 and we end at 5, indicating that we have a 4-bar clip. So as I previously mentioned, I didn't record with the best timing instincts naturally, so let's actually go ahead and quantize all of our MIDI notes. We can check to see which notes are selected for quantization by looking here again in the notes box, and we'll see that it appears that all of our notes are targeted because there is no selection made. So let's go ahead and right click in the piano roll, and we can select to quantize, and actually we'll select the quantize settings, and you'll see they're very similar to audio's quantize settings. However, we have this start and end option here. So the end of the note just simply means where the note cuts off, and we can choose to quantize both the start and positions of our notes. But here I'm just going to leave the start position on so that it doesn't adjust the length of our actual notes. And let's actually put it to, say, maybe somewhere around 80% so that we get a bit more of a humanized feel. Now, I think I was just playing 8th notes, so we'll set it to 8th. And now let's click OK. And you'll see here, now we have a perfectly quantized clip. Very nice. Now, alternatively to quantizing after the fact, we can actually quantize incoming MIDI notes. And to do this, we're going to go ahead and access the menu up at the top, go to Edit, Record Quantization, and set our desired quantization. Let's set it to 8th notes, and we'll actually go ahead and re-record this clip in a new position on the grid. So we're all set up here. We have MIDI overdub on and our loop is on. and now we can go ahead and hit record. So again, not the best performance, but because we were recording with quantization on, all these notes are perfectly on the grid, and I didn't even have to quantize them after the fact. They were just recorded in that way. That is just an awesome feature. Now remember, in order to loop record as we have been doing thus far and continuously record, we must turn on the MIDI overdub option here in the control bar. If that is not on, every time we loop over the clip, a new recording will be initiated and all of the rest of the notes that we previously recorded will actually be overwritten. So really it depends on what you want to do and how you want to record, but if you're going for an overdub option, make sure to enable that in the arrangement view. As I previously mentioned, the session view is always set to MIDI overdub, so there's no additional controls that need to be enabled within the session view. Now the last pretty cool recording technique that we have available to us when it comes to MIDI is actually something known as the Capture MIDI option. So here in the control bar, this is the Capture MIDI option, and you'll see it's grayed out right now. But if I were to play a note, you'll see it comes to life. And what this is actually doing is it is constantly recording any MIDI that we are playing into live. And so what we can do is practice along with our session, and then if we played something that we actually liked and wanted to record, instead of actually recording and trying another take, we can use this Capture MIDI option. So I'm just going to play a really simple drum loop here and we'll test it out. Okay, let's go ahead and hit the Capture MIDI option, and you'll see here that we have a new clip that we didn't even have to record. Let's go ahead and listen to what we came up with. I'll actually shorten it to the part that I want. And again, we can quantize this after the fact. So currently Live is doing its best to match the current tempo of our set, and that's because we actually have clips already loaded into our project. Alternatively, if we were doing this and there were no clips loaded into our project, Live would actually try to determine the tempo at which we are playing and then change our set to that tempo accordingly. So it really depends on whether or not you have clips already loaded into your session, how Ableton will respond with this Capture MIDI function. Now remember that wherever our insert marker is, when we hit the Capture MIDI option, the new clip will be placed after that insert marker. So if we had our insert marker here and we played something and we hit Capture MIDI, some of this clip just got overwritten with the MIDI that we just captured. So just keep that in mind and place your insert marker wherever you want your new clip to appear. So that is Capture MIDI. It's really quite simple, but powerful at the same time. Now let's go ahead and take a look at more in-depth MIDI editing. So when we're editing MIDI, it's really about adding and deleting notes. Anytime you actually want to resize a note in the MIDI editor, simply hover your mouse over either edge of the note and you can click and drag the note to extend it along the grid. Now notice that we're currently snapping to the grid, however, you can temporarily disable the grid with the shortcut shown on the screen now. Now I've shown you the different ways in navigating the timeline of the MIDI editor. However, remember that before we folded this clip, we had all of these different channels here. And the way I'm actually navigating through them is by clicking to the left of the piano roll and sliding up and down. This will take you up and down the clips, and alternatively, you can slide left and right to zoom in and out. So let's go ahead and refold our clip. So new to Ableton Live 10 is actually the ability to edit multiple clips at a single time. So I'm going to go ahead and drag this clip to a new track, and we'll actually delete the first track that we started with, and we'll go ahead and recolor one of these clips so that there's some differences. Now what we can do is open the MIDI clip view of one of these clips and then hold shift and select another. Now you can see that we basically have two clips within the MIDI editor. I'm going to go ahead and close the notes box so that we have a bit better of a view. So all of the parameters within the actual clip box can be edited at the same time. So let's go ahead and change both of these clips' name to T, and we can also change the color. However, I like to keep them different so that we can really see some contrast when we're editing each individual clip. Now, in addition, we can apply grooves to both of the clips and change the signature all at one time. So in the MIDI editor, we can actually select 8 clips at once to view at a single time. And you can see that the different clips have different colors and they're represented by their actual colors within the arrangement view. So right now our yellow clip is focused and you'll see all the notes in it are yellow. However, we can either select one of the grayed out notes and select that clip for focus, or we can change the focus within the timeline here by selecting either of these bars. And when we have more clips, there will be more bars and more grayed out notes. And so just hovering over those notes will actually show you what clip you'll be selecting if you were to click on those notes. So when you're multi-clip editing, it's kind of important to have all the clips that you're editing at once be in different colors so that you can really tell them apart easily. So in order to give you an example of editing a looping clip and a non-looping clip at the same time, let's go ahead and set this yellow clip to loop. So we'll turn on the loop and drag down the length to 2 bars. So we're looping these first 2 bars over this range of 4 bars. And we'll go ahead and again select the pink clip. And now if we take a look here, when we toggle the yellow clip, we'll see this black line in the middle. And this actually indicates the beginning of a new cycle of the same loop. So if we were to take that note out, you'll see it was taken out in both the first half of the loop and the second half. Let's go ahead and actually undo that. So multi-clip editing is a very powerful function, and it actually is a really easy way to compare clips to one another as well as use scales in an interesting way. And what I mean by this is usually when I'm producing, I like to decide the scale of the song that I'm going to be making, and then I'll make an empty MIDI clip with that scale. And what I'll do is when I'm creating the harmony or the melody of my song, I will actually compare it to that MIDI clip that holds the scale within it. And so this makes it so that I know exactly what notes are available to me within the particular scale that I'm working in. Now remember that unless you have a MIDI instrument or device that is converting your MIDI data into audio, the clips will not make a sound. So I always leave my MIDI clip that holds my scale on it empty, and this works very well for my style of producing. So that is multi-clip editing in live. Now, one common problem that we have is trying to resize multiple notes to get them to the same length. And an easy way to do this would be to select all the notes that you want to resize and drag the largest one down to its smallest size. Then what I'll do is release the mouse button and notice that all the notes are still selected. So what I'll then do is hover the mouse over the note until I get that resizing option, and then I'll begin to resize the notes. And you can now see that all of them are the same exact size. So as I've mentioned in previous videos all too often is to know what you are selecting. You can select a note, you can select time, or you can select notes and time. And the difference is very vast when you're duplicating and copying and pasting. So let me show you what I mean. So I've moved this note slightly off of the grid, as you can see here. Now if we were to copy this note, place our insert marker and paste it, notice that it's back on the grid. And that's because all I had selected was the note itself. And you can see up here on the timeline that only this note is selected. Now alternatively, if I was to click and drag from the start meaning that I have both time and the note selected, and I were to copy that and then go ahead and paste it, you can see that we still have retained that offset of the grid. So it's really important to know what you are selecting, and also to keep in mind that wherever you place your insert marker, the start of whatever you're copying or pasting will be pasted or copied. So the insert marker and your actual selection are very important. So the last thing that I want to talk about are actual MIDI stretch markers. And you'll see that these MIDI stretch markers look exactly like warping markers when we were warping our audio clips. And they actually act in a very similar way. Notice that we can click and drag MIDI stretch markers to stretch our MIDI accordingly. And you'll see that the actual notes are changed in size. So a lot of the time, these MIDI stretch markers are pretty hard to control and hard to get them to do exactly what you want. So I would actually recommend resizing the notes by hand rather than using these MIDI stretch markers. Now, there is a time when you would want to use these MIDI stretch markers, and that is when you have envelopes linked to the clip. So when we talk about envelopes, which we'll see in a later video, envelopes are parameter changes over time, and you can actually link these envelopes to the actual clip that you're working on. And so when the envelopes are linked, the time is linked. However, if we wanted to adjust the timing of our envelopes without changing what notes they affect in the MIDI world, we can use these MIDI stretch markers and adjust our envelopes and notes at the exact same time. So these are really helpful if you want to retain your envelopes. For now, just consider that the option is available to you, and don't get confused when you see these MIDI stretch markers here at the top of your selection. So this has been an overview of MIDI in Ableton Live and all the different editing functions that we have available to us. In this video, we're going to take a look at how to set up your MIDI hardware with Ableton Live, and then we're going to map some parameters to that hardware. So let's go ahead and start by opening up our preferences and then navigating to the link and MIDI section. It looks like it's already open here. So starting with the preferences, we actually have a few different ways to set up our MIDI controllers. First of all, we have this control surface area right here. And what this means is that there are certain MIDI controllers that the developers of Ableton have actually worked with, and these MIDI controllers actually have template settings and parameters that have already been custom mapped to Ableton. So as you can see here, I have a push to, and I'm using both the input and the output. Now, you want to use the input to actually send messages, and you want to use the output to receive messages. So if your control surface has things like motorized faders or LED lights that actually give some kind of signal feedback, then you're also going to want to map the output. Now the next section here is just for the regular MIDI controllers. So if your MIDI controller doesn't actually have a control surface template, as you can see there's a big list of them here, but if your MIDI controller does not have this, once you plug your MIDI controller into your computer and turn it on, you should see some ports here available to you. Now again, we have the input and the output, and it is the same thing. Input will send messages and output will receive messages. So today, for my example, I'm going to be using my push to in the user mode, which means that I can map as many parameters to as many buttons as I have available. So I'm going to want to access the input of the Ableton push to user port, which is basically the mode that I'm going to be using. And here we have a few options as track, sync, and remote. So we're definitely going to want to start by turning track on. Now what track allows us to do is actually send MIDI notes and parameter changes. So imagine if we have a knob or an encoder, or we have pads that display specific MIDI notes, this is going to allow us to send that information into Ableton. The next option, sync, here we can actually leave off, and sync is best used for tempo syncing different devices. So this is like if you have a drum machine or a synthesizer capable of MIDI, or even an entire other software. You can actually sync the tempo between the two software and send messages throughout one another. Now, the last option here, remote, we're going to want to turn that on, and that's actually going to allow us to map specific parameters in Ableton to our MIDI controller here. So the last option in the preferences that I want to talk about is the takeover mode. And the takeover mode will actually determine how Live responds to parameter changes from your MIDI controller. So say you have an encoder, for example, and we're simply turning the encoder. Whatever takeover mode you have enabled, Live will basically change the parameter in a specified way. So the first option here is none, and this will actually cause abrupt changes to happen. So imagine that as we change an encoder, we have 0 to 127 options, and wherever our MIDI controller is, the parameter that we're changing will simply jump to that number. The next option we have here is pickup mode, and what this will do is actually cause Live to wait until you turn the encoder to such an extent that you reach the current value of the parameter you're trying to change. Once you reach the current value, you will have full control over how you change said parameter. Now, the last option, and this is personally my favorite and the one that I tend to use the most, is value scaling. And this means that there will be no abrupt changes and no waiting for you to reach that specified parameter setting. Once you turn a knob, Live will proportionately adjust the parameter that you're affecting. So if you turn a knob to the right in Live, the knob will turn to the right. So I'm going to set mine to value scaling, and now let's jump into the MIDI mapping modes. So like I talked about in my introduction, we have key mapping and we have MIDI mapping. Now if you take a look at the key mapping first, you can see here that I like to map my record button to R. So basically the key mapping mode allows us to use our computer's keyboard as a controller in Live. So you can basically map all the controls on your computer keyboard to specific functions. Now, it gets a little finicky when you're working with knobs and such, and that's why we have the actual MIDI browser. So we still have the option to say map this parameter right here to our number 1 button on our computer keyboard. However, it's going to work in a slightly interesting way. So if I exit the key mapping mode, you'll see that our browser comes back to normal, but when we hit 1, we're just kind of going to some extremes. So this is where the mapping browser kind of comes in handy, and we can actually set minimum and maximum values. So you see here, I've adjusted these values a bit, and when we go back into the key mode, you can see we're adjusting between the minimum and maximum values. And that's simply because we're not using a knob, we're actually using a button. So if you were using a MIDI controller that has only buttons and no knobs, the same effects would apply here. You're going to want to set your minimum and maximum values. And if you look here in the MIDI mapping browser, we have a bunch of different information pertaining to each mapping that we have available to us. So like I said, when you're using a simple button, make sure you adjust your minimum and maximum values, and know that when you toggle that button, you'll be toggling the minimum or the maximum, depending on which one you have it currently set. So buttons can be quite useful if you know very specific settings that you want to be applied. So again, taking a look at the actual MIDI mapping browser, we can see the name of the parameter that we're adjusting, and we can see its path. So right now this is on track 1, which is labeled 1 audio, and we have a little bar right here, and then we can see it's on the utility device. So that is the path of the actual parameter that we're mapping, and here we can see the button that we're actually mapping it to. So now let's move on and check out our MIDI mapping modes, which is practically the same thing. Now you can see that our actual original mappings that we had on our keyboard maps are not available in the MIDI map mode. So these are entirely separate. So now what I can do is simply click whatever parameter that I want to map, and I'm going to go ahead and move my knob. And you'll see here that we have a newly mapped parameter added to our actual MIDI mapping browser. Here again, we have a minimum and maximum value, and we also have the name, the path, and the specific note or control that we have this mapped to. Now, because this is a knob, we don't have to worry too much about minimum and maximum values, and especially because this is an endless knob, it makes sense that we're using the value scaling function, because we can simply turn it either right or left, and the knob will turn right or left. So you see here, if we exit the MIDI mapping mode, we turn our original mapping, and boom, we are in business. And just about everything in Ableton can be mapped to a specific control on your MIDI controller. Basically, you'll run out of space on your hardware before you run out of things to map. So the formula for mapping is really simple. Enter the specific mode that you want. If you want to map it to your computer keyboard, use the key mode. If you have a MIDI controller, use the MIDI mode. Once you've entered the mode that you're going to use, select the parameter that you wish to map and move the control that you wish to map it to on your actual hardware. Once you move the control, this mapping will be added to the mapping browser, and you can adjust minimum and maximum values as you see fit. Now, the last thing that I want to touch on is the actual special mapping options that we have available to us, and these options can be found in the session view. So once we enter one of the MIDI mapping modes, we can see a few new controls pop up. The first being this track launcher button, and what this allows us to do is launch clips on a specific track. So we'll just map this to a simple button on our push, and now we'll exit MIDI mapping mode, and once we hit that, you'll see we're launching the first clip. And this is because we actually have this first scene selected. So let's actually insert a few more scenes, and now we have 3 different scenes, and whatever scene we have selected will be launching the corresponding clip for that track. Now, another really cool feature that we have available to us in the MIDI mapping modes is actually these buttons on the master channel. These will allow us to navigate scenes. So now you're starting to put 2 and 2 together. If we can navigate scenes from our MIDI controller and launch clips, we basically have access to every clip slot in the session view by just doing a few mappings. Now, this first button here, this play button, will launch the entire scene. These next 2 buttons can be used to toggle up a scene or down a scene, respectively. This last option here replaces these 2 buttons and actually allows you to move a knob and control the scene selector with a knob. So now we've mapped to this and we can go about our different scenes. Now, the very last option that I want to talk about with you today is this new button here. Now, this new button basically acts as a new take button. So while you have a track that is record armed, if you are to hit this new button, a scene with an empty clip on the track that you have record armed will be launched. If there is no scene available, then a new scene will be created and launched. So this can become really helpful with a specific preference setting, and I'll show you that now. So let's enter our preferences. And if we go to the Record Warp Launch tab here, you can see we have this option to start recording on scene launch. And by default, this option is always set to off. But if we were to actually turn this on, then the new button becomes a very interactive new take button. And basically what this means is as we're recording and trying to get a piece right, if we hit that new button, a new scene will not only be created and launched, but a new recording will be created and launched as well. So this, in tandem with our scene selectors and clip launchers, really gives us some not hands-free control, but mouse and keyboard-free control to use our session view in a very interactive and cool way. So hopefully this helps you to sync up your hardware for a more enjoyable time producing with Ableton Live. Alright, so I think it's about time for us to start recording some actual instruments into our project. I have an electric guitar here with me, and so today we're going to be recording some clips to kind of finish up our composition. Now, before we actually start recording, we've got to go ahead and make sure that our session is actually ready to record. And now in the preferences video, I went over how to determine what a good buffer size is for you. And I explained that when we are recording, we're going to want a really low buffer size, or we're going to want really low latency. So let's go ahead into our preferences and just make sure we have that set up. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is make sure that our audio input device is actually set to the correct input. And right now I'm going to be using a Scarlett 18i20 and plugging my guitar directly into one of the preamps. The next thing we're going to want to check out is the sample rate, and I explained that when we record, the sample rate is kind of similar to frames per second in a video. So the higher the sample rate, the higher quality recording you will have. However, it reaches a certain point where you don't really notice the difference. So I tend to like to work in a 48,000 sample rate, and that seems to work well for me. The next and most important preference that we're going to have to set here is our actual buffer size. Now 128 samples is pretty low. We can see that our input latency is at 2.67 milliseconds. So that is plenty low enough for us to start recording, and it looks like we're good to go. Remember, in order to see what settings will work for your specific system, you're going to want to use the test tone here, and as long as there's no distortion at 80% CPU usage, then you'll know that your system can handle those specific settings. So it looks like our preferences are all set up and ready to go. Now let's go ahead and check out the metronome settings here. Underneath the metronome, we can decide whether or not we want a count in before we actually start recording. And this will give us a few bars of clicks depending on how we have it set, so that we can accustom ourselves to the metronome before actually starting the recording. Beneath that, we can change the sound of the actual metronome, and then we have options to change the rhythm. The last option here that I like to use is enable while only recording, and again, this will make it so that the metronome will only sound while recording is enabled. So when we stop recording, we're not going to hear that annoying click and have to go and turn the metronome off. So now let's start setting up our actual audio track. I'm going to go ahead and insert a fresh audio track, and we'll just rename it Guitar. So now that we have our track renamed, let's go ahead and set the inputs and outputs. The input is going to be from our external source. In this case, it's going to be my 18i20. And once you choose the external input, whatever audio input that you have set up in your preferences will be the one selected. So now what we can go ahead and do is choose a specific channel. For this one, I'm going to be using the second channel that I have labeled here as guitar. So you can see that as I strum the guitar, we're getting some signal there. The audio output is set to the master, and I'm alright with that because our guitar track is not in a group currently. We're just going to be having it sent to the master like all the other tracks. Now the last thing that I'm going to do is actually set the monitor option to auto, so that each time that I enable the track and record arm it, I can actually hear what's going on. So now we can hear our guitar. So now that we're all plugged in and ready to go and we're receiving audio, let's actually go ahead and set our levels. In a digital setting, it is really important to avoid clipping or going over 0 decibels. So as we strum our guitar, we're going to want to make sure we're not coming anywhere close to 0. You'll see here I'm around -20, and that's pretty good. I can actually turn this up a little bit, and I'll do so. And as long as we're not going, say, above -6, we're going to be alright. As a rule of thumb, I like to keep my recordings around -18 decibels, and I find that's a good happy medium so that we have a lot of headroom to avoid actual clipping. So it looks like these settings are pretty good. I don't think we'll be going over 0. Now let's go ahead and put an amp simulator on this. I'm just going to type in guitar into the audio effects tab, and let's see the different options that we have. We'll go to amp simulation, and I tend to like this clean guitar amp, so we'll just use that for now. And it also has a tuner built in, so now I can tune my guitar. So for our guitar solo here, I think I'm just going to be improvising over this section here. But for the verse, I have a very specific little riff that I've come up with on my own time, and I want to incorporate that. So let's talk about how I actually go about recording my signals. I like to use the punch recording options here in Ableton, and if we take a look up on the control bar next to the loop initiator, we have this punch in and punch out option. And what this actually allows us to do is set the loop brace to a very specific part, and once we have our loop brace actually set up, Ableton will only be recording during this section. Now, alternatively, we could decide to only punch in, so Ableton will only start the recording after the loop brace, or we can decide to only punch out. And this means that as soon as you initiate the recording, a recording will take place, but then once we reach the end of the loop brace, the recording will stop. So basically, with the punch in and punch out options, you're deciding the exact spaces that you would like a recording to occur in. So I know that for now, I only want to be recording in this verse section here, so I'm going to leave punch in and punch out on, and I'm also going to disable the loop so that we're not constantly repeating and overriding our previous recordings. Now what I can go ahead and do is enable the recording, and once I press play, the recording will actually not start until we reach the beginning of the loop brace here, and once we finish the loop, it will end. So let's go ahead and do a few takes here. So I'm having a bit of trouble getting that loop exactly right. So what I'm actually going to do is enable loop, and we'll go until we get it right. Now each time the loop cycles through, we'll actually be overriding our previous recording. Now it won't be lost, and I'll show you how to access that after the fact. But for now, let's just go ahead and try to get this clip just right. Alright, so we looped through the riff quite a few times, and now what I'm going to show you is actually how we can access all of our recordings. So I'm actually going to go ahead and chop up this clip bar for bar, and I'll go ahead and delete that first little part on the end and drag this one back. So now we have 4 separate bars that make up our actual clip as a whole. Now, as I mentioned, as we continued to loop over this and overwrite our clip, we were actually not losing any of the previous recordings. So what I like to do is actually double click on each specific bar and check out what we have here in the clip view. You can see that we just have this very repetitive loop, and what I actually like to do is manipulate the start and end markers of each of the bars that I chopped up to get the best takes going throughout the entire clip. We can use the slip method that I showed you before by holding down the slip control and determining which exact part we would like to hear. So I'm going to go ahead and do this until we've got a pretty much perfect clip here. Now that I'm happy with that, I think I'm actually just going to go ahead and duplicate these 2 clips over the second portion of the actual clip. Alright, so now that I've laid out all the separate clips, I've gone ahead and consolidated them as one, and I'm pretty happy how this little verse riff came out. Let's go ahead and take a listen. Add some reverb to it. And I think I'm actually just going to go ahead and duplicate this throughout. So now I've gone ahead and just chopped out these little parts here so that it's not too repetitive over the entire composition. And that is basically how you punch record. So remember that we have the opportunity to loop while we're punch recording, and that will actually enable us to constantly record, even though it looks like we are actually overriding the clip as we continue to record through cycles of the loop. It is actually all retained and accessible within the clip view. So a really common technique that you saw here today that I personally like to use is record on loop and then chop up different sections of the piece that I recorded and select the best takes from within the clip view using the start and end markers, or by just simply slipping the clip along the grid in the actual arrangement view. So punch recording kind of crops clips for us without us having to go in and do all the extra work. So it's a really quick, easy, and clean way to record takes within the arrangement view. So now that we've recorded a nice little riff for our verse section, we're actually going to finish up by recording a guitar solo here, and I'm just going to be improvising and coming up with whatever comes to me during the moment. So before we do that, I would actually like to quantize this guitar part because it sounds just a little bit out of time here. So let's go ahead and right click within the clip view and choose to quantize that. Now let's hear how it sounds, and then we can decide whether or not we want to quantize the other pieces. I think I actually like it better when it's unquantized, so I'm going to go ahead and actually undo that quantization. Alright, so I think that's sounding good as it is, and now we can really focus on our guitar solo here. So I'm going to do the same thing and set up punch recording here on the guitar solo, and we'll go ahead and enable the punch in and punch out options. And I'm actually again going to set it to loop as well as punch in and punch out. So now we can start our recording. So let's go ahead and do that now. Alright, so now that we've set the clip to loop and just recorded a bunch of improvisation, let's go ahead and again chop it up and select the best parts from it and compile one final guitar solo. So I'll be right back with you after I've done that. Alright, so after a lot of chopping and adjusting, I feel like the guitar solo is pretty good as it is, so I'll let you have a listen now. Alright, so I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. Let's go ahead and consolidate it now. So it looks like our composition is pretty much filled up here with all the guitar parts that I wanted to add. Now, the last thing that I would like to discuss is some special options that we have in the session view here. Now, the session view is pretty notorious for being a place where we can quickly record new takes and new ideas. And there are actually a few special options that we have available to us in the Midi mapping mode here that are not available in the arrangement view. So as we toggle this Midi mapping option, you can see that we have some selectors here that were not available previously. And what these selectors allow us to do is actually toggle through scene by scene and actually launch scenes at any given time. And depending on our preferences, if we have clip launching set up to record when a new scene is launched, that means that any tracks that we have armed will actually begin to record when that specific scene is launched. So here we have up and down arrows to navigate scenes with buttons, and alternatively we have a slider here where if we had a knob or an encoder, we would be able to map that accordingly and toggle through the different scenes using that option there. Now, in addition to these options, we actually have clip launching buttons for each individual track. So this little triangle here will allow us to launch the specific clip pertaining to whatever scene we have selected. So with these working together, both the clip launching buttons and the scene launching buttons, we can really have full control without ever having to go to our mouse and keyboard and quickly launch new scenes and record new clips in a very fast and fluid manner. Now, in addition to these options, we also have a new button here. And what this new button will do is actually create a brand new scene beneath the scene that we are currently working in. And then we can launch clips as needed to start a new recording. And that's just a really fast way to get additional takes of the same scene down. Now, in the session view, there is no punch recording option, so that is why I prefer to record in the arrangement view rather than the session view. However, with these extra options and this MIDI mapping capability, the session view is really a powerful place to record your new ideas. So definitely don't be shy of the session view, but for my personal preference, I prefer to record in the actual arrangement view. So we've recorded some pretty cool guitar parts today, and if you were paying attention at the beginning, you would have seen that we actually used an audio effect rack, and we'll be going over racks in the next section, but for now just consider that they are tools that we can use to group together different effects and instruments, and we can actually do some pretty cool things with them. I hope you enjoyed recording some guitar today, and I will see you in the next video. Alright, in this section we're going to be taking a look at the different racks that we actually have available in Ableton. Now, in the last section we actually did some guitar recording, and we actually used an effect rack. So there are a few different types of racks in Ableton. There are both MIDI and audio effects racks, as well as drum and instrument racks. So in a general description, racks simply take multiple devices and group them together. Now, they also allow for some pretty unique mixing opportunities, as well as including some interesting features such as zones that we will be taking a look at. So to start, we'll be using this clean guitar amp rack, and this is an audio effect rack that has multiple different audio effects within it. So just like devices in Ableton, all the racks actually also include a bypass function, a hot swap option, as well as a save button here so that we can save racks to our user library. Now, unlike normal devices in Ableton, we also have all of these options over here on the left, which can be toggled similar to the mixer view in order to show different parts of the actual rack. So starting from the top, we have this macro switch here, and macros within racks actually allow us to map specific parameters within the devices that are grouped in our rack. So this is just a quick way to access specific parameters that you want to use more often than other parameters. So we can map our own macros using the mapping function found at the top of all racks. And this allows us to select the mapping function, and now we're in macro mapping mode. So what we can then do is select a specific parameter and then click on one of these mapping icons under the corresponding macro to map it to that specific macro. Now, alternatively, we can simply right-click on that specific parameter and choose to map it to the macros in that way as well. Now, keep in mind that you can map multiple parameters to a single macro, so you can really get some interesting results by mapping different parameters to the same macro knob. The next option we have here is the chain view, and the chain view actually allows us to see the different chains or channels within our racks. So all racks are made up of multiple chains, and you can actually right click within the chain view and create a chain. And within each chain, you can store different elements and mix both chains together. So chains or channels, as I like to think of them, are actually processed in parallel. So the signal going into the rack will actually be fed to both chains equally. And then you can use these mixer options within the chain view to mix both the chains together and get a nice parallel processing effect. The last option we have here is the device view. Now the device view will actually show the devices on each specific chain. So if you remember, we just added this chain and currently it has no devices on it. However, this first chain here has a tuner and it looks like another audio effect rack. So you actually have the capability to nest effect racks within each other. So really you can have groups within groups within groups and keep on going until you are happy with your effect rack. Now, as I said before, we can add different chains to this effect rack, and each chain can harbor its own devices. So let's go ahead and add some devices to this chain just to show you what I'm talking about. So we'll add a chorus effect to chain number 2 and a compressor to chain number 3. So now you can see that all the chains within this rack have their own effect on it, and we can actually keep on adding chains until we are happy with our sound and then go ahead and mix them together here in the chain view. So we can control the level, the panning. We can actually also mute or solo the chains, and on top of that we have an individual hot swap button for each chain. So this is an audio effect rack where we can store multiple audio effects in a single rack. So we can place these multiple effects on a single chain or spread out throughout different chains. It really depends on how you would like to process your incoming signal. So in order to create an effect rack out of multiple devices or even a single device, you're going to want to select the devices that you want to group and then simply use the grouping function Command or Control G, depending on whether you are on a Mac or a PC respectively. And what this will actually do is create a rack just like you see here, except with no previously mapped macros. All of these will be empty, and you'll have the opportunity to map them yourself. It will put all of the selected devices on a single chain, and then you can add chains as you see fit. So as an example, let's go ahead and create a new audio track, and we'll just load up, say, this corpus effect, and we'll take the utility in the corpus, hit the grouping function, and here you see we have a brand new audio effect rack. And here we can create chains, and you'll see that the second chain is empty, but the first chain has those original effects that we grouped together. Now, another option that we have available to us within audio effect racks is this chain selector option here. Now you can see that each chain in Live has its own little bar. We can actually move this bar and resize it to create a range. And with this range, we can toggle this chain selector and move it to a specified number from 0 to 127. So the ranges that we have available on each chain or channel will determine whether or not that specific chain will receive signal. So wherever this chain selector is, if it is in a range of an active channel, then that channel will be receiving signal. This first chain will not be receiving signal at this moment because it is not covered by this range. So what we can do is resize these ranges and move them about. Again, we have up to 128 options from 0 to 127. And then we can use this blue slider here to determine what actual channels will receive signal. Now, on top of the resizing capabilities, we also have a fade handle at the top. So this little icon on top represents a fade handle that we can click and drag. And now we are fading between the two chains or channels. So instrument racks share this chain option, just like audio effect racks, but they also have two more options, that being key and velocity chains. So let's take a look at an instrument rack now. Let's go ahead and create one from scratch. Here we have this instrument rack, and we can simply drag it onto a new MIDI track. Let's delete that old audio track. And now, just like the audio effect rack, we can actually load our own devices. So this being an instrument rack, of course, it's going to take different instruments. So we'll load up this bass sound and then we'll pair it with, let's say, a piano. So if we open up our chain view, we can actually drag new chains or channels in just like that. And we'll actually choose this bell track here. So now we've actually loaded up two different instruments into our instrument rack. And just like the audio effect rack, we have a little mixer here where we can mix the two sounds together. And we also have a chain selector. So again, we can decide the ranges and place our instruments accordingly. And then we can kind of cycle through our different instruments just by moving this little blue indicator. Now, in addition to this chain selector, we actually have a velocity range and a key range. And as you can see here, as we play notes on our MIDI controller, we're actually selecting specific key notes with their own values for each note we played. So in essence, we can actually split this keyboard. So now we've split the ranges of these two instruments in such a way that we have our bass playing the low notes and we have a piano playing the high notes. So now they actually won't interfere with each other, and we basically have split our keyboard within Ableton Live. Now, just like the chain selector view, we have fades available to us, and we can actually create a bit of an overlapping section so that we kind of fade into each instrument. So this is the capability of the key selector and the different ranges that we can apply within it. You can basically split your keyboard between as many instruments as you have chains. So now let's take a look at the actual velocity ranges. Now in Ableton, if you have a touch-sensitive MIDI controller, every time you hit a pad, the harder you hit that pad, the higher value of velocity information you are actually sending into Ableton. So here we have a range, again, from 0 to 127, 127 being the hardest hits, and 0 being no hits at all. So what we can do with this velocity range is actually determine what instruments play at the velocities that we strike. So we can really create dynamic instruments, say by only having this bass instrument be triggered when we hit the key really hard. So this is a more realistic approach to creating instruments, in the sense that the hardest hits will have a little bit extra sound to them. Now, when you're working with multiple ranges, you do have to keep in mind that all of the ranges will still be active. And again, just like the chain selector mode and the key range mode, we have fades that can be applied. So now we're simply fading into that full bass instrument the harder that we hit it. So velocity and key zones are only available within instrument racks because we have an actual instrument receiving MIDI data. Now, it wouldn't really make sense for us to have key and velocity ranges within our audio effect rack because we're not sending any MIDI data into the actual audio effect rack. So that's why there's only a chain selector option. So before we actually jump into the drum rack section, let's go ahead and take a look at a MIDI effect rack just really quickly. I'll just drag this onto its new track. It's just like an audio effect rack, however we also have available to us key and velocity zones along with the chain zone that we already discussed. Now, MIDI effects receive MIDI data, so this absolutely makes sense that we would have key and velocity zones available to us. Now again, we have different chains and we can create these different chains, and each chain can harbor its own branch of effects. Now of course, as the name implies, MIDI effect racks can only store MIDI effects. Audio effect racks can only store audio effects. However, instrument racks are a bit different. So if we come back to this instrument rack here, you can see on this chain we have an instrument. However, we can also drop an audio effect onto the same chain as the instrument, or even a MIDI effect onto the same chain as an instrument. So let's go ahead and hide this chain view, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. So here we'll drag this MIDI effect before the actual instrument, and we'll go ahead to our audio effects and drag this audio effect after the instrument. I messed up there. Let's drag it inside the rack. So here we have a MIDI effect, an instrument, and an audio effect within the same chain on a single rack. And this is because instruments take MIDI data and convert it into audio signal. So whatever incoming MIDI data we have here, we can take it and affect it with this MIDI effect. And then once it's turned into an audio signal via this MIDI instrument device, we can actually process it with audio effects. So instrument racks are pretty special in the sense that they can store MIDI effects, MIDI instruments, as well as audio effects in a single chain. So in the next video, we'll look at how drum racks differ from the racks that we've already seen in this video. So now let's go ahead and take a look at drum racks within Ableton Live. We'll go ahead and delete these two racks that we just made and load up an empty drum rack channel. So each of these pads corresponds to a specific MIDI note, and we can actually trigger the pads by playing that specific MIDI note. So different samples can be loaded into each pad, and then an actual chain will be created. Right now we don't have any chains available to us because we actually have no samples loaded onto any of the pads. So we can actually use this hot swap button here, and let's just select a basic kick. This one will do. And now once we have that sample loaded into our drum rack, you can see that a new chain was created. We can rename different chains, just like tracks in Ableton. And just like the other racks, we have available to us a little mixer section here. Now, each time a sample is actually loaded into a drum rack, it will be placed in this instrument here. This is called a sampler, and it stores samples and allows you to manipulate them accordingly. Now, we can also decide to change this sampler to a sampler if we so desire, and a sampler is just a more complicated version with more options available. So right now, as you can see here, we don't have any zones available to us. No key zones, no velocity zones, and no chain selector zones. So that is a bit different from the racks that we've seen before. Another big difference is that we actually have this input and output tab here. This I/O tab actually allows us to change the routing of our drum rack. So we can actually layer samples or chains by setting their receive option to the same note. Thus, by triggering one note, Live will play all corresponding chains with the same receive note. The chains will still be fully accessible, however they will be triggered by the same note. So this means that you'll still have all the volume, panning, and mixing controls available, and you can mix the two sounds together, and they will still be triggered by the same note. So the receive option here corresponds to the MIDI note that you are going to play to trigger the actual clip. The play option here represents the pitch that Ableton actually plays back. This choke option here represents a group that can be selected. So we have up to 16 choke groups that can be selected. And when two samples are in the same choke group, they will actually cut each other off when another is played. So a great example would be an open hi-hat and a closed hi-hat in the same choke group. Now, if we do this just like a real drum set, an open hi-hat and a closed hi-hat cannot possibly be triggered at the same time. If you decide to play a closed hi-hat while an open hi-hat is ringing out, immediately that open hi-hat will be cut off. Now, furthermore, drum racks also have built-in sends and returns, so we can actually drop audio effects here to make a return for all of the chains within the drum rack, and then just like regular returns and sends in Ableton, we can specify an amount of signal that we want to be sent from each chain to that specific return. So we will be coming back and taking a look at this in the actual rack routing section in the next video. For now, consider that sends and returns are a capability of drum racks, and this is another way that they differ from the regular instrument and effect racks. The last option here on drum racks is actually an auto selector, and anytime a specific chain is triggered either by a MIDI clip or by your own doing, the chain that is triggered will be selected if this function is on. Now this can get a bit crazy when you have a full-on drum kit playing a MIDI clip. However, for now we'll just leave that on. So as I said before, each sample that we decide to load into our rack will actually give us some different options and new chains will be created. So each cell can be triggered, muted, and soloed directly from its cell, and alternatively, we also have these options within the chain view here. So just like instrument and audio effect racks, each chain can hold its own sample, and within that chain, we can actually put different effects. So within this first kick chain, I can load an audio effect at the end, and this audio effect will be linked to that chain and that chain only. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's actually take a chorus, why not, and we'll load it to the end of this kick channel. And we'll actually collapse the sample viewer here, and so here we have a chorus on this first channel, and if we select the second one, you can see that there's actually no chorus. And a bit better way to visualize what is actually going on when we load specific effects to specific chains would be in the session view. So here in the traditional mixer, we can actually expand this drum rack to see all the chains within it. So this actually works the same for instrument racks. We can actually expand the instrument rack to see all the chains, and selecting a specific chain will show you only the effects that preside on the specific chain you have selected. So this makes signal flow and routing easier to visualize what effects you have on what chains or channels. Now, the last thing that I want to go over is how to get the zone capabilities that we had in instrument and effect racks within a drum rack. So before I showed you that you can change this simpler that it loads as stock to a sampler, which we have already done in this first channel. Here I'll do it again in this second channel. Here we have a simpler, we'll load it into a sampler, and within our sampler we have this zone option. And you can see here we have key zones, velocity zones, and the zone selector option that we had in our instrument racks. So this may be one reason why you decide to use a sampler over an actual simpler. And a cool trick that we can actually use by utilizing the chain selector mode is that we can actually load multiple samples into a single sampler and then cycle between them using this chain selector option here. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. We're going to select our first channel and delete all these other samples that we have loaded. So we can simply click a cell and press the delete key on our keyboard, and that chain and its corresponding sample will be deleted from the rack. So here we are back to our original chain, and we're going to go ahead and select the zone chain selector option. Now what we can do is go into the browser and we can actually load new samples into this sampler instrument. So I mentioned that we have 128 different options to choose from. So in essence, we can load up to 128 different drum samples. So I'm going to be loading all kicks in this, and I will show you why in just a moment. But for now, let's go ahead and go to my kick folder within my user library, and I'll select all the kicks I have here. Now this isn't 128, but this is just for example. So now that I've clicked and dragged all my different samples into the actual sampler, what we can go ahead and do is right click within the zone range and distribute these ranges equally. So now each individual chain takes up its own space or its own range for this zone selector to choose from. So as we change this zone selector, we are actually changing the sample or the kick drum that is played back. So right now we are playing this plugger kick. If we change the zone selector into this range here, we'll be playing our first and original kick. Now another cool trick that we can do is actually right click on this zone selector and we can map this function to macro 1. So now listen in as we trigger this actual kick drum and change the sample that is selected. So very quickly we can cycle through all of our favorite samples and choose the one that best suits the track for us. So the main idea of this is that we can build up a really epic drum kit that we can use in basically all of our projects because it harbors all of the samples that we would end up using, and by simply adjusting these macros or these sample selectors, we can choose the specific samples that we want in that specific track. So let's go ahead and rename this macro to kick. And I'll show you one more time how I would go about doing this with a snare drum. So here's our snare folder. We'll go ahead and load this up to this cell here, and we will right click on the simpler, change it into a sampler, go into the zones, make sure we have the selector option available so that we can actually click and drag this range. And then we'll go ahead and load the rest of these samples. We'll right click in the range section and we will choose to distribute all of the ranges equally. And I actually missed that first range, so we'll go ahead and do that one more time. And now the last step, we'll go ahead and map this chain selector to macro 2. So now we have a kick drum as well as a snare drum that we can very quickly change the sound to with all of our favorite samples already loaded onto the clip. So instead of using the browser to go through our samples we can instead already have them loaded into a drum rack and simply select them by turning a knob. So using drum racks in this way is really awesome, and I highly recommend you build your own drum kit with all of your favorite samples and take the time to individually select 128 usable sounds so that you really never have to go searching in your browser for drum samples again. Now, the only downside to this is that we only have 8 macros available to us, so if you wanted to do more than 8 samples, you would have to physically go into the sampler's zones and change the chain selector in that way. So in the last video, we created this awesome drum rack, and I lightly touched on the special routing options that we have available to us within drum racks. So I mentioned that drum racks have their own actual send and return channels. And what I mean by this is that within the drum rack, you can see here, we just created this return chain, and we can create up to 8 different return chains or channels within a drum rack, and we can actually send portions of each signal to each return channel. So as we add a new return, a new send will be created for each of the chains within our drum rack. Now, in addition to these independent return chains, we also have an audio to option that becomes available to us. So we can actually create different return chain groups, if you will, and send specific chains to a specific group. So right now, by default, all of our chains are set to send audio to the main rack channel, which we can see here, it's labeled 16 drum rack. This is where all of our channels or our chains are actually sending their audio signals. So here the audio to function actually allows us to change the specific output of each chain to one of the sends we have available. So when we're doing that, we're basically using the return chains within a drum rack as different groups. And then we have the opportunity to process those groups as we see fit. And again, if we come to the session view, the traditional mixer view, and we enable our return channels, you can see that we have A, B, and C return chains within the mixer here. Now they won't show up on our regular return channels. They will be mixed in with this actual drum rack group. And so again, we can click on them to see the devices that are loaded in. Currently we have none, but just as an example, I'll just load a chorus onto return A. And here you can see nothing is on B, but on A we have this chorus channel here. And if we go back into the actual drum rack, we can see again the chorus is on the selected return A channel. Now going even further into the routing rabbit hole, we can actually route specific return channels within our chains to the different return channels that we have in our session. So here we only have one return channel, and that's that A reverb channel, and we can actually send everything going into this chorus to that actual return in our full session. So basically any signal that's coming into this return channel by default will be sent to the rack output, which again is this main drum rack channel. However, we can rewire it and send it to our reverb channel here. So now return channel A is actually sending all of the signal going to it directly to this reverb channel here, bypassing the master drum rack channel. So sends and returns offer a lot more routing capabilities for your drum sounds, and you can really do some cool things just by routing in a different manner. Now, not only do drum racks actually carry some special routing options, but regular effect racks actually do the same exact thing. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the drum rack that we've been working in, and I'm going to create 2 new audio tracks. Now, in the first audio track, we're actually going to use a default audio effect rack. Let's just use, this filter looks good here. And so here we have this filter audio effect rack with only one chain, and on that chain we have this max for live effect, and then we have it sending signal to an auto filter. So let's go ahead and create one more chain, and we'll call this dry, and we'll call the first chain wet. So now we have two different chains in this single audio effect rack, and if we go back to channel 16, let's actually go ahead and route the output of this track here to the input of this 16 audio channel. And so here you can see I have it routed, and now we have a bunch of special options for routing the individual channels. The pre-effects, the post-effects, and the post-mixer options allow us to send signal before the device view, after the device view but before the mixer, or after the device view and the mixer, respectively. Now, when we're using an audio effect rack, we actually have pre-post effects and post-mixer options for each of the individual channels. So you can see here that I have 3 options for the wet channel and 3 options for the dry channel. And if I were to select one of these options, we would only be receiving audio from that specific chain at the point of routing that we have selected. So again, pre-effects is before the device view, post-effects is after the device view but before the mixer, and post-mixer is after the device view and after the mixer. Now, these master options here at the top, as I like to think of them, will send us signal from both of the chains. It will treat the audio effect rack just as a regular device in live, and it won't really make a difference. However, if we were to choose one of these special options from each of the individual chains, we would only be receiving signal from that chain. So if we chose the wet signal, it would be negating all the dry signal, and that would never reach this new audio track. So if we were to add one more chain, we'll call this test. We should have now a total of 9 options. Yes, we do, here in this 16 audio track. And again, we have pre-effects, post-effects, and post-mixer. So really, you can choose very specific chains within your effect racks to send signal from. So racks in Ableton really give you that extra routing capability that was not there before when you're just using regular devices. Now, in the next and final section, we are actually going to be automating a rack that we make to change its values over time. And we'll talk a lot about automation and modulation so that we can really get the most out of the devices that we are actually using. So I look forward to seeing you there, and I really hope you guys are learning some awesome techniques to use in your own productions. Alright, let's talk about automation in Ableton Live. So when we talk about automation, really we're talking about parameters that have been programmed to change over time. Now, just about any parameter in Ableton Live can be automated to change over time, and this can be accomplished either by drawing in the automation or actually recording the automation. So we actually have a global automation button here that we can click, and if we expand the tracks, now we have a new section and a new dotted line. When the line is dotted, the automation line here, it means that there is actually no automation going on for the specific parameter selected. And we can select a parameter for each of our individual tracks using these selectors here. First, we select the target device, and then we have a bunch of different options for the actual parameters within that device. So a better example might be our guitar here, where we have several different chains on our actual audio effect rack that we built in the last section. So we can select one of those chains, and then we can select the different options available within that chain. So for our examples today, I'm actually going to be building a brand new audio effect rack on our drum channel because I have an idea of what I want to accomplish here. So let's go ahead and open the device view and load up an empty audio effect rack. So I'm going to be creating two different chains within this audio effect rack. So we'll go to the chain view and create them now. I'm going to call one verb and I'm going to call the other dry. So you'll see here as we start to build it what I'm trying to accomplish. So I'm going to take this preset ballad reverb and drop it on the verb chain, and we're actually going to make sure that the dry wet is set to 100% because we actually have a dry chain here, and we're going to leave this dry chain empty, but we're going to put one more effect on the reverb chain, and that's an EQ. So I really like to use this midnight EQ preset here, and we'll just drag it to the end of our chain. So now what we're actually going to do is utilize the chain selectors here we talked about in the last video. So what I've done with these chain zones here is I've actually dragged them all the way out, except that there is one little section here. If we were to place the chain selector at the 127 marker, we would actually only be getting this reverb and EQ signal. So I'm actually going to map the chain selector to macro 1, and now we have complete control over it, and we can toggle it as needed. So if you take a listen, we're going to play this drum track, and we'll actually solo it, and you can hear the kind of effect that I'm going for. So I think it would be cool if at the end of the song, our drums kind of faded out into that washed out reverb. So one more thing I'm actually going to change about this is I am going to make it so that we have a dry section as well, so that when we're at the 0 marker, we're only hearing the dry drums as we had previously mixed them before. So now that our rack is set up, we can actually either draw this in by hand or record our automation into the arrangement view. So if we wanted to draw this by hand, we could select our audio effect rack, and then we can select our macro 1 or the chain selector device, and we can actually add breakpoints by clicking on the red line, and you'll see it's no longer dotted once we've added a breakpoint, and we can actually drag these up and down. And we'll be coming back to take a more in-depth look at how to draw automation in, but for now I think I actually want to record this. So in order to record automation, we actually have a global automation arm button, and it's found in the control bar up here next to the arrangements MIDI overdub button. So if we press that, we are now prepared to record automation. And if we actually hit the record button and press play, we could turn this knob, and you'll see that we're actually recording automation. So depending on what you actually use to record your automation with, you'll get some different results. Here you can see that we used a mouse to record automation, and so actually when we released the mouse, we stopped adding breakpoints, but every time we held the mouse down and manipulated the knob, we were actually creating many breakpoints during the entirety of the recording. So if you ever come across a lot of breakpoints like we have here, it's a little bit too many to edit, and it's a little bit confusing to see what's going on. So we can actually select a range and right click, and we can choose to simplify the envelope. And this will actually clean up the breakpoints and give you much less to work with. However, it will still retain the initial shape that you had recorded in. So right now we have actually automated this chain selector parameter here in our audio effect rack. And you can tell because we have this little red icon displayed next to the parameter that tells us that it's currently being automated. So if we were to actually move this parameter like we just have, our automation is now grayed out both in the arrangement view and within the parameter, so it's no longer active. Now, no need to worry because the automation is actually not lost. Here in the control bar next to our automation arm button, you can see we have this little back arrow that has now become lit up. And this is known as the re-enable automation button. So as its name implies, it will re-enable the previous automation that we just canceled out. So we select that and our automation is back in business. Now, if you ever wanted to delete automation, you can simply right-click in the automation track and select to clear the envelope. And now we're set back to normal with no automation, and you can see here, again, we have that dotted line indicating that there is no automation. This dotted line represents the current parameter setting that we have set to the parameter selected within the automation selectors. So in order to record automation, hit the global automation arm button, hit the record button, press play, and record your automation. Now when it comes to drawing automation, we have a few different options. Depending on whether or not we are in draw mode, we can either add breakpoints to our line here and manipulate the breakpoints by dragging up and down, or if we were, say, in draw mode, we can simply draw a new shape that will snap to the grid. Now additionally, remember that we can turn off the grid temporarily by holding the command button, and then we have a much more fine line that we have the ability to draw. Now if we exit the draw mode, you'll see again we have all those little breakpoints. So let's go ahead and simplify this once more. And now we have a lot more manageable breakpoints. So to create a new breakpoint, all you have to do is click on the current line, and to delete an existing breakpoint, you can simply click on that breakpoint and it will be deleted. Now, in addition to clicking and dragging to set values, you can also right-click and select to edit value, and then you can type in a custom value and hit enter to enter in that value into the current breakpoint. Now, in addition to creating breakpoints and using the draw mode to draw by hand, we can also right-click and insert one of the many different shapes we have available to us in Ableton. So these are default shapes that will fill up the entire selection. In addition to adding pre-made shapes into a specific selection of time, we can also quickly edit the timing and values of the automation using the selector boxes. So when we have selected a portion of automation, you can see that now we have a little box around this automation, and we can actually click and drag these values up and down and side to side. Dragging side to side will adjust the timing, and dragging up and down will adjust the actual values. So this is just a really quick way to edit your automation. Now, as you've seen so far, all of our breakpoints are snapping to our grid, and even within the draw mode, if we choose to draw something, all of the lines will snap to the grid. And this makes drawing your own shapes pretty easy because most of the time you're going to want to line it up to the beat, and if you have the adaptive grid setting on, you can simply just zoom in for finer control of your edits. Now, in addition to simply creating breakpoints and only being able to create straight lines, we can actually create curved lines by hovering our mouse over an actual section, holding the Alt key, and you'll see here now we can drag up and down to create different sizes and styles of curves. Now, once we have some automation on our timeline, we can actually manipulate it very similarly to a clip. So we can duplicate different portions of automation as well as copy and paste the automation. So thus far, we've only been working with automation on this entire drum track, but let me clear this and show you what it looks like when we're automating a track with actual clips on it. So you can see here is our dotted line, and right now we're controlling the mixer's track volume. So we have this little plus icon here, and we can expand the automation into its own actual lane for a better view and better access to manipulate the actual automation. So here we can choose to duplicate the automation again, and you can see it's simply on the timeline, not duplicating the clip at all. So within a single track, we can actually have many different lanes of automation for different actual parameters. So here we've created a new mixer track panning lane in addition to our original track volume lane. And at any time, we can choose to remove the lane from the actual track, or we can choose to contract the lanes. So this will keep the lanes active, however, it will hide them. Now, if you choose to remove a lane, the automation is not lost and it is still accessible. You can see here on the mixer, we still have our track volume automation. It just simply clears up the view. So when automation is not residing in its own lane, we can actually move the clips that have automation on them, and the automation will actually be locked to the clip. And this is kind of the default setting. However, right next to our global automation show button, we have this lock automation parameter here. And so now if we were to click and drag the clip, the automation would actually be locked to the timeline instead of the clip. Now, in addition to locking the automation to the timeline, this lock automation button also determines how automation will be translated if we were to click and drag this clip into the actual session view. So right now, because lock automation is on, I'll show you what happens. We'll just drag a copy into the session view kick slot, and we'll double click on this and access the automation, or in session view as it's called, the envelope tab, and we'll see that we actually don't have any automation whatsoever on this track. So now let's go back, unlock the automation, and we'll again click and drag a copy of the currently selected clip, and we'll place it right beneath our original. And now if we come back to the envelopes tab, you can see we have that track volume automation that we created in the arrangement view. So in the session view, we obviously don't have a timeline to lock the automation to, so instead the automation is connected to the actual clip. And here in the envelope view, we can actually manipulate the automation that we've drawn in different ways. So here again, we have our selectors to select the exact parameter that we're choosing to automate. And then we have an automate or modulate button. And we'll be coming back to modulation in the next video. For now, we're just focusing on automation. Now, as I said before, the automation within the session view is actually linked or connected to the clips. And the clips have their kind of own timeline here depending on their actual length. However, we have the option to unlink these clips, and then we have a few more options available to us here on the right hand side. So when we choose to actually unlink a clip, we can create our own timeline for the automation or envelopes to follow. So here you can see we have an 8-bar timeline where we can draw automation. So at the moment, the length of our timeline still matches the length of the clip. However, we can extend this timeline as long as we want, and then we have the actual option to manipulate the envelope over time. So imagine that this clip is set to loop in the session view, and as it loops over time continuously, it's only an 8-bar loop. So the clip will continue to loop, however, the envelope will continue on its set timeline. So I'll show you what I'm talking about here. We'll actually make sure that this clip is set to loop, which it is not, but now it is, and then we'll close the actual sample box. And now if we launch this clip, you'll see that as it continues to loop, the automation envelope will actually follow this timeline here. So watch here in the session view, we're about to close the loop and start another. So basically, we are creating our own timeline of automation for the clip to follow. The clip will just continue looping. However, the parameter changes we can set ourselves, and we can actually choose to loop these parameter changes and adjust the size of the actual loop. So imagine if we have a slight offset between the length of our clip and the length of our automation timeline, we can constantly have different automation connected, or not really connected, but occurring at different parts of the clip. So this unlinking feature here in the session view is very powerful and actually allows for a lot of variations without a lot of work. So let's go ahead and delete the clips that we copied over, and we'll finish up this video by creating the automation that I would like to occur on our actual drum group. So we have our audio effects selected, and we are affecting the chain selector, so we can just highlight this last portion here, and why don't we just insert a basic shape. So now we have So what I'm actually going to do is bring this back a little bit so that we're actually staying within the complete reverb chain for just the last bar here of our track. And I'll actually add a curve to this line here, and then we'll come back into our audio effect rack and make a few changes to the actual chains. What I want to happen is for the reverb to be a bit more subtle, so we'll bring it back a little bit and actually have it fade in. And then we will actually have our dry signal fade out as well. We'll make that fade pretty substantial. So now let's take a listen to what we've got. And we can see here, this is our automation. Alright, so that's a cool little transition to end our track. Alright, so in the last video, we actually completed some automation here at the end of our track, but now it's time to take a look at modulation. So modulation is very similar to automation in the sense that it represents parameters changing over time. However, there are quite a few key differences between the two. The first being that modulation cannot be recorded in. We actually have to draw modulation with our mouse if we want to use it. The second difference is that instead of setting actual parameter values over time, instead we're influencing change over time. And what I mean by this is that modulation is based on percentage values. So we basically set a percentage of change that we want to occur over a specific period of time. Now, the third key difference of modulation and automation is that if you modulate a parameter, it will not be locked up. As we saw with automation, here we have this chain selector option automated, and if we were to touch this with our mouse and change the value, then our automation would be disabled. Now, this is not the case when you modulate a specific parameter. So back in the session view, within the envelopes tab, here is where we have access to our modulation parameters. So a fourth key difference that I didn't really mention is that some parameters actually do not have the option to be modulated. So here you can see that the speaker on option has no modulation function, but if we come to say the track panning or the track volume parameters, we can switch from automation mode to modulation mode. Now, instead of a red line as we had for automation, modulation is indicated by a blue dotted line, and you can see here that we're using the track volume parameter to modulate, and we have a percentage value here. So for the example in this video, let's choose to actually modulate the track panning. So we'll set it to modulation mode after selecting the track panning option, and now you can see we again have this percentage value. Right now, the pan is set to nothing. We're not panning our kick drum, so our modulation is set to 0%. However, we can add and delete breakpoints just like automation. We can also choose to insert shapes over a selection just like automation. And we can also clear the envelope in the exact same way that we would for automation. So drawing modulation is almost identical to drawing automation. We also have this draw mode available to us, and we can temporarily disable the grid for much finer edits. And when we exit the draw mode, we actually have breakpoints to work with. Now again, just like automation, we can simplify the envelope and do basically all of the drawing edits we were able to do with automation. We can do that with modulation. Now the difference again lies with these percentage values. So if we were to automate the track panning, you see here we would have it center, and then we would have, say, 15 to the right. However, with modulation, we just have percentages based on the current setting. So I've made some room so that we can actually see our mixer here, and let's actually start playback to see what's going on. So you can see here's our automation on the panning control, and the blue line here indicates our modulation setting. So this is actually the current setting. The tip of this blue line is the current setting that we have here. So basically modulation is just influencing the current setting of the parameter that we're choosing to modulate. Now the percentage values can be negative or they can be positive. Positive will obviously increase the current setting, and negative will decrease the current setting. For panning here, increasing would be to the right and decreasing would be to the left. Now, as you can see here on this panning control, we have both automation and modulation working in tandem. Now, if we were to move this actual setting, you'll see that our modulation, that little blue indicator, is still set. However, our automation has actually been lost. So this just goes to prove that modulation can occur while we still have the ability to change our settings, and our parameters are not locked by modulation like they are with automation. Now again, just like automation, we can actually unlink the timeline that we're using within the session view and create our own timeline for the modulation to follow. So on the surface, it seems like automation and modulation are the same exact thing, but remember the key differences. The main difference is that modulation simply influences the current setting of the parameter you are modulating, and it does this with a percentage value. So it takes a percent of the current setting and increases or decreases the current setting based on that percentage value. So for a bit of a better example, let's actually right click on the mixer here and select to show modulation. And this is a great way to access modulation if you cannot currently see it within the selectors here. So here we'll go ahead and drag it down, and you can see this blue line or this blue dot represents the current setting of the actual fader. So here you see as we drag up and down with this fader, the modulation also gets moved up and down because it is just a simple percentage value. So modulation is really great for parameters that you actually don't want to lock down, because when you use automation, you cannot change that parameter any further without affecting the actual automation. However, with modulation, you can create some changes over time and still have access to change the parameter. So think of modulation as an influencer and think of automation as an actual setting. Now, one last difference between automation and modulation is that in the arrangement view, when we access the specific envelopes tab of a clip, we actually don't have that modulation and automation selector to determine what we're actually viewing. Instead, what we have to do is go to the parameter that we wish to modulate, right click on it, and select show modulation. So now you can see in our envelope editor we have the modulation available to us, and we can edit that as we wish. So if you ever want to modulate something in the arrangement view, remember to simply right click on it to show its modulation within the actual clip view. And so modulation is really related to the clips. However, we still have the option to unlink it from the actual clips timeline and create our own timeline here as seen. So to finish up this section, let's take a look at how automation and modulation can be transferred from session view clips to arrangement view clips. In the session view, the lock automation button actually has no effect on clips because there is no actual timeline for the automation to lock to. Instead, the automation and modulation will always follow the clip from the session view. So let's go ahead and drag this kick clip back into the session view. And we'll put it here. And then we'll start adjusting some envelopes. We'll adjust both the modulation of the reverb, and then we'll switch over to the automation and again adjust that as well. So now we have two parameters. Well, actually, the same parameter being changed by both modulation and automation. So now if we take this clip and simply drag it back into the arrangement view, we'll drop it and you'll see here that we still have both our automation and our modulation. So the automation is here in the arrangement view and the modulation is down here in the clip envelopes. Now, in addition to this dragging and dropping option, if we were to actually record a clip launching sequence that contained automation and modulation into the arrangement view, like so, then the same thing would happen. Both the automation and the modulation would be recorded along with the clip. So if we stop this now, go back to the arrangement view, you can see here we have our automation, and if we double click on the clip, we also have the modulation from before. Now currently the automation arm button is active, but this actually has no effect on our clip launching performance. We actually don't need to enable the automation arm button when we are recording clips with automation and modulation that is already currently residing on the clip itself. The automation arm button is really only for recording new automation. So keep in mind that when you're working in the session view, the automation and modulation that you put on clips will follow that clip wherever you take it. So let's go ahead and go back to the arrangement view. Let's actually take the panning off of this kick drum and make sure all of our tracks are ready to be exported, which we will be going over in the next and final section. So I think this track is about ready, and let's jump into the next video where we're going to export this and go over the final exporting options. So it looks like our track is ready to export, and we've used just about every technique in Ableton that exists. So now let's make a selection with our loop brace of what we actually want to export and make sure that's selected, and then we'll go to File, Export Audio and Video. And here we have a few different options for our exported file. So let's go over those now. First off, we have the track to be rendered. So by default, it's set to the master. However, you can select individual channels or all individual channels, which will basically give you one exported file for every single track that you have in your session. And if you choose this option, you will also have the ability to include return and master effect channels. So those are our return channels that we have added. I'm just going to go ahead and keep it to the master for now. The next options relate to the actual start position and length of the exported files. So when you select a specific file, in this case we have selected the loop brace, Live will automatically assume that that is the length of the file you want to export. So this looks good to me. The next options are all related to the rendered file and kind of some specifics that we have available to us. We already went over including return and master effects, and right now this option is disabled because we are only exporting the master track. The next option, to render as loop, will actually cause Live to make intelligent decisions of how we can render this track to loop seamlessly. So if there are things like reverb tails, Live will account for that, and give you a loopable track on the export. The next option, convert to mono, is self-explanatory. Basically, right now, our master channel is a stereo track, and we have the option to convert it to a mono track, only one channel instead of the two. The normalize option will basically boost all of your signal to make it as loud as possible without actually clipping. So I find this pretty useful when I'm exporting stems and I want them to be all at the same level. The create analysis file option will simply create an accompaniment file that will store information about our exported track. So if you're planning on bringing the exported track back into live, it's highly recommended that you turn this option on. The sample rate can kind of be thought of as frames per second, but for an audio signal. So a majority of the time, you're going to want to leave the sample rate at the same setting that your project was recorded in. So 48K looks good to me. Keep in mind that 44,100 is actually the CD standard. So for physical CDs, they are all at 44,100 kilohertz. But remember that the higher numbers give you a higher quality export. However, it gets to a certain point where you really can't tell the difference. So I find 48K works pretty well for me. The next options relate to the actual file that will be exported. So here we have encode PCM, and I would recommend leaving that on because that gives you the highest quality export. Alternatively, down here, we can enable MP3 so that we get an accompaniment MP3 file along with our high quality WAV or AIFF or FLAC file. I like to work in WAV, so we'll leave that as it is. The bit depth again relates to the dynamic range, so it will be the quietest note versus the loudest note, and all of those in between. We basically have 24 different points to choose from. Now it's pretty important that you leave this setting to the setting you have recorded your clips with, so that we don't need to enable dither. If you're changing the bit depth, you will need to enable the dither option, and there are several different options within the dither that will affect your sound accordingly. Basically, dither adds some information and it kind of makes some low-level noise that will help translate your export into different bit depths. So the encode MP3 option will simply add an MP3 file to your export. Additionally, we can upload our audio directly to SoundCloud, and if we had any video files within our project, then we would have some video options here. Basically, we can create a video and choose the specific video encoder we would be using, and then select and edit some settings right here. However, we don't currently have any video, so it looks like this track is about ready to export. We'll get a high quality WAV file, and then we will get a compressed MP3 file. So let's go ahead and export this now. Here we can name it, and we'll call it sample song. We'll save it to the desktop, and now the track will be rendered. Now keep in mind that if you are changing your sample rate, that Live has some pretty high quality algorithms to do so. So you can really get away with quite a bit. I personally like to work in a sample rate of 48,000 and a bit depth of 24, and I find that just works for me. So I try to set up my projects and sets like that beforehand, and then the exporting process becomes quite straightforward in the sense that I know what my output is going to sound like. So now we have our exported files here on the desktop. You can see here we have our sample song, and here we have two accompaniment analysis files along with our actual MP3. So the MP3 is really good for sharing, and the high quality WAV is just a very high quality export of your project. Congratulations, and welcome to the end of the series. You should now be well on your way to using Live to accomplish any ideas that you may have and experimenting with the plethora of options that Live provides. Keep in mind that this is a creative software and you are the creator. I can only do so much as put the tools in your hands and show you how to use them. I truly hope you got a lot out of this course and feel confident in your live knowledge. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors, whether that be creating your own productions or actually taking on clients to work for. The fact that you made it to the end shows your commitment and drive to learn, create, and improve on your skills. Thank you for joining me in this series, and if you have any suggestions, comments, or concerns, I would love to hear all of them and welcome you to join my community both on YouTube and in the form of emails. I'm always replying to any emails that I get from students, and I would love to hear your thoughts on the course. So I look forward to seeing you in the community and hearing about your experience. Keep on pushing and never stop your audio journey.